Really working for that check, huh, Mikey? With them back-to-back streams? Oh, brother, you have no idea. I'll say this. I'll say there's one unintentional good thing for you guys specifically about me getting flagged down is that I've been working like a slave. I've realized that I think I was actually a little lazy. I don't think I was actually working as hard as I should have been during the time I was having my YouTube channel. Granted, I did have like a normal job I was also doing and, you know, other responsibilities I had to handle at that time. But I noticed that, I don't know, I feel like I could have actually worked harder because I've been, out of desperation, out of literally no other choice, I've been working on more content. I'm going to tell you one thing, man. In August comes, you guys are going to be eating. You guys who are into my content, who are waiting for the new videos and shit, you niggas are going to be feasted. You're going to get tired. You're going to get tired of me. It's going to be like, Mikey, stop. It's too big. It's too black. I can't handle all that. Well, you're just going to have to take it, right? I'm working on like 3 different videos at the same time. And I'm trying to get them all out by the end of August. So look forward to that. Accidentally found a way to get me to work harder. So that's one unintentional good thing that came out of me getting my shit. Hey, on the upside, right? I get my channel back. I'm gonna have a bunch of shit to re-upload. What's that song that played? It was Limit on Grip by Keiki Kobayashi, one of my favorite video game composers. Work harder? Oh, you don't even need the whip for me. I'm already working hard as it is. Well, you know, comparatively speaking anyway. Let me see. Over here, and yes. Okay, so as we do, start as we usually do, with a shill segment, Mikey No More, complete edition. You too can become a neat Ronin for the low price of only $10. It's really more of a Patreon than anything. I do put all of the stream VODs there after I'm done. I will be putting all of the videos there when I'm done. It's a nice little archive. It's more of a Patreon than anything, though. If you don't want to do that, right? If you don't want to give me money over there, you can just go to the Rumble, where all of the future documentaries for Mikey No More will go. And you can just watch the videos for free there and not even worry about that. I'll get that little itty-bitty ad revenue from Rumble or whatever. I actually got monetized on Rumble. I'm making a whole $1 off of it these days. It's crazy. Your boy is moving. Your boy is moving on up. So anyway, today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. It was supposed to be Ralph Day today, but something else. We're going to have to do a rain check on that because I got some other stuff I have to gather before we get a dedicated. We can't have a Ralph segment. We got to have a Ralph show. Really? Like Ralph doesn't work. Well, no, I guess you can't have a Ralph segment, but I would rather, if we're going to visit Ralph, we be thorough, because there's been a lot of things to cover. A lot of things. So before that, right, today we're going to be going on a one-off, or maybe we'll revisit this depending on how it goes. So this is Harmful Opinions. For people who don't know what Harmful Opinion looks like, he's white. It's crazy, right? I bet a lot of you guys had no idea. What? Harmful Opinions is a white man. I had no idea. I thought he was fucking Middle Eastern. I thought he was an Arab. I thought he was Indian this whole time. He's just a bald white guy. So he's still doing it. There was a time when, back in the old days, during the skeptic era, or the peak of the skeptic era at least, Harmful got into it with the skeptic guys because they were shilling Candid, which wasn't very candid about any of the shit that it was actually doing, and he was actually exposing some of that, and they came down on him for it because they were getting that check, right? And it came out that Candid's executives were literally gunning for this guy, actually trying to destroy him, actually were aiming for him, trying to decapitate your guy, just because he was making some YouTube videos talking about how they weren't as candid as they were advertising themselves as. And, you know, in the end, it was proven that he was completely right, and this accelerated the end of the skeptic community, which was already kind of fracturing at that point and whatnot. He will appear in the skeptic documentary when I do get to it. Harmful Opinions. I kind of can't ignore him. It's like leaving out mundane Matt. He served a small but very vital role in that whole saga. So anyway, harmful opinions. He has kept at it over the years. He has continued making YouTube videos. And recently, he came across, well, I say recently. No, it was recently. It wasn't even like a full 2 weeks ago. So about 2 weeks ago, he started making a video on a certain individual called SkittyBitty, who some of you may know. They've made some very viral videos involving Zelda, including a video shitting on Tears of the Kingdom, and another video about how the Gerudo are like racist, which, I don't know, maybe we'll watch that. That is slop, but maybe we'll watch it after we get through this drama here. So he found out that SkittyBitty has some Discord shenanigans going on, which are the best type of shenanigans, you know? You know, Discord shenanigans. That's where all the secret degeneracy happens. Now, I'm not like knocking anybody who goes to Discord or anybody who has their own Discord, but there is I won't say that. I'll say that Telegram is worse. Telegram, definitely worse. Are they a troon? I don't think, is SkittyBitty a troon? I think they're just like a autistic woman. I think this one's an actual woman. They might be trans. I'm not sure. We'll find out very soon. So anyway, yeah, some Discord nonsense was going on. Maybe some Discord hardcore degeneracy is going on. Harmful is gonna break it down for us. We got a bunch of videos here, and we're just gonna go through this whole saga because they really get up in arms about Harmful calling out SkittyBitty's child army in their Discord.
Recently, I found myself looking for drama, I guess, that's juicy or interesting to me, but more on the silly side.
Oh, they're a pooner. Oh, that's that's actually almost a trick one. Are they trans? Are they a trans woman? No, they're a trans man. You know, that's kind of almost, it throws you for a loop every time.
It's dark. There's plenty.
Nobody ever thinks about the trooners. Whenever we talk about the trans debate, it's always the trans woman, right? The beautiful, valid trans women. It's never about the trans men. Nobody ever like acknowledges them.
Dark stuff to go around, all sorts of abuses and whatnot. There's only so much I can do before it starts to wear me down and leave me with a dark cloud hanging over me, even when I'm not at my computer. I'm a person, I do have a heart, I do have my limits. So looking for silly stuff, I scrabble around and I'm like, hey, these anti-grifter or the media literacy people, the people who look at cartoons, movies, I guess books, I haven't looked at the book people though, and sort of are loosely intertwined and have something of a shared culture. Something I've noticed.
I'm your favorite black person? Thank you, Scatty.
They have this habit of projecting an extreme compensation for their limitations and weaknesses, which can be simplified to doing publicly the opposite of what they really are, or the opposite of what they're doing privately. I'll give you a light, silly example before we get into something that I actually think is unacceptable. I decided to look at a guy called the Birdman. He was interesting to me because...
Oh, we need to cover some Birdman shit too. I've been wanting to touch on Birdman, pause, for a minute, right? This is some real shit we can get into with the Birdman. He was crashing out recently about Critical Drinker because he kept trying to send... He was basically doing a stan. He was standing, and not in the way that you usually hear somebody is standing for someone. It's like Stan from Eminem, just sending this dude angry letters, and Critical Drinker wouldn't answer. And then eventually Critical Drinker did respond on Twitter, and it was like, dude, I was on vacation overseas. I don't like look at my shit when I'm on vacation overseas because I'm enjoying time with my friends and family. You fucking weirdo.
He has like this tough guy persona. I like that. That's fun. I love internet shit talk and beefing and stuff. Now, if you just look at his regular videos, you'd assume it's a persona for entertainment, or maybe that's just how he is, just his personal style. There is a video I saw, though, that makes things look very different. Any bit of him that I thought was kind of cool. He's kind of...
I'm glad you enjoyed the history segment. I would like to do some more in the future.
Cool guy. Got a real good voice. I believe he's a voice actor. That evaporated like that. Gone. I'm now of the opinion that this tough guy persona is him compensating for something in himself. I don't know, feeling of weakness, inadequacy, or something like that, which makes it very cringe and gay instead of fun. What I'm talking about is an older video from 2021. He tried to get a free pizza from Domino's using his points or whatever, or some late promo. Don't remember the details exactly. Something went wrong. I believe it was a mismatch between the phone number associated with his account and the one he typed in for the order. Something went wrong. it seems like a franchise did mess him around a little bit. Okay, annoying. Birdman decided to go to this Domino's franchise and confront the workers.
What?
And there was one line in particular I physically recoiled at. 100% pure, distilled, agonizing Karen energy.
I just want to let you know, this is going
Wait, he actually did this? Bro, this guy is actually a fucking spurg.
up on Twitter.
This guy's a lol cow. Who does that?
posting all of this on Twitter. You're going to get in trouble.
Oh, so that's what that persona is. It's not just internet tough guy shit. And he does it in real life, but it's not quite that he's a legit.
Do you know who I am? Not just any do you know who I am. Do you know who I am to people who work at Domino's? No, Birdman. They don't know who the fuck you are.
Tough guy, a hard ass.
You have all these followers on social media. Oh, you're a popular YouTuber. You're a mid-sized YouTuber. Okay, dude. Okay, well, we're sorry we fucked up your pizza order. Do you want a free pie? Like, what do you want?
He does the same act to bother fast food employees and mess with them.
Cool, whatever. I got the whole thing. Because you're sitting here bullshitting me. This is the dude that's bullshitting. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead, run away. Go ahead. Like, you scared?
Right
I don't
away.
do IRL stuff. I've done plenty of IRL streaming. If you're going to interact with people and it's going to be weird or something, I think you need to make sure.
Why would you ever want to be one of these people? Like, we all have seen the videos of the people who go into a fast food joint and they cause a problem for the fast food employees, whether they work at McDonald's or Wendy's or Sonic or whatever. Why would you ever want to be one of those guys? It's never a good look ever. It's always one of the most embarrassing things you can do, especially if you're a public figure, right? You are permanently going to be shamed for that shit.
You're the butt of the joke, right? It's almost an ethical thing. It feels wrong to actually try and aggravate.
See, if it's just to make wages suffer, if you're just being that sort of cunt, well, okay, you're still being a cunt, but at least you're doing it with an intentional, sadistic thing in mind. This guy is doing it, like, people like Birdman, they do it specifically to try and feel more important than they actually are.
Or intimidate, or make people feel threatened, scared, worried and whatnot, unless they're doing something truly terrible. Messing you about a bit with your free pizza promo. I'm not feeling it. Nah. But my point is, it feels like he's gotta be, like when you see that, it's gotta be compensating for something. Whether it's something real or something about the way he feels, there's this exaggerated projection of, no, this is what I am, not whatever I feel like, perhaps. A bit of armchair psychology.
Thanks for the hype,
okay?
Winter
At
Soldier.
the end of the day, not the worst thing in the world. It just breaks the spell of his persona a bit. You get what I'm saying?
Thank
Now,
you
under
for the
title of
hype,
this video,
Reared
which,
and Steel.
You might be saying, why have you done that? That's horrible. That's too extreme, blah, blah, blah. It's really funny. And I think it describes what I saw. And what I saw, I don't vibe with. And not in the way I don't vibe with that Birdman Karen clip. Having had some time to think about it, I think it's actually pretty messed up. I get aches and pains in my chest. I've got the old, it's suspected costochondritis, which isn't serious, but it hurts and can, mess up your sleep. And when it's hot, when it's cold, or it's weird, I have trouble sleeping sometimes. So I'm up, I'm on the internet, looking for stuff.
He needs a homie to cuddle with him.
The time with, and I see a slap fight between some Octorok.
That's what Myron does. That's what Myron Gaines does. Whenever he's tired, whenever he can't sleep, he just calls a homie to come over, and then they cuddle together under the sheets, and he can sleep just nice and well at night.
Reviews guy and SkittyBitty. They're apparently Zelda-focused YouTubers. SkittyBitty, ostensibly being part of this, not officially as in some organizational sense, but I put her in the same bucket as a lot of these other people.
Okay, he calls her she. So again, is he dead naming her or him? Or are they actually or is this actually just an autistic woman that we're trying to assume is trans? Like, it's weird whenever you hear an autistic sounding person who calls himself female with a raspy voice, we all just assume that they have to be trans now. Like, there used to be a meme about how there are no women on the internet, but now it's been taken to an entirely new level because of the trans explosion. Now every woman who at least used to get a pass is now immediately assumed to be trans.
Leftoid critics, anti-grifters, although I'm not sure she does that specifically, but
she's a non-binary pooner.
Certainly.
So she's a woman, but she's just an extra attention whore.
Is in that mass somehow. I see her talking about this guy, who is, by my read, a dork, sure. I see her showing off, all bravado. This guy's my own personal lol cow, she says.
Oh, does she really? She really cut her tits off? That sucks, dude. That's so... I don't know, man. I feel like we really need to start taking some of these doctors to court. Because what the fuck do you mean? What is that supposed to do? How does... It's like it's the only surgery, only for trans people. For trans people and trans people alone, is cutting off a part of their body supposed to make them feel better? See, for anybody else, right? Unless you're literally cutting off cancer, it's actually not considered a good idea. Like if you're cutting off something, you're cutting off a limb or something, it's gotta be infected, or they're doing surgery to take some fucking cancer shit out of you, some tumor out of you. But for trans people, it's like, no, look, I just cut off your titties. I just like take away your dick and balls. It's gonna magically cure all of the issues you have in life. And they're the only people, they never think it's suspicious how they're the only group for who this is actually a solution for.
I think you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. You're doing the opposite of this in private. I know it. Telling everyone you want to milk this guy, he's your personal lol cow. You're just interested in him because he says this stuff. He keeps saying racist stuff. You're going to clown on him forever. Yeah, he's your own personal punching bag. So I take it quick.
Oh, she's also Jewish? Oh, that's extra. Because she wasn't supposed to fall for that sort of propaganda. That was supposed to be propaganda for the goys exclusively. Imagine falling for the goy propaganda and you're a Jewess. That shit is crazy.
Peep at Skitty's Patreon Discord, and I do one search. I type report into the bar and...
Yeah, getting high on your own supply.
Pinging everyone.
Wait, what did he just say? I'm sorry.
And one search. I type report into the bar and... Pinging everyone to report this guy on Twitter. Huh?
Ping? No, not just ping, not just asking, not just do. That's already gay enough. But actually, you put a bounty out for a guy. That does actually seem like a pretty. That actually does seem like a pretty appropriate way. If you got a big enough audience, that would actually be a very efficient way to get somebody taken out. You just put a bounty out for somebody's Twitter or YouTube channel. I would almost believe that that's what happened to my YouTube channel, but I know that my ops are too poor to pull something like that off. No way King of Pole or Britbong could afford to do some shit like that. Pay somebody to take me out. No way they could do that.
We also talked
They don't even have audiences that big.
About having streamed about that guy and then having privated the stream. I have no idea what she said about him or what she was doing.
Yeah, that is basically what Chibi Reviews did in the group chat. Well, hold on. Let me give myself a bit of because technically he didn't put out the bounty. He was just in the group chat and he congratulated them for getting rid of the guy, right? He didn't put them up to it himself. He just happened to be there and he knows that they were pro him, and he knew what they were doing and that they were reporting this guy. And then after they successfully reported the guy, he just happened to show up and be like, hey, good job taking that guy out. You know, technically he didn't sick his audience on anyone. It just, coincidence.
In that stream. That's pretty lame on its own. It's extremely lame.
I knew a girl in middle school who used to cut themselves because it made her feel like her body was her own. The surgery is that taken to its extreme, funded by the medical field.
When you're a tough guy.
I mean, if you're a person and you make your money off of doing these surgeries for trans people, I can understand why you would be incentivized to get them to stay incentivized to do this and not want it to be outlawed, or for you or your fellow surgeons who are doing this type of surgery to be taken to court for any of the shit you're doing, or sued, or get put up to malpractice or something like that, because they're probably making bank.
Out on Twitter. She's not exactly trolled.
It's like if I'm a surgeon in Miami and I focus on BBLs, obviously, bro, if I am a surgeon in Miami or Los Angeles and I do a lot of BBL surgeries, obviously, I never want that shit to ever be like regulated or whatever, because I'm making gazillions off of giving these bitches butt lifts. I never want that shit to get regulated.
Shielding, but she's behaving the way someone who's troll shielding does.
Okay, so that one bitch, she ended up dying because that one surgeon put concrete in her ass after he was doing the surgery. Okay, so that one bitch, the silicone just exploded. Her ass literally exploded when she sat down too fast. That's just, you know, every once in a while, you just get a crazy case like that. That doesn't mean we need BBL regulations. Come on.
I'm above it all. I'm laughing at the dorks while secretly in private being immensely ass.
Have you seen Destiny's MMA fight, Mikey? You mean like the Destiny? Like the Stephen Bonnell? That guy? He was in an MMA fight? Who did he fight?
Pained. Sort of like a leave me alone because I don't care. Right? I love this. Haha, you're not getting to me. I'm actually an epic troll. Very lame. But not what bothers me a bit. Skitty's Discord has a setup that I think is incredibly unwise. Now, it's clean. There's no porn. You're not allowed any not safe for work. I don't believe there'd be anything awful happening in there. But it does welcome kids. It does welcome minors. Generally, I'd say do not do that. But if you do...
Yeah, don't do that. Do not... Like, I don't have to explain to you guys. I don't have to explain to you guys at all why that's a bad idea. Me discussing why that's a bad idea is part of the reason why my channel doesn't exist anymore. So we've already seen firsthand the damage that comes from having a minor in your Discord. Even if you don't know. Even if you don't... Just making a minor feel welcome, right? It's a bad idea.
Point of concern one, though. The minors are tagged. The minors have a minor role, at least the ones that identify themselves. That seems extremely dangerous to me. Fish in a barrel for pedophiles is how I'd describe it.
I really don't even think... Discord shouldn't even be available for anybody, like, below the age of 18. I don't know, hold on. Maybe we want to... I mean, let's be fair, right, to the teenagers who just... They're playing video games, they just want to talk to their friends online. I guess 16... That's as far as I would be willing to go. I really don't think, because there are a lot of, I don't know, you got a lot of actual 14, 13, 12-year-olds, even younger sometimes, on there. Like, how old was Raven when she started doing the Discord shit? She was like 12, right? Yeah, she was first 12 when she first started getting into these communities where all these adults, where they didn't know her age. Well, actually, no. The first community she got in, they did know her age. It was the sector niggas who didn't know how old she was, even though everybody else immediately knew. But because the sector is filled with retards, they couldn't tell right away.
Like, you can let them in while also being like, if you're identifiably clearly a kid, though, you're out. Something like that. Because that's most of the protection, right? The identification of a target for these people. It needs to be very risky for them to try and pull something. If the vulnerable people...
Oh, it was AI? Well, it's all right, bro. This AI shit is getting convincing.
And prepackaged and pre-labeled. That's just my take on it. But what it also means, and what bothers me, is that I can also see, for my purposes...
Yeah, see, that's the problem with the whole Raven drama, is that she was legitimately smarter than pretty much everybody in the sector, which isn't saying a lot, right? Like, that doesn't mean that her IQ was out of this world. It just means that the average adult who dwells in the sector sewers and who goes around Discord doing all this weird shit, they're just exceptionally fucking dumb. So I can understand how she was able to bamboozle them. That does not exonerate them from, not being more responsible and not realizing earlier. It's just an explanation about why that happened.
Who's got that tag? Who is a minor? And in response to her call to action to report this guy to go onto Twitter and get involved in this, I could see people with the minor tag discussing him. One asking, well, isn't match reporting bad? And then another one...
Who is this? This is harmful opinions. I understand that you don't recognize him because he's not doing the floating brain thing. Sometimes he likes to show his actual face.
With the same tag.
He looks like a younger Professor X.
The minor tag. Saying, well, it depends if it's justified or not. I'm paraphrasing. I brought up that this happened to SkittyBitty, who tried to say that she didn't...
He looks like Lex Luthor with glasses, now that I think about it.
Want him gone, and that the call to mass report him was a joke, and then, actually it doesn't matter because he didn't get mass reported, so, no, I'm suggesting that she wanted it to happen. And I think it's pretty...
Oh, the dude in the emoji? I don't know. I don't know who that nigga is.
Clear that she did.
I've never used that emoji before.
Seems to admit that now. But anyway, while tweeting at her, I bring up these kids responding to her call to action, her at everyone in her Discord, discussing it. And right over the head. No, didn't register, because her response to it was, you know, to be fair, I think it is justified, or something like that.
Hold on, let me see.
I'll put the tweet up. No, you know, to be fair.
One of the minors in there questions it, asking if mass reporting is bad, and another minor counters them, explaining that it depends on whether it's deserved or not. As you think he's funny, I think the internet slap fight child army is pretty goofy, LMAO. Grassy Fat Vagrant, thank you for the yap. Mighty Pingus from YouTube here. Glad you're back. Fuck Mr. Outlines and Britbong for your channel. I'm not a welder anymore. I'm training for MRI tech. Let's go. Damn, dude. You're fucking leveling up. You're like evolving. Every time I find you, bro. Every time I see you, you're like in a new... I mean, being a welder is already a really fucking good job. So good on you, bro. Wherever your path takes you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the kicks.
Fair, I think it is justified, or something like that. I'll put the tweet up. No. SkittyBitty, you're enlisting kids into like some fucking internet race war.
Hold on, what was that?
SkittyBitty, you're enlisting kids into like some fucking internet race war.
You're literally the most racist person I know, Skitty.
That's insane.
Bozo Beater, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Oh, Greasy Fat Vagrant, thank you again for 500 more kicks. Thank you for the rage quit. No more Arkansas welder. Heat bro, had enough, no AC as a welder, no thanks, lol. Oh, I didn't know you were from Arkansas, bro. Hey, how far do you live from, hold on, that was actually a bad thing to ask. I don't want you to dox yourself, but did you happen to live in proximity to Pine Bluff? Like, how far away were you from that? Don't tell me the city or anything like that, but like, did you ever have to go to Pine Bluff for work or some shit?
That's fucked up. That's deranged. You have a space that welcomes kids. Explicitly. It's in your...
I visited Pine Bluff. It's all right. Well, hey, that's pretty good.
Rules. Kids are allowed here. You tag them. Give them a...
I'm sure it's nice when you're visiting, right? It's like, there are a lot of cities that people say are bad that are actually pretty cool when you're visiting. Is, you know, staying there for years, that's the problem.
Role that tells everyone they're a kid. You know you got kids here. And you're atting everyone to get involved in this weird... like it's fucking essentially Twitter race war with some extremely nasty, probably dangerous people because you're ass pained. If it helps you recognize that it's wrong, I will phrase it as your child army, your personal internet child race war army. The personal internet army stuff, people trying to use their audience as a weapon or whatever, is really lame to begin with. But this crosses the line into being kinda sick, in my opinion. Like today, the next day, I feel a little bit off. I feel a little bit...
yeah, New Orleans.
In the back of my mind.
New Orleans is New Orleans is an awesome city to visit. Just, you know, don't happen to worship a demon owl. So long as you don't worship a demon owl and you don't drink too much. Obviously, you're gonna get fucked up. You're going to New Orleans for a bit. But, you know, just don't worship a demon owl. Don't go there with a woman who's probably gonna drive you crazy while you're drunk. You'll probably be all right. You'll probably make it out there in one piece. Probably.
I figured I'd make a quick video about it. Stop fucking doing that.
Okay. So now we're going to move on. We're going to move on to this video. He made a follow-up. This is a whole series, right? This is a whole saga, which I always love, right? I feel like that's something that, I don't know, I'm sure it's more common now. Well, I know it's still a thing that happens, but I feel like back in the day, it was a lot common for commentary YouTubers to just go to war with each other and just have long back and forths. And it's not as common as it is today. These days, one person makes a video, another person makes a passive aggressive video, and then they make a Twitter post and then they never bring it up again. Aldo, man, I want the war back. I need that. You know what YouTube needs to do? They won't do it anymore because they're gay. But they need to bring that feature back where you can just respond to somebody and it'll be linked in the video below. They need to bring back that feature so you can just like have a back and forth forever. I don't even have to organize this shit.
The defense of SkittyBitty following yesterday's video, linked down below, has been immediate
and bizarre. My favorite media critic and most media literate man alive has stepped in to inform his audience that I made a video attacking SkittyBitty over how Octorok Reviews is still complaining months after Skitty put out a vid criticizing them once. It was banter when I asked before, but is he actually schizophrenic?
Oh, I said you were from the Mississippi Delta? I'm sorry, bro.
The answer is no. He's actually doing the Twitter lolicon thing, the thing I normally only see them doing. I've been informed that's what's being said.
Oh, Anthony Grog... Hold on, how do you say his fucking name again? Gramuglia? Gramuglia? What the fuck? What ethnicity? What ethnicity is his name? Gramgulia? Okay. Okay, no. Oh, he's French. Oh, no, that said French. You said freelance. Gramuglia. Etymology. It is Italian, of course. Of course it would be Italian. Of course he has an Italian last name, of course.
Complaining following yesterday's video, link down below, has been immediate and bizarre. My favorite media critic and most media literate man alive has stepped in to inform his audience that I made a video attacking SkittyBitty over how Octorok Reviews is still complaining months after Skitty put out a vid criticizing them once. It was banter when I asked before, but is he actually schizophrenic? The answer is no. He's actually doing the Twitter lolicon thing, the thing I normally only see them doing. I've been informed that's what's being said, or is in a video. Hello audience, this is what's happening. This is what's in this video. Oh, that's an insane mischaracterization. Well, it's not my fault because I haven't looked at it. It may not have made much difference though had he actually looked, because in the brief chit chat I had with him,
Anthony Grumuglia,
underneath his post,
it's funny how they have surnames that always are very fitting for them, like Anthony Cumia, which because he is a Cumia. Anthony Cumia has been a massive Coomer. Even back during the O&A days, I know, like, it was very noteworthy to me. This nigga was thirsty as fuck.
About me, it became clear once again that he's incapable of understanding anything I say. Genuinely, it's surreal. Like at the end of our little back and forth, he says, I think you're just mad. Your smear campaign against me failed to have any impact on me. I asked him what impact I'd be trying to have and said, you've been...
Oh yeah, Diorio is, you know, another good example. You know, I like Diorio. I got nothing against Diorio. But look, bro, you are a fat nigga. You're a very fat Italian and your last name is Oreo. So
cooked by weird click shit.
The universe is very funny when it comes to Italians.
Some people still have fun on the internet. Cooked, I
really do believe that they are God's favorite people, Italians. Like God has a special place for them, for real.
You gave me material to exploit into content that I leveraged to increase my viewership. You didn't cook anything. Yes, in the sentence, you've been cooked by weird click shit. I'm suggesting you...
Well, it's really a love-hate relationship it's very similar to his relationship with Jews. God has a very love-hate relationship with Jews and Italians, where at one time, on occasion, he'll make them the most blessed people on earth. On another occasion, I don't know, maybe they'll do something wrong too many times, and God's like, okay, now I gotta teach y'all a lesson. Now I gotta teach you a lesson. Why'd you do that? Okay, how about this? I'm gonna send Attila to your place real quick, and I'm going to teach you guys a lesson. And if you don't learn, well, then I'm going to send these fucking Germans after you. How about that?
You were not cooked by me, but rather by the people around you. Let me translate it into simple...
It's like, oh, the Jews, you're doing it again, huh? I gave you guys all those chances. I fucking let you murder to death all the Philistines and whatnot, and you're still going to just act that way? Well, how about this? These Italians who I'm fucking with now, I'm just gonna have them steal your whole homeland. I'm gonna banish it. I'm gonna banish you guys from it. You behave for like another 1,000 years, maybe I'll give it back to you.
Easier to understand language. I'm not trying to actually harm or damage him, and in fact, viewing things this way is a result of the influence of the people he's surrounded with. I thought my message was pretty plain and simple. Maybe this will be easier to understand. But this force field inside of his brain that stops him from comprehending anything I say doesn't apply to other people, and he's had the issue explained to him by someone else. Sketchy sounds...
Americans are God's new favorite people, but I feel like we're getting on the edge. I feel like we're getting very close. Right? All of the blessings, which we have been, it's like a windfall of blessings back to back. I can't really think of any other nation that's been as blessed as the United States has been for like the past 2 centuries straight. Right? I feel like we're getting very close. to him being like cutting us off and like issuing a dark age.
Summary is
Some would say that the dark age has already started.
Complete, but you can piece the issue together yourself if you rub two brain cells together. Anthony defends the call to action by saying Skitty.
Oh, the Chinese, God be fucking with the Chinese. God be trolling the shit out of the Chinese. Every generation or two, new giant flood, new great plague, new famine, new civil war. Hey, a new foreign people just invade your land and kill millions every other day.
He already stated it was a step too far. Well, after lying about it multiple times, and of course that not even actually being the issue I was raising. And he says Skitty did nothing inappropriate with kids, meaning it's extremely dangerous to imply.
That's because Jesus is the first American? Well, if you're Mormon, then technically that is 100% true.
The kids
Jesus is the first American if you're Mormon.
Were a factor at all, especially towards a trans content creator. I didn't imply that kids were a factor. I directly, clearly stated that they were. In fact, the title of my video is SkittyBitty's Discord Child Army, but I suppose this is the state of media literacy on the internet. And while Anthony believes it's inappropriate to mention that children were involved, SkittyBitty disagrees. As I pointed out in my previous video, Skitty's Discord has a minor tag. People can identify themselves as minors and have that tag applied to them. I shared my opinion that
seems like a really bad idea. That seems like a really bad idea to have a Discord that's a mix of adults and of minors, and the minors are all conveniently tagged as minors. That seems like it's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea, particularly in a more cloistered Discord focused on a Nintendo IP, making kids identifiable.
Oh yeah, this is like, it's like if a pedophile, you just need the one. You just need the one pedo, and it's gonna be like them walking through a candy shop.
And helping predators pose as children seems to me to be a very, very bad idea. Skitty explains the reasoning behind it though. The minor tag on my Discord is opt-in, and it helps to avoid situations in which people claim they didn't know they were talking to someone underage. I'll get to why this is important for me in a moment, but on its face this seems kind of silly. The strategy of sextortion predators is primarily to pose as kids to get another kid to do something that they feel could get them in trouble, and then control them with that. In my eyes, this does the opposite of helping with one of the worst issues on the internet. And furthermore, this idea that it stops them from, saying they didn't know they were a kid. You want to know my strategy? Someone's being a weird creep. They say, well, I didn't know they were a kid though. Very simple. Too bad, don't care. Get fucked. On to why Skitty's statement matters for me though. Skitty says the point of the tag is to avoid situations in which people claim they didn't know they were talking to someone underage. I'm saying, when Skitty tags everyone in the server and tells them to do something, to look at something, to whatever, Skitty knows this is talking to kids. Skitty has a system designed to ensure that no one could deny that they know they're talking to kids. Skitty's defender.
Oh wait, hold on. What was this? Patreon's minimum age is 13. It's kind of crazy. It's like, wait, is that 13 to start a Patreon or 13 to be able to well, I guess technically so long as you have access to a card. So long as you have access to a credit or debit card, you really can just pay regardless, even if you were fucking 8 or some shit like that. So I guess it's the minimum is 13. My server is fully safe for work and actively moderated by people I trust. As someone who's experienced abuse online as a oh, here we go. Here we go. As someone who experienced abuse online as a child. Well, now I understand why you're non-binary and had your fucking tits chopped off. Now we understand what caused all that. Keeping the younger members of my community safe is my top priority. I'm not saying that getting molested, I'm not saying every trans person is the byproduct of some inappropriate thing that happened when they were a minor, right? Sexually. I am saying it's a very, very disproportionate amount of commonality there.
Designed to ensure that no one could deny that they know they're talking to kids. Skitty's defender, Anthony, says it's dangerous to imply that kids were a factor when there is a system designed to enforce that recognition. Skitty claims that keeping members of the community safe is top priority. That this individual was knowingly and...
Wouldn't it be better? I don't know. Wouldn't it be better to just ban them then? I mean, the best way you could keep them safe is to just keep them out of the equation all entirely.
Deliberately involved.
Also, you're using them as an internet army too. So are you really keeping them safe by helping them, by using them in your fucking ops? Is that really keeping the kitties safe?
Involving children in their actions is undeniable, and I'm not going to ignore that.
It's like I'm an African warlord and I'm using child soldiers, right? And it's like, well, no, I'm keeping them safe because think about what would happen to them if they weren't around me. See, I can watch them and make sure that nobody else does them. Also, I'm giving them weapons so they can defend themselves. Like, okay, bro.
Or not mention that because Skitty's trans. But
you know what's crazy? If you look up, I looked this up the other day because I was very curious, right? I've been getting interested into more of the post-colonial wars that took place in Africa, especially the Congo wars, because there's like some terrible fucking ethnic cleansings and straight up genocides that happened in Africa that we don't talk about as much as the other genocides because, you know, there's only like 2 genocides in the 20th century that people kind of care about. And there's a bunch of other genocides that were honestly about as bloody, if not even more bloody, that people don't even give a fuck about. And some of them happened in Africa. And if you were to read about some of the people who committed these genocides or participated in them or used child soldiers in their armies, these dudes got arrested and they got tried for war crimes. And all of them are released now. They aren't even dead. They aren't even locked away. They're all free doing shit in Africa right now. Now they claim they aren't doing the things that they're arrested for. How can we believe you? I mean, how am I supposed to believe that you aren't trying to start another child army right now? And when you're just waiting for like the needle to drop for you to pull your next scheme.
Of course, Anthony's position is that nothing Skitty did was inappropriate to do with kids. Now this is a matter of values, and mine are very different to Anthony's. So let's be crystal clear about what's being endorsed by him here.
Is Anthony only doing this because Skitty is trans? Possibly.
Elder YouTuber who uses a cute little Pokemon avatar, publicly states how safe they make their spaces for kids, welcomes them into their more private Patreon.
Be nice, no bigotry, keep things safe for work. Swearing is obviously okay. Okay, you have little 13 and 14-year-olds saying shit, fuck, you know, all these other nice little words, whatnot. No discussion of piracy or asking for help. Well, hold up. Why is that not a rule? Why is that against the rule? No discussion of piracy. That's not okay. It's not okay to, no, you can't ask to emulate the fucking Nintendo games. You have to go and buy them. You have to go and give Nintendo money. You can't do that. That's the gayest thing that's here. Let's avoid discussing politics if possible. Please keep venting confined to emotional support to whatever extent possible. All right, that's just great. You have a dedicated place in your Discord so that the little kitties can just share they can vent all their emotions out to you. Just share all this shit like it's a confessional. Not everyone here is 18. If you are a minor and someone is being weird to you, please message me ASAP so I can feed them to a woodchipper where they belong. I'm enabling this to happen. I'm enabling this sort of environment where somebody who's an adult could talk to you, a minor. But look, you just come to me and I'll take care of it just like that. I reserve the right to remove anyone from this server for any reason, not for their age though. If you're below the age of 18, you can stay. It's cool.
Discord and encourages them to identify themselves.
Also, look at that many.
Welcomes them into their more private.
53. It's like the third highest amount of reactions that she got here. 53 trans flags.
Patreon Discord.
Oh, that's wonderful. What a wonderful place for underage minors to be.
And encourages them to identify themselves by applying a minor tag for their safety so no one could deny that they know they're interacting with kids. And Skitty interacts with them. Pinging the server.
This is also, going back to the Africa shit. Part of the reason why we can't get any real Call of Duty or Battlefield or any games like that in Africa is because let's say you were to do a Congo Wars Call of Duty game. You're going to end up killing some children and they aren't cool with that, right? It's like, oh no, Activision can do a lot of shit. They can't make you like slaughter children. They can't make you fight child soldiers. even if that is a real thing that was happening. That's kind of off the table.
Skitty says is run with child safety as the #1 priority, to tell them to report a Twitter account. Not only to report it, but to go and look through all the posts. What does Skitty say the posts are? Nazi pedophile simping. I don't think you should be drawing in kids, saying it's safe for them, they can be here, it's cool.
That was the most unrealistic thing about Metal Gear Solid 5, is that you can't recruit or kill child soldiers. Like, what the fuck, bro? You aren't even a true mercenary king if you don't hire some minors to fight in your child army and have to kill some.
We'll keep them safe.
It's like the most consistent thing about all mercenaries in across history.
And then pointing them at Nazi pedophile stuff.
Now, let me back this up.
Pedophile sim. Look through all the posts. What does Skitty say the posts are? Nazi pedophile simping. I don't think.
But it doesn't matter because Otto didn't get mass reported. He certainly didn't get banned. Even if he did, I genuinely couldn't care less. His whole account is simping for Nazi pedophiles and crying about how the West has fallen.
You should be drawing in kids, saying it's safe for them, they can be...
I can't cry about how the West has fallen.
Here, it's cool.
What if that's what I like to do? What if that's my hobby?
We'll keep them safe.
Who am I harming? Who am I harming by talking about how the West has fallen?
And then pointing them at Nazi pedophile stuff, in Skitty's words. I personally think that's highly inappropriate behavior with kids. And let me reiterate, let me hammer this in. It's not just that there happen to be kids. If you're going to engage with this stuff, cover this stuff, talk about this stuff on the internet, it's impossible to totally get rid of them. But this is a Nintendo YouTuber's Discord that specifically caters to children. It's set up with them in mind. It's at the front of Skitty's thoughts. #1 priority, right? Not even slightly questionable to Anthony. Using kids like this is fine. In fact, the evil thing is mentioning that kids are being used like this.
Why are you bringing it up? You bigot, you piece of shit. Why are you bringing up the possibility? It's not happening, but if it was, why are you bringing it up?
Fuck me.
You fucking weirdo.
Maybe it just is totally normal to these people. Business as usual. Like, it doesn't register as something out of the ordinary.
It is normal.
Like, imagine in real life you get on a...
I mean, it is normal to them, I mean.
Oh, running a hobby group or something.
Because it's like, I don't know, there's this thing where... And you notice this a lot whenever you look up anything involving, or I know, when it comes to trans locales, I've noticed that children always are adjacent to things, right? And usually children being adjacent to something, when children are adjacent to something involving a locale, it's usually because that locale is themselves a child, or they're, at least very young. They're like 18, 19 or something. And they interact with minors still, because they used to be part of that age group like a year or two ago. Or they're a pedophile, right? But the thing about the trans locales is that they don't even have to be. It's just they like having, or they like being within proximity of very, very young people. Not even young people. Not even just people in like their early 20s. Because it's one thing if, say, you're an older person in your 30s or 40s, but you still keep 20-somethings in your friend group. They specifically like to keep teens around them. And I don't know, it's something, they like to keep the young shits at hand. Even if they swear that there's nothing weird going on, it's just a strange habit for them.
Something, it's like...
Arrested development, right?
Welcome kids, your kids will be safe here. It's a mixed space, but we will look after them. And then you find out that the person in charge has been like showing the kids what they call Nazi pedophile simping accounts on their phone. You would break their fucking fingers at the very least. That person would be a pariah in their local community. You would be the sicko who tries to show kids weird stuff. You're not more chill with it online.
Yeah, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Hey, Mikey, definite first-time viewer here. Just wanted to ask if you think that women wanting a bigger unit is... Hey, Mikey, definite first-time viewer here. Just wanted to ask if you think that women wanting a bigger unit is Jewish propaganda. I was studying the smaller members on statues created by ancient Romans, and I can't help but get this topic off my mind. I will... Okay. So how seriously should I answer this? I'm going to say that the the concern with having a big dick really is more of it's more male psychosis than it is female psychosis. Obviously, there are size queens, but generally, right, it's like most women don't care. So long as your dick isn't like super small, well, it doesn't matter. You can have an average, slightly above average, slightly below average dick, which the majority of men have, so it's not even really a concern. It's this stuff really is only a concern for a minority of men. Very, very few men have micros, and very, very few men have monsters, right? Those big BBC porn star dicks, those are a very few minority. And also, it doesn't really make sense to say it's Jewish propaganda because women don't even watch that type of porn. Very, very, very few women watch porn like that. Women get most of their porn from like either A, soap operas, or B, novels. Most women don't watch. They aren't like visual people when it comes to porn the way that men are. So they aren't even the ones consuming. So if you're somebody who's very concerned about if the lusting for BBC and BWC and all this other C is Jewish propaganda, I think that you just have maybe a porn addiction and you probably shouldn't be that concerned with it.
Because it's so different. You're more chill because you feel safer. In online chat rooms, it's way less likely the parents will find out what's been going on. For instance, you're not running the risk of older, more sensitive.
Josh, no. Wait, is Josh wondering about something concerning like big dicks?
Members telling their parents because they don't know who they are. Or maybe you would behave like this in person, in real life, in like a real group. In which case, Jesus fucking Christ. Message to Anthony, even though he won't see this, he has an anxiety disorder or something, I guess. Gets panic attacks when he hears my voice. Brigading and stuff is lame, but I wouldn't have made a video. The call to action alone is what it is. I tweeted about it. What I'm laying out here is what made me feel off, feel a bit funny. Stuck with me in my gut. Almost wanted to do a sanity check, like, you see this too, right? This is crazy.
Like Kraut has a girlfriend and he fucking chopped his dick in half with a axe. Obviously, women don't care that much.
Yeah?
Does it work? Does it fill me up just enough? Pause. Somebody's going to clip that out of context. But does it fill me up just enough? That's what women actually care about.
A little side note. I know
if it fills her up too much, it actually is uncomfortable for like the average woman. The average woman genuinely does not want a dick that's that big because it gets exhausting, right?
Some skitty view.
You don't want to be, I mean, you want to be tired after you're done fucking, but you don't want to be exhausted all the, you don't want it to be a labor.
Right? Understand my issue with the identifiability of minors. Because I saw in the Discord, there's a
big enough to make it an event, but not too big to where it becomes a trial is basically, I don't know, that's the golden zone.
Person in there who says they're a kid, and they've repeatedly identified themselves with their age. And you can see in one instance that other users are saying, hey, maybe don't do that. Don't put out information about yourself. Don't make yourself so identifiable. Don't make it so clear you're a kid. That person's right, in my opinion. To me, it's common sense. First layer of defense, no info about yourself. Anyway, this is all I can do. If people really think this is normal, I'm not going to change their mind and it's going to continue to happen. The children's media content, internet race war child armies will continue to be a thing. Talking about it at all, addressing it at all is just victimizing the tranoids, I guess. And we will forever live in hell.
I mean, the existence of Ethan Ralph's sex life pretty much completely dispels the fact that women care about size that much. Right? I guess if Josh is debating this, he probably should have just brought up Ralph. Like, Ralph gets pussy. And he doesn't even pay for it all the time. he managed to legitimately land 2 wives and 1 baby mama. Right? It's like, that's not impossible. I mean, hey, fucking Scarlett likes his dick and she's used to the BBC. So, I don't know, maybe she likes giving her cervix something to relax on. So now we move on. We move on to this guy called Octorok Reviews. And so we got the little preview of the current drama with SkittyBitty. What all led to this? Octorok, he made a much more in-depth video on SkittyBitty that goes over the localisms, that harmful opinions that he just glazed over, right? And now that the ball has gotten rolling, he has decided to revisit some things and make things a little bit more clear. So we're going to watch this video of his. it's pretty long, it's pretty meaty, pretty nice and meaty and big, you know. So it might be something that certain people would appreciate, you know.
Hi there, I'm Octorok Reviews, aka the guy who made that one Gerudo video that somehow sparked an entire flame war across Twitter for about 2 weeks. A few of you might be aware of a little video that got published on
that video right here. Let's see. In defense of the Gerudo. This video right here. No, wait, you guys can't see it because of the chat. Hold on, let me see. This video right here. We might watch it on another day. I like watching gaming documentaries, but I guess I would have to become more of a gaming content creator, which, you know, I can't because obviously I don't make gaming content. But, you know, there's this one guy who actually does make gaming content, and he's been talking about, he's been away for a while. It's been like almost 2 years since the last time he made a video. But recently he's been talking about getting back into the game. His name is Review Mikey USA. Now, you know, I know what you guys are thinking. Mikey, that's literally just you, but you got the whole fucking Review Tech USA thing there. And it's like, no, it's not. That's a completely different guy. You're confused. You don't know what you're talking about. But no, this guy right here, he makes some gaming content. I heard he's actually thinking about making a new gaming documentary and coming back with that. So, you know, if you're interested in that, maybe you want to subscribe. Maybe you want to subscribe and just be on the up and up for when he comes back with his content. Or so I hear. He's not me, though. You know, don't be racist. Don't be racist and assume that all black people named Mikey who have exactly the same voice are the same person. Be better than that. Stop being such a bigot.
March 13th of this year titled, What's Wrong with the Gerudo? A Response to Octorok Reviews, published by a middle-sized YouTuber by
How did this channel not get banned? Because it's not affiliated with me? What are you talking about?
the name
What do you mean how the channel didn't get banned?
of SkittyBitty. There's a good chance you've probably even
You act like it's my channel. Obviously it's not. It's a different guy.
seen that video. It did get quite popular after all. You also might have noticed that for the last 4 months, I have not made any public response to it. My reason
What's the doc gonna be about? Well, according to this guy, who's not me, he says it's gonna be something related to Nintendo, right? He's gonna get dip into the Nintendo well.
reasoning for this silence
Because that's always a good thing, right? If you're somebody and you want to start making some video game documentaries, even if you just want to get the ball rolling, right? You don't want to talk about Nintendo all the time, but you just want to get the ball rolling, gain some traction, gain some views, gain some subs. So then you can start moving on from Nintendo. Starting with Nintendo is never a bad idea.
was
Either criticizing Nintendo or in praise of Nintendo. It's never a bad idea to just start with a good, meaty Nintendo documentary.
simple. Though I took exception with many of Skitty's arguments, and was even rather disgusted with how weird and personal the video got in its final 15 minutes, ultimately, I believed it simply wasn't worth my time to research, write, and edit a whole response video to it. That would have taken weeks or months, which could have been better spent on making videos my audience actually enjoys, which is exactly what I've been doing instead, making my normal brand of content. I figured that rational minds would see the two videos, pick out the flaws in them, and then ultimately decide which of us had the more persuasive argument. Why take it any further than that? So I adopted a strategy of silence, simply waiting for the whole drama to blow over and for everything to return to normal. That has not happened, unfortunately. Not because of the video itself. It had its time in the limelight, and the brigading my channel got from it did pass within a month. No, the problem I've been facing since March, and I'm sorry to say, but even earlier than
Getting brigaded honestly sounds awesome. Like, I love it when I get brigaded by somebody. Even when I had that one Indian Groiper fan who came in and out of here, I had to time him out occasionally because he kept fucking up the chat. I loved it when that happened. I love it when, like, people who are ass blasted come somewhere, because all you're doing is getting views.
that has been more personal. Harassment from SkittyBitty themselves and their inner circle of moderators, friends, and even an ex-boyfriend.
Lord Frogmire is gone? What the fuck? No way. You're lying. There's no way. Lord Frogmire, does he not upload anymore? No, he's still here. What the fuck? What happened, bro? Did he stop uploading videos? Oh, did he just stop because his videos weren't getting views anymore? Is that what happened? Oh, come on, man. Come on, bro. It's like, here's what happened, right? he got spoiled. Here's what happened to Frogmire. He got spoiled because he's Synthetic Man's bro, and Synthetic Man gave him the secret sauce on how you can really quickly build up a popular gaming channel, right? And he did. He managed to successfully. I mean, you look at these views, bro. These were like his day one views. Day one. Like the first month, he was already making videos. Almost 200,000. Almost 500,000. Oh, 1.5 million within like as soon as he started doing this, right? He got spoiled, and then things started to get rough, right? Then the winners started coming, right? He only knew what it was like during the harvest times. The winners started coming. People got tired of the clickbaity thumbnails. People got tired of the kind of sloppy content format. And rather than evolve, or I don't know, just fucking stick through it, right? He decided he just gave up. And it's like, bro, you had almost 50,000 subs. You had millions of views already on this channel, just 41 videos. Like, look at this. You had 7.5 million views. You could have just kept pushing it, bro. You could have just kept it pushing, and you would have been fine. You could have been at 100K by the end of this year. I don't know, bro. You got to have the heart for it. See, this is why when my channel went down, nigga, I didn't get disheartened. Because, bro, I was in the winners when I first got here, bro. It took me a while. I was making long form documentaries that weren't even getting 100 views after a week, dude. I could never be discouraged.
Friend of theirs.
You got to have a bit of grit, man.
Quite the motley.
Because YouTube will occasionally fuck with you, and you'll be like, what did I do? Why is Google doing this to me? I didn't even do anything wrong, and you're just going to have to deal with it.
True indeed. This harassment has been personal, targeted, and has taken root across all my social media platforms constantly for the last 4 months, minus an interim in between, which I'll be explaining in a bit. The strategy of silence that worked in the case of Skitty's video unfortunately did not carry over into this personal harassment that's been levied against me. And with things constantly escalating and a concern for my IRL safety becoming ever more reasonable by the day, I need to change strategies. And the only thing
Sint said it was because Frogmire is in permanent pain or something. What does that mean? Permanent pain? Like, nigga, you were making YouTube videos.
can think to.
You weren't even making like high effort YouTube videos. You were making very, I don't know. Hold on. We could look real quick. I can show you guys. Let me just click on a random video right here.
Kirby Air Riders is finally released and is everything I hoped it'd be. Of course, honestly, there really wasn't anything to hide. After 2 hours of directs, it is no surprise that the game contains everything they said it would, plus a little bit extra, which is more than enough to create a compelling experience. Which is why I want to talk about—
Right, so it's nothing special. It's not bad per se, but it's like, this isn't the type of effort that goes into this video is not something I would think that a dude who's in tons of pain still wouldn't be able to like mash out or something. This isn't like an internet historian video where there's tons of editing and tons of research going into the shit, right? It's not that much. I don't know. It feels like he's being kind of over dramatic, but I don't know. Maybe he actually is in super duper pain.
Do at this moment is to finally fight back. So that's what this video is. I want to explain and document for you, the viewer, just the kind of harassment that SkittyBitty has inflicted upon me for the last half a year so that the public can—
Maybe it wasn't physical pain. Maybe it was he was in emotional pain.
Finally understand who this person is, how far they've gone to try to screw with my life, and while I'm at it, dispel more than a few mistruths that were spread along the way. Now, I have to warn you, there will be some leaking of DMs in this video, which might at first seem unethical, but keep in mind, Skitty has already done the same to me and has—
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Somebody starts exposing DMs of yours. It's like I'm in World War I and the Germans start gassing you. Well, look, nigga, I'm gassing you back. It's like I'm in World War II and the Japanese start bombing people's cities, start bombing civilian targets. Well, look, nigga, the gloves are off. You decided that you're going to gas people. You decided that you're going to bomb civilian targets. Guess what? Two can play at this game and I can play it better than you.
Made excuses.
I got a Curtis LeMay. You got a LeMay?
This is for it. So why should I extend it?
For those of you who didn't watch last time stream, we had a little history segment where we talked about Curtis LeMay. Very likely autistic, very also possibly America's greatest war criminal ever. He's still one of the GOATs. We still love Curtis LeMay. He's our war criminal, and really it's not a war crime so long as you win. Guess who went on trial and guess who didn't, nigga?
Courtesy to them that they have not given to me, especially when my claims will inevitably require proof. I hope you understand then that this is not a general rule of mine, but rather an exception being made in response to my own privacy not being respected by this individual. Finally, before we get into this, I want to make something abundantly clear. My aim with this video is not to start a counter-harassment campaign against Skitty. My end goal is to essentially kill the momentum of Skitty's own harassment against me by dispelling their false claims and exposing how obsessive and weird they've been acting towards me. In other words, I don't want to do what Skitty did to me. I just want the harassment to stop entirely. That's been my position since day one of this fiasco, and
I wonder what version. We're just gonna go ahead and just skip this intro. So I wonder what version of Skyrim he was playing though. Because whenever I see Skyrim, I'm like, okay, what version of Skyrim is this? Is this the PC version? The PlayStation 3 version? The PS4 version? Right? Is it the Switch version? Like, which version of Skyrim is this?
There's a common misconception about my past history with Skitty, which they have spread both in their Gerudo video and on Twitter, which is that I'm some random guy who suddenly decided to reply to their Twitter posts and pick a fight with them one day. This is a blatantly false framing of our past interactions, because what Skitty has thus far neglected to mention is that they were actually a mutual fan of mine. Here's the proof. On SkittyBitty's original trailer for the Breath of the Wild video, released a year and a half ago, I wrote a comment saying, "Can't wait to have another one of your overly long Zelda reviews on in the background while I edit my own overly long Zelda reviews."
Who releases trailers for documentaries? Like, nigga, just drop the video.
Skitty hearted this comment and replied, "OMG, hi. I listen to your videos in the background too." Combine this enthusiastic acknowledgement of my work with that time they bullied a hater of mine in the comments section of my Majora's Mask video, and I think it's fair to say that they were a fan of at least some of my reviews at one point in time. The enthusiasm for each other's work was not one-sided, as Skitty tries to claim nowadays. Additionally, the nature of my interactions with Skitty were, in their own words from the Gerudo video, cordial, even friendly. Of course, occasionally, Skitty would post more of a hot take, and one day, I made the mistake of trying to engage them on one such hot topic. This was the infamous Twitter thread that started the whole Orientalism debate between us, which made me interested enough in the topic to research it further and create my In Defense of the Gerudo video.
I don't understand. I never understood the Orientalism shit to begin with, right? Like, it just never makes, like, you fetishize, I don't know, well, no, we already know that Skitty is Jewish, but it's like, it's such a fake thing. Like, oh my God, I think that Asian shit is cool. Oh, that's terrible. You have Orientalism.
But after its publication, things between me and Skitty got weird rather quickly.
It's like, there's this very annoying thing with Asian women, where it's like, if you look up the interracial dating and interracial marriage statistics, right? Pretty much, okay, there are like tons of insults for white women who race mix, or black women who race mix. When you actually compare the stats, Hispanic women race mix way more than white or black women. White women and black women barely. White men actually date and marry out of their race more than white women do, which, yo, that's just something that, same thing for black men. Black men are even worse in that regard, we are. But when it comes to Asian women cannot stay away from non-Asian dick. Like, it's crazy, bro. Like, there are certain ethnicities of Asian women in this country who they fuck men who are non-Asian more than they fuck Asian. It's like 51 to 49% in some cases, right? But what they'll do is that you still have these Asian girls who will be like, man, white guys, they keep trying to fetishize us because they have fucking yellow fever, or they call Indian women like jungle, but it's like, no, bitch. That is not how this is going. That's not how that is. Majority of white dudes want to date white women. You have a white dude fetish, and you're trying to come up with this excuse for why you keep dating white guys. It's because they have an obsession with you. Now, it's the other way around.
Eyes became more curt, and they eventually even drew a crude, mocking cartoon of a Zelda fan, which they later said was supposed to be of me. Seeing these rising tensions, I decided to reach out and send a DM to Skitty, which they later mockingly leaked. It reads, "Skitty, are we not cool? You seem very aggro in most of our recent interactions, and I'm not sure why. I'd really prefer not to have issues, so if you have—"
Yeah, Hispanic women actually do get a pass, because what is Hispanic, right? You're talking about white Hispanics, you're talking about mestizos, you're talking about Native American Hispanics, you talking about fucking Afro Hispanic? Like, what type of Hispanics are you talking about?
A problem with something I did or said, please let—
there are certain countries where you have women who are like Indian. And I don't mean like Native American. I mean like from India, like descendants of Indian immigrants in the Caribbean who are Hispanic and part black in part white. Like what type of Hispanic do you classify them under?
Me know. Their response to this outreach was to block me for a week, which was the end of our interactions until March 13th, with the sole exception of a single post where Skitty reported they had been in a car accident and I expressed concern for their safety. This all changed with the release of Skitty's Gerudo video, which was just as much about me as it was about the supposed topic at hand. Skitty's claims against my personal character in this video are strange and based on flimsy assumptions, but they importantly became the basis for their attacks against me in the months to come. What's key to note about this video is that Skitty claims very early on that they did not wish for any sort of harassment to be targeted towards me. It was a gesture I appreciated when I first watched the video, but unfortunately,
Latinx is the greatest accidental slur ever made.
Skitty, it's
progressives have no idea what damage they did to Latinos by coming up with the word Latinx. That shit makes them so mad.
Teams couldn't help themselves.
If you're in an argument on Twitter and it says translate from Spanish, and you're just talking to a Spanish nigga, just call them Latinx and watch them fucking seethe and maul at you.
Because immediately after uploading their video, Skitty took to Twitter to taunt me and send their followers my way, making multiple mocking posts. I responded in order to calm the situation down and let them know I was not interested in any drama, but Skitty replied by again sicking their audience on me and making up claims that I made a video misrepresenting them. Which, while there's a lot of things you can say about my Gerudo video, the idea that I in any way misrepresented what SkittyBitty believes is false on its face. And I want to take a moment to dispel this claim, because it's the main cudgel they use to justify their response video and to play the victim in this drama. First off, my Gerudo video...
You know what that clip you just showed reminded me of?
Made a video misrepresenting them. Which, well, there's a lot of things...
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that one... Not of a Muslim, actually. It reminds me of a Jew, right? Because there's this clip of 2 Jews. There are literally only 2 Jews left in Afghanistan because all the other ones left, right? There are 2 Jews left in Afghanistan. And somehow... they know about each other and they argue with each other all the time. Like the only 2 Jews left in Afghanistan, they argue with each other all the time. And the Taliban just told them to leave. Like, just please get the fuck out. We aren't going to kill you. We aren't going to take your stuff. Just please leave Afghanistan. Just go, please.
Things you can say
You're annoying.
About my Gerudo video. Spell this claim, because it's the main cudgel they use to justify their response video and to play the victim in this drama. First off, my Gerudo video was not about Skitty, as there were at least 4 other people who gave arguments against the current depiction of the Gerudo who I also responded to. I never once mentioned Skitty's name or showed their profile picture in that entire video. And most of my counter arguments weren't being addressed to Skitty specifically because, again, Skitty was not the subject of that video. They also tried to claim I said that they wanted the Gerudo removed from the game.
Hold on, real quick. This is the... I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen this video.
پارسال همه رو پیدا میکنیم خوب آسان
چند نفر بودن؟ 3 نفر نه 2 نفر
2 نفر یکی تبله میداد یکی چی میکرد
اما شما گفته که خوب نبودن
این خلاص
شما گفته که خوب نبودن یادتان رفت؟
خب چی کنم ابو صدرالدین نیامد آمد گفت بهش گفتم شما مجله داریم اومد من بهش گفتم
I wonder why you don't get customers anymore. It's like they ran off my customers. I wonder what's been going on in Afghanistan to drive all the customers away.
گفت خب زولان باز ریزنی کرد زولان گفتن
Zabulon, he heard his name called and he was immediately ready for the smoke.
چرا دو میزنی زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا گفت بدی نگفتم من به تو گفتم صدرالدین میگه بیا صدرالدین میگه بیا یه براش تار بزن چی دو میزنی زولان من تو چی گفتم
2 Jews in Afghanistan left. And what do? They spend their time accusing the other one of being a shiesty businessman who's trying to cheat the other one. It's like you're a scoundrel. They don't come around anymore because you're cheap and you cheat them. You're a pimp.
من به تک برای تکفی ندارم اینه دانی یه شیشه بیادش فرسان کن اگه دانی یه شیشه بیا فرسان کن این من برای توش گفتم
You're just a goy. You're just a goy, nigga. You aren't even a real
اونا
Jew.
دیونه شدی چی بالا من بهت بدی نگفتم دان اینجا شاشته اینو یه سال نان میخوره بیا من بهت بدی نگفتم تو میدونی
The botch goy. Oh, you a nasty goy. You a fucking heinous goy.
دیگه چیکار داری پدر میگی مرده میگی زن میگی فاش میگی هر چی میخوای میگی
A sorcerer.
چرا
You're a sorceress goy.
بیگناه
Warlock goy. That's what you are.
تقصیر اسرائیلی چی شد افریقی چی شد دوستی رفیقی چی شد من یکی با پدرت کردم با مادرت کردم با برادرت کردم تو که یکی اکبر هم بره برباد کردی
Triple goy. 3 goys for the price of 1. That's what you are.
من گویی من نصارا من
Every time I look at you, I see triple. It's like I'm Rocky in a title fight.
بر من ترسات تو خوب او یالا کار من دیگه لالا کار
Triple platinum goy.
من هر چی که تو میگی من هستم چی میگی زده من یالا کن تو خوب من بعد
گوش نمیکنه
من بعد سگ بارینو به جانه میفته بینی چی میگه
گوش نمیکنه
من به تو گپی ندارم میگو سعددین گفتم سعددین گفتم زولان گفتی پیش دو بره تو خوب پیش دو بره تو به جان من میده پدر مرده بزنده فاشمانی میگی
So yeah. Anyway, they eventually left, and I don't know. They're probably making somebody else frustrated at this point.
This is, in fact, the one and only example of me
I
misrepresenting
mean, what else are they supposed to do? We're the last 2 Jews in Afghanistan. We might as well just call each other goys all day.
their claims that they ever give in that video. But those were not the words I used. I said that some people wanted the Gerudo to be retconned or removed. Skitty falls in the first camp, and the generic redesign they drew of the Gerudo not long afterwards proves that much. They want to desexualize the Gerudo and change their clothing from being loosely inspired by a wide range of Near Eastern cultures to just blatantly copying one of them, essentially robbing them of their most basic visual traits. This is
Just wanted them to be boring. I want the Gerudo to just be more boring. That's what I want them to be.
blatant retcon.
I don't want them to be the Oriental, not Arab, not Indian, not Persian Amazons. I want them to be, I don't know, boring Arabs.
Just as I said it was. So this whole idea that I in any way misrepresented them is completely false. And somewhere deep down, Skitty knows that. They just want to pretend like they're a victim of defamation while simultaneously pushing for redesigns that quite literally retcon the most fundamental traits of the Gerudo as a people group. You cannot advocate for sweeping redesigns and rewrites of video game characters, then pretend as though you are not retconning them. And you especially cannot claim that I am misrepresenting you simply by pointing that fact out. Skitty did call the current depiction of the Gerudo racist after all. What else was I supposed to interpret from that statement other than that they wanted to change the Gerudo? So when Skitty tried to slander me by claiming that I misrepresented them, not only was this blatantly untrue, but as I pointed out in their replies, I'd actually offered to talk things out privately with Skitty when they seemed upset by the video. This is when they leaked that DM and mocked my attempts at making peace, which proved to me that what Skitty wanted wasn't for us to come to an understanding or to even simply agree to disagree, but rather to harass me for clicks. As a result,
Hold on, let me actually read this DM. Skitty, are we not cool? You seem very aggro in most of our recent interactions, and I'm not sure why. I'd really prefer not to have issues. So if you have a problem with something I did or said, please let me know. You really said, are we not cool? I prefer really not to have issues after you made your video. Okay, he can't respond to your video? If I make a video, if I have a friend and they make a really dumb, retarded video that I disagree with, I can't just make a response going over their points. You're gonna take that as an insult? What a thin-skinned bitch.
for us to come to an understanding or to even
No titty having bitch because you lopped them off.
simply agree to disagree, but rather to harass me for clicks. As a result, I decided to take on a strategy of staying
Yes, SkittyBitty is a goy. Frank the neighbor.
silent in the hopes that Skitty would eventually tire themselves out. That never happened, unfortunately. For the next 3 weeks,
I love how AI mod does acknowledge the fact that goy, when used a certain type of way, is a slur. Right? Like, we all know it. We all know what it is, but it's like, goy is to non-Jewish people what nigga is to black people, right? Like, we know what it is. We know what it originally was. It was a way to reclaim it. We made it into, like, cool slang.
every move I made...
This is why when Ben Shapiro responded to Tucker Carlson's tweet and he's like, goy nonsense, everybody got upset because it's like, hey, bro, You can't say that. That's our word. We reclaimed it. You can't call non-Jewish people goy when you're Jewish? That's fucking offensive, dude.
Online.
That's racist.
It on Twitter or even my own goddamn YouTube channel.
That's the most racist thing Ben Shapiro ever said, calling Tucker Carlson a goy.
Was being monitored and immediately made
You should get canceled for that.
fun of by Skitty and their orbiters. I would heart comments on my own video that I thought made great points or were generally supportive, and then Skitty would screenshot them and go after both those fans and myself.
Oh no, he called it goy slop.
Such supporter was even another fellow Zelda tuber, who I warned to delete his supportive comment before Skitty's mods could screenshot it, to which one of them, a man called Boobly, mockingly replied, "Too late." This harassment was malicious and targeted, not just towards me, but to any fans of mine who expressed even the slightest bit of support in my favor, with Boobly being at the forefront of most of this harassment. Which should be no surprise, given that Skitty explicitly gave him permission to harass me at the very end of their video.
Oh, except for Boobly. He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
Speaking of which, another big line was crossed around this time, because harassing me and my fans on both YouTube and Twitter apparently wasn't enough for Skitty, so they sent Boobly to infiltrate my Discord server under a false account called Andrew, a fact that Boobly has now admitted to publicly. One of the first things he did was try to falsely claim that I sexualized an underage Zelda character, which I and others on the server pointed out was ridiculous because that character
Okay, so now you got your little child army going out to do gay ops against other people in their Discord?
question, Reju isn't a
This is something that people got on Short Fat Otaku for, actually. One of the annoying things with Dev is that Dev had people who were part of his community, right? Mods of his, actually, and they would go and they would do gay ops against each other. Like they did it against VTuber. Who was it? Who was the VTuber who cried because people bullied her? Like the LGBT community bullied her because she was playing Hogwarts Legacy, and that was the no-no game because it was a Hogwarts game. It was a Harry Potter game. And we can't do anything involving Harry Potter now because it supports the queen of all turfs, J.K. Rowling, right? Pick-a-me, right? So the Pick-a-me drama went down. And people that were involved with Short Fat Otaku's community were involved in it. And Short Fat Otaku literally said himself, look, I don't like when they do the gay ops over here, but if they do it outside of my community, I don't care. I'm not going to disavow it. I'm not even going to get rid of those people because I don't care. And then everybody was like, okay, that's very disingenuous of you. Because if this was any other scenario here, you would absolutely say those people who were part of your community. Also, he also went against Pick-a-me and shit like that. He also says shit against her. It was just a bunch of stank going on there. And everybody could tell 100% what was going on, that he tacitly did support them going after Pick-a-me. Because if he didn't like it, he would have said something, right?
adult.
Like if those same people went after one of his favorite troons that he has crushes on, he would 100% have said something about it and disavowed them and banned them from his community. But because they were going after somebody he already didn't like to begin with, he was cool with it.
He even tries to claim a specific age for Reju, 15, which should be ridiculous to anyone who's actually played these games because that would mean there's only a 3-year time skip between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And that's ridiculous given the fact that a brand new, roughly 6-year-old child named Madison is walking around Terrytown, and she wasn't even conceived in Breath of the Wild. Boobly also decided to—
Thanks for answering my question earlier. Honestly, Mikey, I can rest easy now knowing that I'm in good company alongside the Indian subcontinent. Did you know that Indian men had their own unique condom size due to their special physiology? The more you know.
Screenshots.
Well, look, there are a bunch of Indians there. So obviously, you know, it's like, that's something, again, about dick size being like a major issue. Indians and Chinese fuck a lot. And they have a lot of kids and they have a lot of people. So obviously, dick size ain't everything.
Some of Skitty's concurrent Twitter harassment against me and upload it onto the server in order to cause chaos. And it was at this point that I became suspicious of his real identity, confronted him on it, and then banned him from the server. But in the short time he was there, he caused a bunch of drama and belittled so many of my community members, which was a horrible experience for everyone involved. I've since been forced to make the server
Mikey, you should do Tears of the Kingdom Reju
patron only in order to avoid any future attempts by Skitty or Boobly to infiltrate it again, which has been rather saddening because I really love that server and was always excited to see new fans join it. But I can't do that anymore because of Skitty and their mods. So, okay, that clearly crosses a line. But was that the full extent of things? Well, no, because even after Boobly was banned from my server, harassment continued on Twitter both from Skitty and their inner circle. Another colorful character who appeared during this time was a user called WalterWide, who is by far the most unhinged of all of Skitty's orbiters, which I suppose makes sense given that he is actually Skitty's ex-boyfriend. Yeah, ex. I don't know why he's still simping this hard, but then again, he doesn't seem—
Damn, bro, he was probably suckling on those non-existent titties now.
To be a particularly mentally stable individual
on that crater zone,
so it's probably not his fault.
Probably looks like the site after the Twin Towers went down, just nothing there.
One crash out of
Just been excavated.
his happened on March 23rd, where he decided to claim that I have a rape fetish, and that I said in my Wind Waker video that the story doesn't make sense because the pirates would rape Tetra. Now, to everyone who has watched my Wind Waker video, I know you're probably confused as hell at hearing this, because at no point do those words ever leave my mouth. So I demanded that Walter White elaborate on this claim, to which he quoted this part of my video. If anything, I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her? Now, you might have noticed while listening to that clip that the rape—
Man, it took a lot. It took a lot from that bro to get from there to, man, the people in her crew would probably just rape her.
part is completely absent, which I pointed out to Walter, to which
These are the type of degenerates that are in her community, that are in Skitty's community, in the Discord with all the other minors, by the way.
he
This
responds,
person might actually be a minor themselves. Imagine being like 14 or 13 and you already have this sort of weirdo degeneracy fetishes going on and you go antagonizing other people on the internet about it.
with, what does she need protection from? Let's think about that one, guys. Game show time! Pop quiz! What do pirate captains like Tetra need to fear most from their own crews? Is it A, scurvy, B, rum, C, like
can just
a
skip
movie
that.
so you can catch. Obviously, mutiny is what pirate captains need to look out for should he or she ever lose the confidence of their crew, which is what I was talking about in this section of my Wind Waker video. Yet Skitty's demented ex-boyfriend and part-time channel contributor decided to—
You know, hold up. He can't be a minor because he's their ex-boyfriend. So this guy can't be a minor, right? At least I hope he's not.
accuse me of projecting a fetish onto the game with absolutely no supporting evidence. And this marks a very strange pattern of behavior for both Skitty and their orbiters. The constant baseless accusations—
That's actually more unhinged as an adult than it is as minor, because you expect kids, right? Like, I'm arguing with somebody. You argue with somebody on Twitter and you're like, what the fuck? You're retarded. Why are you even saying that? And then you go to their profile and they say like 15 and you're like, oh, no wonder. You're actually, like, your brain hasn't even finished developing yet. You shouldn't even be here. You shouldn't even be talking to me.
of sexual misconduct that they levy against people they hate. One of the weirder claims Skitty tried to make in the Gerudo video was that I was projecting a fetish onto the Gerudo when I claimed that they captured men for reproductive purposes. The problem with this claim is that ample evidence in the game itself points to this possibility. The fact that the Gerudo need men from other races to reproduce is core to their lore, since they are a race exclusively comprised of women. They capture men who wander into Gerudo Valley and hold them in cells for what other purpose exactly? Skitty tries to claim that they did this
That's somebody's fetish.
because the Carpenter—
There's some freaky niggas at Nintendo who've been getting away with it subtly for decades, right?
trespassed, but besides the fact that such a reason is never stated, that doesn't explain why they're being held indefinitely. If they wandered too far into Gerudo lands and were unwanted, they would either be killed or turned away. Why bring them back to your fortress and keep them housed and fed if you don't want them to be there in the first place? There's no due process or judges to worry about, nor do these carpenters have any important confidential or strategic information to extract, so why not just send them on their way or kill them if they resist? The logical theory then, and one that is actually extremely common if you look up this topic on Zelda forums, is that they're keeping these men captured to force them to be their mates, which has historical precedence in the opposite direction in the real world. Everyone is familiar with the story of the Sabine—
Yes, online lore discussion on the internet. It used to just be contained to forums, but now we have to debate the shit. We have to debate the shit openly now. We have entire YouTubers whose whole shit is just them constantly trying to argue back and forth about this stuff.
women, and that was unfortunately a reality
These are the new flame wars.
that all pre-modern society
It'd be cool if it was funnier, but it's usually not funny and both people take it way too seriously.
used to live with. It's far from ridiculous to assume that an Amazonian tribe short on men would do the same thing, but in the opposite
Yeah,
direction.
this is
Historians
autistic.
are not rape—
I'm really just here
in
for
a
the
piece
drama.
of media makes you a rape fetishist, then you're going to have to turn that energy back onto Boobly too, because he seems to think that Jabba the Hutt raped Princess Leia. Yeah, that's right.
What is good with bro? What is good with bro?
Boobly, you're not the only one who can look through Twitter replies. Should've scrubbed that shit, buddy. Of course, none of this stops Skitty's drones from constantly defaming me with all sorts of false labels. A racist, a creep, and even a pedophile, which is as baseless an accusation as it is disgusting to simply claim out of nowhere. Skitty has made no attempts to curb, discourage, or disavow this behavior in any way, and it continued for weeks after the video was uploaded. Until one day, on April 2nd, Skitty decided to reach out to me via Twitter DMs with the following message. Hi Octo, sorry to not get back to you. I haven't really felt like there was anything I needed to say to you directly, but I did want to run something by you. I and a few of my friends have some strong feelings on your Wind Waker video, and I was thinking of reacting to it on stream. In the case of the Gerudo video, I admit that communicating more directly would have been a better way of handling that situation, at least interpersonally. So this time, I figured it would only be right of me to ensure in advance that you are okay with me doing that. If not, I will respect that. I imagine you wouldn't be against it just on principle, but I do want your express permission to rip into your work this time around, especially since that video is in no way related to me. Now, keep in mind, everything I just talked about, the video with all those nasty claims about me, the incessant online harassment and name calling, the infiltration of my Discord server at Skitty's command, all of that happened in the weeks leading up up to this message.
Oh, at her command.
And there's two important things I think this sudden request to criticize
Child army for real.
even more of my work reveals about Skitty's state of mind at this point in time. One, that they were still obsessively thinking about me extending well into my work outside of just the Gerudo video, and were doing so even after having spent 4 months making a video centered entirely around me. And two, that they seem to have no sense of perspective over the severity of their own actions.
Yeah, this video didn't have to be this long.
Because in what universe would I allow a person who sent their
He got caught up with the Zelda lore, which really wasn't... I don't know, what he really didn't have to go that deep into it.
fucking
Okay, yeah, the Gerudo, their snoo Amazons, that's cool.
moderator into my Discord server to make up disgusting allegations against me to ever review my work? But
She actually might be, that might be what it is. I think she might have a crush on this Otto Rock.
regardless of the circumstances, I was actually pleasantly surprised to see Skitty admit that they had made a mistake. And that made me hopeful. Maybe this person was finally willing to put down the pitchfork and get their fans to cool it with the personal attacks. So I responded with this. Thanks for reaching out to me, Skitty. While I appreciate your request for permission, I don't think I can grant my blessing to a React video without addressing a few key issues between us. I think you were completely in your right to make a response video to my Gerudo essay, and I even expected the possibility, but I have an issue with how personal the video seemed to get, especially in the last 15 minutes. The claims you made about my assumed sexual fetishes and political leanings were not only inaccurate, but in the case of the first issue, also felt violating. My fear is that in any future React content, you would make more than...
Come on, bro. We don't need all that. We don't need
about the
all
most
that.
generous
Okay.
response anyone in my position could have given. To decline the React video under the current circumstances, but to still be willing to talk things over and even admit some faults. The faults I'm referring to, by the way, is in me having made my original Gerudo video without reaching out to Skitty first, which a few of my Discord members kindly pointed out could have possibly hurt Skitty's feelings. Of course, I also want to make it clear
So, fuck her feelings.
now that in no universe do I believe that Skitty's response to this perceived slight was proportional, especially given that I explicitly shielded Skitty from any harassment in my own video. But two wrongs don't make a right, so I meant it when I said that I had some fault to play in things souring between us. Skitty agreed to talk, and on April 6th, we had our secret discussion. What's important about this conversation was that an understanding was reached between us, and while I apologize for my part in having hurt Skitty's feelings by making a video involving some of their tweets without talking
No, I did fast forward this because it's like 40 minutes and it gets kind of autistic.
into them first, Skitty promised to draft up a retraction of the personal claims against my character, which they would then pin in the comment section. In turn, I wrote my own message which encouraged people not to harass Skitty on my behalf, and a sense of peace and understanding was finally reached between
Oh wow, they were drafting this whole diplomacy thing behind the scenes.
us. Now, reading
This seems a little extra. Surely you could just post on Twitter, hey, I'm cool with this guy, guys. There's no need for all that.
Skitty's retraction back to
Because here's the thing, right? You can say anything about somebody. Once you say, hey guys, I'm cool with this guy, can you guys lay off? Everything will be water under the bridge and your fans will immediately get with the program. That's how this usually works, right?
today, it does seem to skirt around a lot of the specific issues I had with their video. But as little as an apology as it may have been, I was just happy to see Skitty finally—
You can literally have accused somebody of being the worst person on earth. So long as you apologize, so long as you both apologize to each other and you're like, hey guys, we're cool, both of your fans will just get over it.
Getting their followers to stop constantly harassing me. Now, you might notice if you click on our respective videos today that while my pinned comment asking for peace within my community is still posted, Skitty's is notably absent. That should tell you everything you need to know about how sincere Skitty was actually being here. I mean, keep in mind, this comment didn't even actually retract any parts of the video. It was literally just a message for their followers not to go after me. Why would Skitty take down such an innocuous comment unless they now want to encourage their fans to harass me? Now, in all fairness to Skitty, after we had our conversation, they did leave me alone for a while, and the result was a marked decrease in the harassment and brigading my channel received in the first few weeks after Skitty's video was published. So I was quite at peace during this time period. Unfortunately, our truce came crashing down on June 4th, when Skitty unprivated their Twitter account specifically to go after me again. What for? Because I dared—
Oh, specifically. Yeah, it is. She's obsessed. She's obsessed,
to have an opinion on the redesign for Laufey in the new God of War game. Yes, it's the exact same thing as the Gerudo video all over again. Basically, Octo has an opinion on a character design equals personal attack towards unrelated YouTuber SkittyBitty. In fact, Skitty seemed to take such exception with this comment, in a random thread that they were not a part of at all, that they decided to break our truce over it and quote retweet me, saying, how is he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? Now, you might have noticed that this isn't an argument. It's the literary equivalent of a school teacher making a nasty face to indicate that a child said a no-no word. So I tried to engage with them on this topic, but that went nowhere because Skitty just decided to call me misogynistic for not thinking a fictional woman twice my age is attractive, which
just
a little while
quoting
later when I
Twitter
saw a follow-up
arguments.
tweet of theirs, which reads, unprivating just to say, imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have your fuck-ass son grow up to call women hags online and
Bitch, shut up. Shut up, bitch.
throw a temper tantrum
Do you have a kid? Did you ever have a kid, bitch? Did you ever go through this shit?
over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20. So, first of all, this is rich coming from a person who spent 4 months of their life writing a 56-minute temper tantrum over attractive female characters.
4 months? That video took 4 months? Damn, bro. I know I was just calling myself lazy. There are people way lazier than me. There are people who are way lazier or at least slower at this video documentary, video essay shit than I am.
Characters in a Zelda game, but I digress. Second, I did not call anyone a hag in this tweet. In fact, I don't think I've ever unironically called a woman a hag.
Also, aren't you trans? Isn't that kind of offensive for you to say shit like that? Imagine, gestating, imagine carrying a boy for 9 months. Well, there are certain women, according to you, who can't do that.
In my entire life, but we've already established by this point that Skitty doesn't really care to represent me accurately, so that's to be expected. What wasn't expected was the insult to my mother, which is concerning because now Skitty is bringing my family into things, which indicates a big escalation in hostilities. I should also note that there are a few failed death threats in the replies to this tweet, which read, "I brought you into this world and now I'm going to take you out, and there's still time for a late abortion." To date, Skitty has not hidden these comments or reprimanded the
Well, who cares about that?
individuals who made them, which tells me that this is exactly the kind of sentiment they want to stir up in their community against me. This is actually a good moment to talk about a really worrying trend I've seen both from Skitty and their community. A much grosser Synthetic Man. To my understanding,
Synthetic Man makes a cameo. We were just talking about him earlier.
Joining in on the joke and making fun of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh, she was one of those. She was one of those people making fun of Charlie Kirk dying.
A much grosser and more direct example, which
the empathetic people. You know what is really annoying? You know what? Well, really annoying. What's really telling, and the reason why I really don't give these people any sort of leeway anymore is because the Charlie Kirk shit happened, and they all showed their true colors, which is that they don't care. It's like, what's that Sam Hyde quote? They want you to die, they want your children to be raped, and they think that it's funny. That's actually what they want. They'll say they don't want violence. They say that, they don't want anything like that. But if violence happens to happen, if Trump did get assassinated, any of the previous assassination attempts, if any conservative influencer dies, even gets brutally murdered in cold blood like Charlie Kirk does, they're just going to laugh about it and they'll make memes about it. Or if they don't make memes about it, they'll say they somehow deserved it because they said something offensive once a couple years ago or some shit like that. They're pieces of shit. So all the things they say about empathy, that's just a tactic that they're using. They just use weaponized empathy to get you to let your guard down. So then they can get away with any of the shit that they want to do.
I only discovered recently was during a drama Skitty had with a much larger YouTuber called Synthetic Man. To my understanding, Skitty actually has a habit of picking fights with other creators, not just me. But Synthetic Man was different because of the sheer size of his channel. So when he swung back at them, Skitty was forced to private everything from that time and pretend the whole thing never happened. But one infamous clip remains in circulation, because after all, the internet is forever. And here's what Skitty had to say about this person that they were arguing against.
I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall.
For those of you who are
this guy gets the wall.
ESL or don't understand.
This guy gets the wall because he does it. He thinks the women are too ugly. He thinks the women in the video game are too ugly. We need to get rid of them.
And the meaning of these euphemisms, putting someone in a camp refers to sending people to re-education camps in communist regimes, while getting the wall is a common tanky communist phrase referring to the execution of political prisoners or—
I said, they're human. Tankies, I don't think that tankies are human at all. Tankies are subhuman. Absolutely just subhuman pieces of shit. And they always have been. I sincerely believe that once you become a Marxist, you just, your humanity leaves you behind. It's like the opposite of, finding God. It's like the opposite of becoming a reborn person and, finding your faith in, leaving your old sinful past behind you. Instead, you just completely give up your soul to materialism, because that's basically what Marxist is. Marxist is the most anti-spiritual, pro-materialist ideology in the world. The answer to defeating capitalism is to become even more materialist than capitalism and don't even acknowledge being anti-religion, being anti-freedom of association, basically, being anti-freedom of ownership, just being anti-humanity. That's what being a Marxist, especially a tanky, is. In fact, I'll say not all Marxists, but all tankies definitely are subhumans.
Dissidents. In other words, this is a direct death threat towards another content creator, and one who was in my exact position of targeted harassment by the same individual.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics really does need to be mandatory reading for anybody. Don't even high school. High school is too late. You got to start in middle school, 7th grade. 7th grade at least. You need to start making kids read Basic Economics. so they don't grow up and end up like these fuckers.
In the past. And in the middle of editing this video, I received another disturbing message. One of Skitty's followers, who has replied to me in the past with a picture of Charlie Kirk's empty chair, decided to escalate things by DMing me an edited screenshot of Charlie Kirk's bleeding corpse from his assassination video, which I obviously can't show on YouTube without blurring out the image. And this is part of why—
Look, I'm not gonna say that Pinochet wasn't a bad guy. I will say, if we're going by how terrible were Latin American dictators, he's not the worst guy. He's definitely not the worst of the Latin American dictators, right? There are a lot of the socialist guys, a lot of the socialist and communist guys legitimately had him beat.
Skitty's rhetoric,
right? He's still like obviously terrorist. He killed people. He purged people. You know, military dictator, all that shit. Obviously, but you know.
is so worrying to me. I didn't even watch Charlie Kirk, but the way certain far-left radicals justified and moralized his assassination made me realize that these people would probably want my conservative family members dead too, simply for holding the same
They do! 100% they do!
milquetoast conservative opinions. And now
they want all conservatives to die. You know, they're gonna laugh and say that it's funny and that it's a good thing.
that Skitty has spent the last 4 months trying to falsely paint me not just as a conservative, but as some radical fascist. It's given a permission structure to their carefully curated fan base of fellow radicals to believe that I should be killed. And I would be surprised if Skitty doesn't feel
Another annoying thing about the radicals too is that they always love to call for violence either openly or tacitly, but then when the violence happens, they'll get their laughs, but then they'll disavow the dude because they don't want to be caught up in it. It's a tactic that I've noticed every single time, and it's also another reason why they suck, because they aren't even about it like that. They don't even own up to it.
Similarly, given that this kind of sentiment around political violence is something
radical Muslims don't even hesitate to claim some shit. See, now the moderate Muslims, they'll be like, no, that's just one-off. It's not a trend. I mean, it happens a lot with us, but you know, it's just a trend. The radical Muslim will be like, fuck yeah, nigga, jihad till I die. The radical tankies, no, they're bitches. They can't even stand on business.
have supported in the recent past, both against political figures and another content creator. You might be wondering at this point, why is Skitty so comfortable with this sort of violent language? The answer is simple. It's because Skitty is a political radical who, for whatever reason, has decided that I am an ideological enemy they must destroy. Now, Skitty being a far-left culture war communist isn't a newsflash. They have been very open about their beliefs, especially if you follow them on—
Why are they always Nintendo people, though? Like, here's what I've noticed about Nintendo people, is that it's very binary. Oh, look what I did there. It's very binary. They're either the most Marxist, Leninist, Stalin, dit-sucking commies you've ever fucking seen. Or they're just complete fucking chuds who think we need to bring segregation back. That's what I've noticed, right? The Scott the Wazes they're starting to become a minority as things get more radicalized and fractionalized among the Nintendo tubers.
Twitter. The problem is that Skitty has decided that in order to justify their own hatred of me, I can't just be a guy who disagrees with them on Zelda. Rather, I have to be a guy who fundamentally disagrees with them on everything, including politics, despite my channel being completely apolitical before this point. That's why their Gerudo video painted me not just as a person who disagreed with them on a singular topic, but rather as a full-blown racist. All because I simply do not believe the Gerudo constitute an example of harmful stereotypes. Because for Skitty, everything about their enemies is taken to an extreme. Every person they have a disagreement with has to be a creepy, ultra—
Trans people are pedophiles, the pedophile billionaires and their handlers. Trans people are pedophiles, the greasy neo-Nazis who goon to underage AI-generated anime girls reply. Am I really supposed to believe that nobody in your community does that? Am I really supposed to believe that? Do you believe that, Skitty? Your ex-boyfriend who's obsessed with rape. I'm supposed to believe that he doesn't fucking make some degenerate ass AI shit to goon to?
Nutjob who hates women. But nothing about me fits that description, so that forces Skitty to obsessively stalk my every move.
Why do people bother arguing with people like this? Well, I don't really argue with them per se. Usually I just dunk on them and then I walk away because I don't take it that seriously. Because there's nothing to be gained from arguing with people like this. They're not going to learn anything. They're not going to mature. They're not going to become better people. They're not going to stop with silently wishing death on you and everybody like you. You know, you just dunk on them, maybe call them a faggot once or twice, and then you move on.
Online in order to prove to themselves and their audience that I am
Now, there are people who argue with them extensively for content.
everything they think I am. Oh, Octorok reposted a joke tweet from a guy with an edgy username that he later took down once it was pointed out to him. Guess that's the same as me advocating for the murder of other people. Yeah, who's really the radical here? Not that our political opinion should even matter, by the way, because I don't think people should be receiving death threats simply for holding different beliefs. And that goes for me just as much as it goes for Skitty or anyone else. And this behavior has only escalated in recent weeks. Aside from Skitty going back to obsessively posting about me, even after I blocked their account, they've also become far more delusional and paranoid. On June 14th, for example, I reposted a thread where someone said that Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild in order to rage bait my audience. But Skitty seemed to think I did it specifically to spite them, so they screenshotted my post and tried to sick their followers on me again. What was disturbing to me about this post in particular was the reply under it, which reads, "Screenshot courtesy of Boobly, by the way. Thank you for keeping me abreast of this guy's weird antics." So here's Skitty admitting
Keeping you abreast. Bitch, you don't have breasts. How can he keep you abreast of anything? You don't have any anymore.
that they've
Your titties are gone.
tasked their moderator Boobly with stalking
Wait, is that why she calls herself SkittyBitty? Because she has itty bitty titties? Because she took them away?
my Twitter for the sole purpose of screenshotting all my posts so that they can tweet about me every time I say anything they don't like. This is obsessive behavior. Keep in mind that by this point, Skitty has already spent 4 months of their life making a video about me, brought in several well-known bread tubers and a random Egyptian woman to give it legitimacy, then spent the next month harassing me and my community members on Twitter, then sent one of their mods into my Discord server to cause trouble, until finally reaching out for a truce only to completely backstab me out of nowhere because I had an opinion about a character design that they didn't like, I guess? Like I said, absolutely obsessed. And I'm not the only one who's noticed. Multiple followers of Skitty's across their recent posts have expressed concern over how fixated they seem to be towards me. Most of these people don't even like me. These are Skitty's fans telling them that they seem overly obsessed with me in a way that's unhealthy. And I couldn't agree with them more. The weirdest part has been seeing Skitty try to defend this behavior of theirs by making up claims that I have been the one goading them into responding to me. Here's their comment and reply to someone telling them to move on from me. If someone made multiple videos trying to get your attention and subtweeted about you constantly, despite having your contact information and knowing he could reach out to you privately if he wanted, I would be fully supportive of putting that person on blast. First, I just want to say, why would I talk to you? Like, no, actually, like, why would
Yeah, it's like, what? Why doesn't he talk to me? Doesn't he know he can call me? Doesn't he know he can call? Why would I do that? Like, I don't know you like that, bitch. Like, what do you mean? We're content creators who talk about Nintendo shit. I'm gonna call you? Why?
I reach out to you and talk to you at this point? You've already backstabbed me once. Why
He accidentally found himself a yandere Nintendo nerd GF.
would I ever do that again?
Everybody wants it. Everybody wants the autistic anime video game nerd GF, and then they find her and they're like, oh, this bitch is annoying. I actually don't want her around me.
I don't want to interact with you, Skitty. I've made that very clear on
Weird. I don't want you near me. I don't want you interacting with me. I kind of don't like you.
multiple occasions. So why is the onus on me to reach out to you when you're mad at me? Also, I'm sure that my usual viewers are just as confused about parts of the sentence as I am, because what fucking videos of mine is Skitty even talking about? The only video I've made that had anything to do with Skitty even tangentially, with the sole exception of the video you're watching currently, was the In Defense of the Gerudo video. That's it. No other video I've ever made before or since has had any relation to Skitty. And even during the Gerudo video, I made a dedicated effort to keep Skitty out of the discussion by only addressing their arguments without ever bringing up their identity, which I did explicitly to avoid sending harassment their way. Are there additional Skitty videos I have made that I am somehow not aware of? Is Skitty just lying to their audience, hoping they won't check out my channel and see if what they're saying is true or not? Or are they perhaps so deluded, so obsessed, so paranoid that they somehow think one of—
Honestly, I think SkittyBitty she's just autistic, and she doesn't know how to really interact with people for real. She doesn't understand boundaries. That's what I'm starting to get, right?
my normal videos—
This is a problem. Look, people who are super autistic really shouldn't get involved with politics because they always end up, I don't know, going down the wrong path. Even if they're on the right-wing side of the spectrum. It's like politics are not meant for like super autistic people. If you're autistic in a way that's beneficial, then yeah, sure, right? Like, I don't know, who's the president I'm thinking about? We had like a president who was Nixon. Nixon is a perfect example of a president who was probably autistic, and him being autistic helped him in his presidency up until it didn't, right? You know, with the Watergate shit and whatnot. But, you know, generally speaking, if you're too autistic, you end up taking this shit too seriously. You lose a sense of nuance. You lose a sense of how to really communicate with people.
Actually about them the whole time. Like if by reviewing Final Fantasy, I was really trying to say that Chaos is an allegory for Skitty, with the Fiends being their orbiters, constantly harassing me in a never-ending time loop. Okay, actually that kind of does work as an allegory for the situation, but obviously I'm being facetious. There are no multiple videos that were made to get Skitty's attention, which doesn't even make sense, because if I for some reason wanted Skitty to harass me, then why the fuck did I try to make peace with them in the first
All this bullshit could just be chopped up to Skitty being a woman. Yeah, she's just an autistic woman who's obsessed with this one guy.
place? Why did I block them after they suddenly came back and started harassing me?
What's that one thing that Cog's brother said about why he was obsessed with him and Ralph is because when you have autistic people, they have like a favorite person. Certain autistic people, maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's like ADHD but he has like this thing where he has a favorite person and he just targets that person. He just thinks about what they're doing all the time. That's Skitty with Otharok.
Again, it's me who has the track record of trying to calm things down since day fucking one of this stupid drama, not Skitty. As for subtweeting, again, my retweet of this guy's post saying Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild was meant to be rage bait for my followers. In case Skitty forgot, I am a Zelda tuber. I talk about Zelda games online as a profession. It's quite the privilege. Just because you made one good video about Tears of the Kingdom doesn't mean that every discussion of the game for time immemorial is about you. Besides, you've engaged in the exact same rage bait in the past. It's a completely normal joke for a content creator to make. Keep in mind too that Skitty has been tweeting some really nasty stuff about me this last month in particular, like trying to claim that I praised a short animation's writing only because it, quote, had a little girl in it, which is obviously code for I'm trying to call this guy a pedophile without getting sued for defamation. I don't respond on Twitter to petty attempts to rile me up like this because they're simply not based in reality. It's a gross and pathetic attempt at trying to force a response out of me. So I'm adding this next section in post because since getting deep into the editing
BPD? Oh, okay, that's what he meant.
Process, something big happened. On Saturday, July 11th, Skitty once again posted about me out of nowhere, except this time, they decided to escalate things. They deceptively edited a screenshot of a reply I made to a rock solid tweet to cut out the date and context, and posted it in a quote retweet to a very unpopular post he made on a certain gross hypothetical meant to demonstrate Christian morality or something. I don't know what he was thinking with this one, honestly, don't ask.
Oh no, I completely understand what he was thinking with this one. Like, nah, bro, the best logical fallacy to give an atheist when discussing morals is to ask them why it's morally wrong to have intercourse with roadkill. It's dead, it will not feel anything, nobody will know. And what was the other thing he said? I can't even read the bit. But basically, here's how I took it, right? Is that this is basically the argument that people who are on the more liberal side use when it comes to abortion, which is that nobody is actually being hurt. And it's not like the child, who they say isn't even a child, because they aren't a real person yet. They don't even exist. So what's the problem? Like, nobody is really being hurt here. Now, you could have used a different analogy, but the point was to use the nastiest analogy he could because, okay, well, what argument could you make otherwise? If there's no Christian, if you aren't using some sort of Christian foundation against it, what argument could you make against this that's completely secular and that isn't just, this is nasty, right?
On a certain gross hypothetical meant to demonstrate Christian morality or something.
Because they say it spreads disease. Okay, but what if it doesn't? What if the dude is just like, he's a professional at fucking dead deers and he cleans it out just right, and then it's just like, you know, an exotic pocket pussy or some shit to him? What about then? There are no disease, there's nothing left over. What is really, if you don't have any sort of, if your morality is literally just based off of what secularized society tells you, what is the bad reason to do this? Is the question he was proposing. And he basically won by default because they couldn't really come up with one. Not really.
I don't know what he was thinking with this one, honestly, don't ask.
Yeah, Carol the wolf, basically.
But the point is that
if all of the animals, right? If Carol the wolf, he literally did this. Carol the wolf, I don't know whether it was him or whether it was one of his friends who fucked the roadkill, but one of them fuck the road. They probably all did, to be honest, but they did shit like that. But really the thing that really got them was the zoo sadism shit, because let's say they stuck to just killing roadkill. Let's say they just found dead animals on the side of the road and they cleaned them up and they just fucked that. You would say they're fucking disgusting degenerates, but what are they doing particularly that'd be evil? They wouldn't be harming anything. It was all the zoo sadism shit. It was them torturing animals. It was Kuro literally fucking his living puppy and then his puppy dying and him feeling bad about it. And then his friends comforting him because it's like, well, hey, at least he went out with a bang, right? At least you really like took him on a ride before he died. You shouldn't feel so bad about it. That was the real reason why everybody was getting down on them. Because if it was just furries fucking dead animals they found on the side of the road, people would just say they're disgusting degenerates. And it would have been done with it. They wouldn't have been, like, being put in prison for it.
I didn't reply to this post because I hadn't even seen it. The reply of mine that Skitty actually posted was from a completely different tweet on...
Oh, Snake Thing. Snake Thing. He's the guy... What was it? I don't know. It was some horrific shit. Zoo sadism shit. That's, like, actually some of the worst shit I've ever seen on the internet. It was a long time, bro. And actually it extended because they also found out that some of these people were also like actually fucking human children. Like not just puppies, not just kittens, but like actual children for real. So it took it to an even further level. It was just like all bad. It's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. Top 3 at least.
June 18th. So I called them out on this lie, and somehow this led to a weekend-spanning crash out where Skitty kept backtracking to more lies, I dispelled them, ratioed them a bunch of times because I somehow got picked up by the algorithm, and this eventually forced Skitty into a corner where I confronted them on their support for political violence, and Skitty's response was to double, triple, and quadruple down on it. Additionally...
Yeah, Snake Thing, he would adopt animals, and then he would torture the animals, and he would torture them in just the most creatively sadistic ways that he could think of, like what you just said, putting honey, taking a pike or a pole or something, and then putting honey on it so fire ants would come to it, and then like sticking it up the puppy's rectum and shit like that.
When Skitty tried to pull out the old "you're a racist" card on me, I decided to press them on the racist statements they had made towards...
And also molesting his cousin, yes.
White people.
Literally everything. Snake Thing was actually a personification of the worst things that a human could be. Just all of the worst. Think about the most... If you were to write a novel and Snake Thing was the antagonist of the novel or the movie or whatever, people would think that you were doing too much. And it's like, look, bro, you need to calm down. So this dude, he fucks animals. He tortures puppies to death. He molests children. That's too much, man. Come on. There's not a real guy. There are no people out here that are that cartoonishly evil. No, there are. There are, and some of them even have Kiwi Farms pages.
In the past, which led to Skitty getting even more racist and saying shit like, by the way, there's no such thing as the white race, so there's nothing wrong with calls to destroy it. And every time someone posts this as a gotcha, it gets funnier. Like, yes, girl, destroy the white race. And don't forget my favorite, I wonder if Octo feels insecure about the fact that we're going to spare him in the white genocide. So what's the takeaway here? Well, remember how I talked about projection earlier? Every baseless accusation...
The white genocide is funny because it's like, I don't know, there's this weird thing, and maybe it's just the brown people in the United States. They think that everybody's gonna go kumbaya once all the white people are gone. And it's like, no, nigga. You are out of your... If it wasn't for white people in the United States, other minorities would be way more racist towards black people than they actually are, right? Honestly, truly, right? Like, you see it all the time. You really think these fucking Asians, these Chinese and Indians and Koreans who run these businesses around where niggas live, you really think that they aren't more racist than the average white person? You really think that, dude?
With someone like Skitty is an admission of guilt.
If all the white people disappeared, China would 100% start colonizing Africa. They don't do it now because, like, the United States and its allies wouldn't, like, let them. Like, the UN wouldn't let China get away with colonizing other countries like they want to.
Bravado.
They would, though, if they could.
Well, I'm turning Octorok reviews into my own personal lolcow. Meanwhile, they're getting clowned on by the entire internet and being forced to go private because their disgusting worldview is so vitriolic and unpopular. I'm out here touching grass and living my life, they say, all while posting 20+ tweets in a single day. And I think with that in mind, it's easy to conclude that when Skitty responded to my Gerudo video by calling me racist, that's because it is them, in reality, who is the racist. Because they seem to think that hating white people, belittling their history and identity, and...
I'll be honest, I don't think that Indians would colonize. I don't think Indians would colonize anything.
Jokingly calling...
Well, I guess technically some people would argue that Indians are already colonizing Western countries, specifically Anglo countries. They're definitely colonizing Canada. I will say that.
For their genocide.
But it's a different type of colonialism. It's like forward settling. That's what Indians are doing in Canada. I'm talking about the actual imperialism type of shit that white people really got up to. The gruesome shit that white people used to do during the scramble for Africa. That's what the Chinese would do.
Is okay. The entire point of critical theory, which Skitty has publicly declared they support, is to subvert and destroy Western academia, history, and culture, all in the aim of remaking the world anew in a Marxist fashion. It is an inherently revolutionary, radical, and dangerous worldview, the left-wing equivalent of Nazism.
You know what's funny? You look up the richest people, you look up billionaires in the Caribbean, and a lot of these people are actually Indian. A lot of them are Indian. A lot of them are Jewish. Actually, hold on, let me show you guys real quick. Haiti, you guys would think if there's one country that definitely doesn't have a single billionaire living in it, it's got to be Haiti. There are no billionaires in Haiti. But there actually is one billionaire in Haiti. Gilbert Biggio is widely cited as Haiti's first and traditionally only billionaire, a retired industrialist who founded the GB Group conglomerate. Another figure, right? So hold on. Guess what? Hey, can you guys guess? Can you guys guess what ethnicity Gilbert Biggio is? Can you guys guess? Take a little guess real quick. Where Gilbert Biggio, what people he happens to be from. Oh, did you guess? Does Gilbert Biggio make Israel look good? Gilbert Biggio, a Syrian Jew, an honorary consul for Israel and Haiti, also happens to be among the wealthiest men in that impoverished nation. The day before Israel's relief team was due to arrive in Haiti, Ambassador Radian spoke to Reuven Shalom Biggio, son of the business magnate.
And while for a long time I didn't want to think that SkittyBitty genuinely believes in this stuff, I'm afraid that after all they've said and all the ways they've attacked and mocked my racial identity, combined with the desire to subvert and supplant stories that portray Westerners in any positive light.
What was he holding here? Oh, that's not a money bag. What is that? I think it's something related to the Torah. It's like the things that Jews hold the Torah in, or is that the Talmud? It's something that they hold something holy in.
I now have to believe that they just legitimately hate white people and want their
They might put money in there too, I don't know.
societies destroyed. For what reason, I cannot possibly say. That's a radical political position to hold, but I think that Skitty has made themselves abundantly clear that they do in fact believe this. And we all know that if I said even half the same rhetoric about any other ethnic group on the planet, I would rightfully be deplatformed and driven off the internet. So let's call this behavior out exactly for what it is. Racism. Skitty is a racist, and they're trying to deflect from their own hatred of white people by trying to claim that it is I, in fact, who am the racist. Against whom? I don't know, but some group of people apparently. But the craziest development to come
Are they white?
out of this Twitter fight and its fallout was something I never would have expected.
Because there are a lot of really leftist white people who hate other white people for some reason.
A fellow YouTuber called Harmful Opinions apparently saw my internet slap fight with SkittyBitty and decided to check us out. And after a few minutes of scrolling through Skitty's replies, he came to a similar conclusion that I did and assumed Skitty was projecting their insecurities on
Octo is Native American, really?
me. So he took a quick peek inside of Skitty's Discord
He's a reservation bull.
server and made a discovery that I'm sure will forever kill this person's credibility. They made a post calling for their entire Discord server to report my Twitter account to try and get me banned. Yes, you heard that right. Famous YouTuber SkittyBitty organized off-platform harassment against me, which is explicitly against YouTube's terms of service. I'll be honest with all of you. I've known about this since March. It's been a gut feeling. I know an AstroTurf video when I see one, and I know what an organized harassment campaign versus a spontaneous one looks like. But I had no way to prove this, beyond little crumbs like a Skitty fan infiltrating my server while saying that Skitty had sent them there, and the fact that so many
Really? Wow. Not only do you have little minions doing gay ops for you, they're also retarded.
large breadtubers all joined in on promoting and amplifying a video that really should have just been a stupid internet slap fight between two literal
Okay, so she's definitely Jewish. Okay.
who's. But now we know the truth.
Jewish, trans, non-binary person who hates white people.
And Skitty's apology after the fact only attempted to downplay the significance of this finding by saying, oh, well, Octorok didn't get his account banned, so it's alright, before later admitting in their own Discord that they did in fact want that to happen to me. In other words, Skitty isn't sorry that they organized a mass false reporting campaign against me. They're sorry that they got caught trying to do it. An additional finding of Harmful Opinions was that Skitty's server apparently has tags for alleged minors. And I say alleged because there's no way to positively ID who is or isn't a minor. So technically anyone could
Imagine LARPing as a minor. There probably is. There's some people there who LARP as a minor just because it gets them off. Like, oh, they don't even know. They don't even know I'm actually 42. And then they start talking to the other minors who also think that they're a minor.
just lie
a wolf in sheep's clothing
about their age and get into the category. Not only is this highly dangerous as it essentially acts as a lightning rod for potential predators, but it
Our Teenagers, the story of Our Teenagers, the subreddit on Reddit, for those of you who don't know, it's called Our Teenagers, right? It was at some point mostly teenagers. It very quickly, very similar to the subreddits for women on how, it's kind of like how the subreddits for women on Reddit eventually became full of trans women. And this is especially bad for the lesbian subreddits. Every fucking lesbian subreddit they make on Reddit just ends up being filled with trans niggas who are like LARPing as lesbians, and they're like, hey, are there any lesbian sisters who want some female dick, who want some gawk? You looking for gawk sisters, right? And they just have to keep making subreddits, and then the trans niggas follow them, and they keep asking them if they want the gawk. Similar to that, Our Teenagers used to be teenagers, very soon became full of middle-aged men LARPing as teenagers, right? So to the point that I don't think there are any teenagers there. It's a bunch of people. It's a bunch of people who are all dressed up as sheep, but they're all wolves in disguise.
also means that Skitty was trying to recruit literal children into their internet war against.
It's not even dangerous. It's like, well, why don't they shut it down? Well, there are no real teenagers there anymore, so it's not like it poses a danger to anybody. Nobody is getting groomed. It's a bunch of groomers just grooming each other, and they don't even realize it.
Me. And I don't know about you, but I'd say that's highly
Groomception. That's what Our Teenagers is.
Unethical, especially when you read what Skitty said to justify this behavior, that I associate with, in their own words, Nazi pedophiles, and therefore should be deplatformed. So let's dissect this statement. Obviously, I object to this idea that I am or associate
Is EDP fat LTG? No, LTG is funnier.
with Nazi pedophiles, because obviously no one I interact with on
Also, LTG, as far as I know, has never, like, tried to go lower than 18.
Twitter, to my knowledge, is a pedophile or a Nazi. Now, that's not to say that some of my
Now, I have heard he did, like, Ethan Ralph Max, where he was in contact with a girl before she turned 18. And just happened as soon as she turned 18, they hooked up shortly after that, or something like that, but I'm not completely sure on the story.
mutuals don't post out-of-pocket shit I don't agree with.
He hasn't gone out for cupcakes, though.
Sometimes. But I refuse to be follow-policed in this way when I continued being friendly.
Being better than EDP really isn't that good. Hey, have you guys seen the fucking new Mike Klum? The new Mike Klum documentary is not out yet, right? But the preview. Oh, Mike Klum, he's about to drop some fire.
And again, I have it right here. I know the answer, but I just need you to tell me the answer. How old is she? 13. 13, okay. And before we get into the messages, there was sexual content involved, yes or no? Right. And you said correct. Okay, all right. Again, so what brings you out here today? Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake. This is the story of EDP 445.
How desperate is EDP for money? Well, I mean, look, dude. He's been trying to make a comeback forever, and it doesn't happen because, I don't know, bro, that shit's too insane. Also, he got caught multiple times. Like, he got caught again, and then he got caught by Gideon, right? Like, shit is crazy. He never learned his lesson. He really wants to fuck a little girl. Like, sincerely, he is a sincere pedophile. He is a danger to society. Now, he has yet to fuck a little girl. That's the reason why he hasn't gotten arrested yet. But he does want one, and he does absolutely, he would if he was given the opportunity, right? If he could do it, if he could do sex tourism in some third world country where you can like fuck underage girls, which you still can't do, by the way. If you're an American and you go and you do some sex tourism in countries where the age of consent is lower than it is in Western countries, you can still be charged for doing that sex tourism shit where you fuck minors once you get back to your home country, or they can just straight up extradite you and do it there. So that's not an escape plan. There's a lot of fucking pedophiles think that's the out. Like, no, nigga, if it was that simple, Epstein wouldn't have had to make his own island and do all that extravagant shit to get around the rules, right?
Like, he went to that.
He is very desperate for money. Absolutely.
Place.
I bet Mike Klum didn't even pay him that much for this. He paid him pennies, but oh wait, hold up. Fucking Moist Critical is in this. I haven't even seen the trailer yet.
Sex with a 13-year-old.
definitely viewer discretion is advised. You know, dude's a perverted dude.
Gideon is in this shit too. Oh my god, Mike Klum got everybody who's ever called EDP a pedophile together. All of the top E celebs are just gonna be in this documentary talking in details about how this dude is a fat fucking pedophile.
EDP soliciting sex from who he thinks is an underage.
Oh, they put Ross in here. They put the big red Jill.
He sent me videos of him masturbating.
I would say
wait, hold up. What the fuck?
Videos of him masturbating.
Yo. Did Mike Klum tell him to take off his shirt? Did Mike Klum tell him to do this?
I would say.
Wait, is he wearing pants there either?
EDP is completely innocent.
Wait, what?
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
What? Hey, who is this dude? Hey, who is bro? What the fuck?
Masturbating.
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
Wait, hold up, nigga. Who are you? Where did Mike Klum find this motherfucker from? Bro, do you know how many people are gonna see this documentary? Is he aware of how many people are gonna watch him explain how EDP is an innocent man? Does bro know what's about to happen?
So
at least blur out his face, Mike Klum.
What advice would I give to EDP 445? You need to stop doing this documentary.
Fucking a bitch's innocence away, you know?
Why do you think you wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is already fucking clear.
Oh, this is gonna be so keto. He's so retarded, bro. He's so retarded and unrepentant.
Oh, well, he was talking to 13 and 12-year-olds. Fuck all that.
Fuck all that, bro. Fuck all that. Who cares? Why do you care anyway?
None of you fucking faggots can break my ass because I'm still standing, bitch.
You're not. You're literally sitting down. You can't even stand for that long. Why are you trying to talk tough as if you got an empire? The EDP army is still going strong. Bro, you got destroyed. You got demolished. It's over for you. Your history. Only reason, I mean, good on Mike Klum, I guess, for giving you some. Maybe that's what he thinks is going to happen. Maybe he thinks that Mike Klum is going to give him the clout he needs to come back and become a popular, notorious individual. It's like, no, bro, it's not going to happen. So anyway, that's going to be cool. Mike Klum coming out here with the Kino. See, this could have been DSP. This could have been Dark Side Phil, who could have been having this documentary instead. But Phil decided to be a fucking bitch and cuck out. It's like nobody gets in Phil's way more than Phil. Phil could have been the dude with this documentary. And unlike EDP, it probably would have been way more. Obviously, Mike Klum still would have been like, you know, going at him and shit like this. But it still would have been, I don't know, good advertising in a way for him. But just like with the Kino Casino shit, he let a good opportunity just like slip through his hands. He just can't help it. Stealthy Geek, thank you for the rage quit. I don't know what that is. Let me see. Let me see. Before I see if you sent me to a twerk video or something like that. Let me see. Oh, okay. I see what it is. I agree. I agree with this.
Guilty! That nigga is guilty!
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Okay, I agree. Yes, W takes. Stealthy Geek, thank you for the 500 kicks.
with Skitty for a long time, despite all the racist and violent political rhetoric they spouted. I make friends from across the political aisle on YouTube and Twitter both, and not everything they say represents my own values. That being said, I think this framing of Skitty's reveals something rather sinister, because in my opinion, I don't think Skitty actually genuinely believes that I'm a Nazi pedophile. Again, I think this is all just projection and a way to frame me so that their audience of crazies will—
I don't think any of these people, I don't think any of these leftists who say all this crazy shit, I don't think any of them actually believe this shit. I think it's all just role playing. I think it's all just power games for a lot of them. Some of them actually do believe it. I think for a lot of them, it really is just a power games thing. They want power so that they can like do the shit they want to do. And they understand that there's a certain amount of power that comes with accusing somebody of being a Nazi, of being a fascist, of being all these things. So they do that and they weaponize that shit.
Me into silence. So let's assume I'm right. That means that Skitty knowingly lied to their audience, including minors, in order to recruit them into a harassment campaign against a creator who they knew was innocent of these allegations, but whom they wanted to deplatform anyway simply because I was starting to get the public on my side. That is highly unethical and manipulative, and I don't think that someone like that should be a role model for children. Teaching kids to harass and defame people you don't like on the internet is bad under any circumstance, full stop. But let's take Skitty's words at face value for a moment and assume they really do believe what they're saying here. That means that Skitty knowingly sent children to go fight an internet flame war for them against Nazi pedophiles. In what fucking universe is that even remotely okay? If I were a parent to one of these kids, I would be pissed. I would go full Karen on Skitty's ass and report the server for endangering minors. Because what the fuck do you mean you're trying to recruit my child to fight in an internet flame war against pedophile Nazis? Does that make any sense whatsoever? So to recap, the very same person who has been calling me a racist creep for the last 4 months turned out to be themselves a raving racist who tags minors in their—
Wait, what?
Who has been calling me a racist
Ivan the Terrible,
creep for the last 4—
Leopold II, Augusto Pinochet. Of course, you don't show anybody like Stalin. No Stalins, no Maos, not even any Pol Pots. See, here's what I don't understand. Why do you have to? They can't even disavow Pol Pot. Like, if I was a communist, I would at least disavow Pol Pot. Because that's definitely a guy. Like, the neighborhood, the other communists in the neighborhood, the Vietnamese, even they were like, this is too much. Even they were like, this is too much. And they ended up invading Cambodia and overthrowing Pol Pot's regime. Even they were like, enough of this. This shit is crazy, dude. But they can't even disavow him. In no fucking universe, in no galaxy, is Pinochet fucking worse than Pol Pot. Pol Pot is legit top 5 most evil niggas in the 20th century. And that was a pretty stacked century for evil niggas, bro. We got some Hall of Fame evil motherfuckers in the 20th century. Same thing for Francisco Franco. Franco also nowhere near as evil as Pol Pot. He's an asshole, definitely a piece of shit. But worse than Pol Pot, nah.
Turned out to be themselves a raving racist.
Pol Pot had niggas fucking... Not only was he killing anybody with glasses on, he had like people at killing fields, and they would take the little babies and they would just bash the baby's head against the tree, at the same tree that they would shoot or hang their mothers at. That was the type of shit that Pol Pot was getting to all the time, dude. It was crazy.
Who tags minors in their Discord server and sends them to fight.
If you're gonna disavow one dude on your side, disavow that guy. Pol Pot is doing you no favors. You can at least say, well, Stalin beat Hitler. Stalin beat Hitler and he spread communism. Okay, Pol Pot didn't do any favors to communism, socialism, Marxism in general.
Internet flame wars against alleged child predators. Like I said earlier, pure projection. The point I want to make here is this. Skitty is not a trustworthy person. They leaked our DMs back on March 14th. They revealed privileged details about our private conversation on June 24th. They recruited 2 former members of my Discord server to feed them information about me behind my back, which is how Skitty learned I was part Native American in the first place. And then the moment I call them out for being—
Wait, hold on, let me say.
About me behind my back, which is how Skitty learned I was part Native American in the first place. And then the moment I call them out for being a racist piece of shit towards me, suddenly they're the victim. Never mind the fact that this person and their friends have repeatedly called me spineless for not engaging with Skitty in the past. But now, when I suddenly fight back and start winning, it's them who's the victim. It's like when you almost kill a bandit in Skyrim and they shout, I yield, I yield. And then the moment you let them get back up, they say, never should have come here, and attack again. So all of this is to say, do not let this person's crocodile tears—
That's a really weird— I always thought that was a weird mechanic in Skyrim. Why is there not a mechanic for, I don't know, you can be on a pacifist run and you can just let niggas go free? Like, okay, I was gonna kill you, I was gonna bash your head against the rocks, right? Just gonna throw your corpse into a river and be done with it. But I'm feeling merciful today. Jesus told me to be a good nigga today. So I'll let you walk free. There should be a mechanic for that. And it should reward you. Like you should see a bandit chief that you let walk free. You should meet up with that dude. Like maybe a couple missions later once you level up. And he's living like just a nice little life in Winterfell or someplace like that. With a family and whatnot. He met himself a nice dark elf girl. He's not doing no banditry or nothing like that anymore.
You that they actually feel victimized. Because if they really felt like I was a bully, they wouldn't have called me their personal lol cow. Does that sound like a victim to you? Of course not. Someone who says something like that is clearly the aggressor.
Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Honestly, a better game. Let's be real.
And just because a bully gets punched back doesn't mean they weren't a bully to begin with. I think my fundamental mistake when first dealing with Skitty was to view them as a fellow rational.
We need more historical RPGs, bro. We really do.
Person.
I love a fantasy setting, but also, I don't know, man. I want to role play in some places.
Who actually wanted to do,
like, you know what we need? We need a game set in the warlord era of China. That shit would be awesome. We can't though, because the Chinese are very sensitive about that era, and also because, you know, eventually you're gonna end up having to make some shit about Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek was very central to the warlord era and it ending. And if you're Chinese, you can't like make Chiang look based. Which he was, right? Chiang Kai-shek was also kind of a retard in a lot of ways. But during the warlord era, he was legitimately very based. And he was also very good at killing the communists. So communist Chinese, they don't, I don't know, they got to be sensitive on that topic.
Ideas and arrive at some semblance of the truth. That was the impression I got of them from their Tears of the Kingdom video. But I now know that to Skitty, words are just tools they use to deceive good-natured people. And the moment you realize that, every contradictory lie, baseless accusation, and—
I always thought that was part of the reason why they do hate Frierin's representation of demons so much, is because it struck a chord with them. The whole line about how demons don't actually have real empathy, they can't feel real feelings. They just mimic human speech because they know it gets the desired result. And that is how a lot of these people operate, right? It's like they don't actually, they're LARPing a lot of the time. They don't feel real empathy. They're just abusing your empathy so that they can get you to let your guard down, so then they can victimize you.
Racist contempt they have for positively portrayed Western culture starts to make a lot of sense. Remember, if Skitty is willing to spend 8 months of their life trying to cancel me specifically, a guy who has gone out of his way to respect their pronouns and welcome fans from all across the political aisle, then they'll do it to you too. It's just a matter of whether or not you ever say anything that gets you caught in their crosshairs. Alright, post-edit notes over, back to the core video. Skitty cannot simultaneously be obsessively thinking about me every day for the last half a year, then claim that I am in any way at fault for their obsessions. It's gross and bizarre that they're even trying to justify this behavior. The only difference between Skitty and a normal, overly obsessed former fan is the size and makeup of their audience. And that's been the main problem, because when someone with such a far reach sticks their loyal fans of radical, violent nuts onto someone else based on nothing but half-truths and flat-out lies, combined with a personal vendetta born of some strange combination of spite and delusion, it creates a permission structure for freaks like these to threaten myself and my audience. And the longer it goes on, the greater the danger becomes that even just one of these deluded individuals will take Skitty's words seriously and try to drag this
She wants his dick? Possibly.
Conflict into my real life. And that's a reality I do not want to live with. All I want is for the very same thing that—
Sometimes I do feel like that's all it takes. Sometimes I feel like there are like some trans men, some non-binary women out there, just like they're just one good dick away from just regressing back into— well, I say regressing, I want to say revolving back into tomboys, right?
I have requested since day one of this stupid fucking drama, for Skitty to call off their attack dogs and to finally leave me and my community in peace.
Like a lot of these women, they were supposed to, instead of getting mastectomies. How do you pronounce that thing? How do you pronounce that thing? Let me see. Surgery where you get breasts removed. I know it's like mastectomy, right? Okay. Mastectomy. Mastectomy? No, I'm not pronouncing that right either. Hold on, let me see. We gotta, I gotta get this right. Let me see.
Mastectomy.
Mastectomy. Okay, so I did say it kind of right. So instead of getting mastectomies, they're supposed to just become tomboys and just like play basketball. And then after that, they leave the tomboy shit behind as they get older. But instead, because of the trans shit, they end up going down some mutated path and they can't come back from it, right? Here's the thing, like the tomboy is just a short stop from you developing as a person, from you developing as a woman based on your former interests. And I guess you never really stop being a tomboy because, you know, you can still be into hunting and sports and all this other shit even as you get older. But it's like, instead they think, oh, I like some of these masculine things, I must be a man. Or I'm just like not a woman, I'm non-binary, I'm something different. And then they continue basically acting and carrying themselves like women because what they view as masculinity is very shallow, really. That's really what happens, right?
The decision to make this video was not one I took lightly. In a perfect world, I would have liked to stay completely silent and simply continue to make my videos regardless of what was being said about me. But nearly 8 months have gone by since Skitty first decided to make a video on me. A video that would go on to spread all sorts of disgusting lies about me personally, rather than simply sticking to the debate topic at hand. And in that time, both myself and my community have faced constant harassment, threats, and pathetic attempts to completely destroy my channel. Skitty went out of their way to harass one of my sponsors in February. That goes well beyond a mere spat or disagreement over video game characters, which at the end of the day is all my Gerudo video was really about. I never called anyone a racist, I never called anyone a creep, I never even mentioned Skitty's name once. A sustained cancellation campaign is not a proportional response to a simple internet disagreement. And now, because of all this, I have to start worrying about how much farther things might escalate. Skitty has already proven that they have an unhealthy obsession with me. If I'm being honest, I don't think they saw our discussion in April the same way that I did. I thought it was us burying the hatchet and finally coming to a mutual understanding. Skitty, I now believe, saw it as an act of submission. They seem to be under the false impression that I was agreeing to shut up and never have a controversial opinion on any video game ever again, which is why they got so upset over me expressing negative sentiment about games like God of War Lofi. But I never agreed to have my opinions policed by amateur DramaTuber SkittyBitty or anyone else for that matter. So all that was left for me to do at this point was to finally strike back. The irony is that Skitty has been trying to goad me into crashing out at them for months, while simultaneously calling me spineless for not doing.
You should. Look, bro, there are so many people who you can defeat on the internet by just calling them a slur or two.
So, but now that I'm making a video exposing their weird behavior,
this is why I don't approve of it. I don't approve of just always calling everybody a faggot or a nigger or whatever or some shit like that. But it works though. It works, like literally just one or two slurs will get the worst type of people to just know to disengage and back off and mind their business.
I just know they're gonna cry victim and call me all the ists and phobics they can find in the dictionary.
Because they already know that they can't use any of the other tactics on you. None of the bullshit, none of the fake, I'm a demon trying to pretend like I speak human language shit. None of that shit is gonna work. They just fuck off. Oh, this guy's just a bigot. This guy's just a hateful bigot, and then they leave you alone.
Don't give a fuck.
You know, it's just intentionally, it's like the dude who fires a gun into the air from his window to keep the rent low.
My mistake in April when I talked to Skitty was in believing that they were a rational individual who genuinely felt remorse for what they said about me. But after learning as much as I have about them, I know that isn't true anymore. Why would I ever value the opinion of someone who has such a disgusting disdain for human life simply based on political disagreements? Why would I ever care to gain the—
Bro, this is crazy. Like, why? I don't understand why they chose Charlie Kirk of all people. Like, bro, he's the worst type of person you could have chosen for this because he didn't do anything. He never hurt anybody. He never said people should be hurt. He didn't encourage violence. He didn't laugh when somebody got shot or killed. When he was killed, he didn't have any real armed guards. He didn't really have any security, any armed security like that. Didn't have any security detail. He didn't have a gun on him. He was literally shot unarmed in cold blood while he was having a civil discussion with somebody. And like they dunk on him like, oh man, we got a top op. He didn't do anything to anybody. Why did you guys try and make this dude like an anti-martyr? Like,
who has such a disgusting disdain for human life simply based on political disagreements. Why would I ever care to gain the approval of someone that's sick in the head?
It's like they love the fact that they caught a body and they got away with it. They love it, dude.
But on the off chance that I'm—
when it happens again, they're gonna laugh about that too.
Wrong about you.
They never feel good about it. They're never gonna feel bad about this shit. Whenever they say, oh no, nobody should get hurt. We don't want anybody else to get killed. We don't want that to happen. They're lying. They love it when this shit happens.
Skitty, and you have any ounce of integrity or capacity for self-reflection left, then you'll call off your attack dogs, stop constantly harassing my fans, and finally finish that Breath of the Wild video you're already a year behind on. Because this is only the least extreme option I have to deal with your constant harassment and defamation. Escalate things further, and I will meet you with equal force. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm sorry that this video was a bit of a Debbie Downer. Believe me, I hated making it more than you can imagine.
It's kind of waffling a little bit, but I basically get it. Basically, Skitty is a schizo, essentially. Autistic man, woman, right? No, woman child who's LARPing as a non-binary child. So anyway, we jump back now to Harmful Opinion, who's a lot better at getting to the point than Octo. So we're going to keep him at normal speed.
About SkittyBitty, I have received 2 main complaints over and over and over, so I figured it would be appropriate to address them. The first complaint is that I supposedly left important information out of my coverage when I talked about it. And you know what? Fair enough, you're right, I did. The second complaint is more of an accusation that I'm trying to make SkittyBitty look like a nonce, that I'm Peter.
Harmful looks old? Well, he's just bald, I think.
Jacketing.
And here's the thing, I can't tell because I've never seen him with hair, so I don't know whether this is the case of he has hair and he just chose to go bald, or he was already Norwood maxing and he decided to just, you know, end the suffering early. You know, just don't even bother, right?
You seem to have misunderstood. I showed...
Which more dudes, if you are Norwooding, if you're Norwooding bad, right? Like you can't even take in Finn won't even save that shit for you. You might as well just cut it off, bro. Just go bald, right?
SkittyBitty doing that to other people. Well, I went out of the way to say nothing of that kind of stuff was happening in that Discord. Not everything that is inappropriate with kids is sexual. It is nonetheless still inappropriate. And on top of all of that, the details I cut out when talking about it were cut out for the purpose of harm.
You know what? That just made me... You say he's a skinhead. I know you're joking, Frank the neighbor, but I think that's part of the reason why white dudes, for the longest time, refused to fucking cut their hair is because you had all the skinheads and neo-Nazis walking around in, like, the Gen X era. So that made a lot of people very they didn't want people to think, oh, I'm not like them. I'm not a skinhead. So they would rather walk around with their shit all Norwooded up, you know, just hairline all the way, just touching the back of their neck and shit. They would sooner do that than just cut it bald and people think that they're a Nazi.
Production. What I omitted was something that makes Skitty look a little pedo-y. The general sentiment with the pedo jacketing accusation is that I was framing it so that Skitty looked as sus as possible so that culture warriors and conservatives will pick that up and run with it because Skitty's trans. I think today's video will serve as proof that I absolutely wasn't doing that, because if I was, I would have included this. Since so many people have been asking me to include all the information, since Skitty has said my videos were dishonest because I didn't include all the context, okay, you twisted my arm, I'll share it. It's like the perfect material for a conservative hate campaign, but if you really want me to, fine. SkittyBitty is on the record, has stated publicly, that they are against parents knowing what their children are up to online.
What? What? Are you insane? Bro, what the fuck is wrong with this bitch? Just saying all of the most, bro, she's lucky. Now I know for sure. I know for sure she asked to be like a woman, because if this was a guy, if this was a dude who called himself non-binary and he was saying shit like this, the documentary would have already been made. Women get away with shit like this though. They can be creepy like this and do shit like this and not have to suffer consequences until, I don't know, they're doing it a lot or they're doing it egregiously.
Championing youth autonomy on the internet, and more specifically,
women don't necessarily get away with grooming, but it takes a while for the grooming allegations to catch up to them.
Instructing a minor on how to avoid their parents' notice, or specifically going against their wishes. Over the past year or so, a couple regular faces have appeared repeatedly in the audience of Skitty's livestream. 2 people who represent themselves as, and are believed by Skitty to be, minors. There's Brendan.
Can we ban Brendan? No, he's only like 14 years old.
What? You should absolutely ban Brendan. You should absolutely ban Brendan then. No, little nigga, go watch something age appropriate. Go watch YouTube Kids. Matter of fact, go outside and play with other 14 and 13 and 15-year-olds, little nigga. Get away, get out of here.
And a younger boy called Benjamin.
Listen, he said he's younger than Brendan, and Brendan is 14.
What? We got 13, 12, possibly 11, 12-year-olds in the chat now. What are we doing here?
So
that's like an automatic ban. It's like automatic ban. Okay, you're possibly 12 years old or younger. I'm sorry, little bro. You gotta go. I can't babysit you because I'm gonna say some wild shit here and I cannot be responsible for what effect that's gonna have on you, man. I can't be responsible for making this a safe environment for kids. You gotta go.
Skitty apparently enjoyed teasing Benjamin by saying that he's 11, when in reality he's slightly older than that.
This is Benjamin. He's 11.
You should do your chores. Okay?
Benjamin's our youngest viewer.
11?
Are you sure? How do you even know? How can you even be sure of that? Your youngest viewer is 11. How can you even be sure of that?
He's actually 13, but if you say he's 11, he gets really mad, so...
How do you know that he's actually 13? Did you check his ID? Did he give you some ID? He show you his birth certificate or some shit? How do you know that he's 13?
Skitty has also publicly passed a judgment on this young boy's parents, as they are ideological enemies.
I'm your dad. Go do your chores.
No, Benjamin's parents are like homophobic crazy people.
Okay, I'm your internet uncle.
Your people like you, people like SkittyBitty are the reason why the homophobic people, the homophobic parents, low-key have a point. Right? And they're saying, no, you can't go on the internet. There's some weird gay people who are going to try and groom you and do things to you. And then he ends up in SkittyBitty's Discord and like, okay, I guess his parents had a point. I guess they weren't wrong. They weren't wrong, Brandon's parents.
In a stream last year, Skitty plugged their Discord, and young Benjamin lamented that he wouldn't be able to join. He doesn't have a card, or I suppose a PayPal or anything that he could use to pay for access to get into the private Discord.
If you're too old, if you're too young to even be able to figure out how to pay for something online, you shouldn't be there. You should be someplace where you can pay for shit with Roblox money. You know what sucks, right? Even the spaces for children, the fucking Roblox and shit like that, even stuff like that is being contaminated by adults, right? And not even just the groomers, even though those are the worst people, the worst adults who are infesting these places. It's also infested by like actual man children who are just infringing on these kids' places. Or in some cases, it's people like Brickbong who are both man children who are also groomers, who are in these children's places, the few places where they can be online. So it kind of sucks for the kids.
Discord. His parents also presumably wouldn't want him joining the private Discord of a queerness-focused YouTuber. No problem though. Skitty was there to help.
Anyway, Benjamin, if you want to join the Patreon, but you don't have a credit card, what you should do is you should buy yourself a Visa gift card at a store. I'm joking mostly.
No, bitch, I'm joking mostly. I'm joking mostly. I mean, you can do it. I'm giving you actual advice. You could actually do these things, right? So you could still give me money and still get access to this Discord where you would be in my community secretly away from your parents. I'm joking though. You shouldn't do that. You could if you wanted to.
But I'm actually not really joking. If you
okay, just straight up saying that it's not a joke.
You are a child and you have crazy homophobic parents and you need to buy anything really, you should buy a Visa gift card. Because
it's like these dudes, these LGBT niggas think that somebody's parents being homophobic or transphobic gives them license to just, I don't know, basically brainwash people's kids and get them, like, just try and Jedi mind trick into following them and coming to, basically joining their cult. That's basically what it is.
Just spend that on anything.
They think that it gives them license to induct vulnerable, easily manipulated children into their cult and bring them away from their family, which in reality just makes them dependent on them.
You can do that.
Benjamin expressed surprise and delight at this information, And SkittyBitty elaborated.
Yes, it has a number on it that you can use to purchase stuff. That is truth.
I'm very interested. I'm going to be very interested to try and figure out how she explains this away. How she explains how, no, it actually was a joke. No, guys, I didn't mean that. No, I'm not trying to groom children into my Discord cult. I'm not trying to do that, even though that is literally what I did on stream.
That's the official SkittyBitty strat. I never had to do shit like that because my parents are cool, but...
Maybe they shouldn't have been. Maybe your parents should have been more like Brendan's parents. They probably would have been, you probably would have been better off.
I support...
Like, there's so many people who probably don't even realize what, there are like probably so many niggas who are gay right now, who probably benefited massively from having conservative homophobic parents who kept them from being involved in certain communities, that took advantage of lost gay kids who were looking for a place to belong to.
Everyone who doesn't have cool parents.
Like, you don't understand, Jimmy, right? If your dad was cool with you hanging around the gay bar, you probably would have gotten raped by like some 40-year-old dude dressed in leather or some shit. Your parents did you a favor.
In their quest for autonomy.
The autonomy, too.
You know how rare it is? You know how rare it is to be an adult who's gay and like you never got molested even once? Your parents did you a major solid, dude.
Give YouTubers money and gain access to private chat rooms their parents wouldn't want them in. I suppose more generally, this is support of kids being able to join whatever weird shit they want. The instructions certainly work for that, and 13-year-old Benjamin seemingly wasn't aware of this method before. Let me emphasize, this wasn't a hypothetical or a general discussion of this sort of thing. This was direct instruction from SkittyBitty to a 13-year-old on how to bypass parental approval, consent, and knowledge when signing up and paying for an online service, to Skitty's financial benefit, but also specifically to make sure this kid would be around people his parents are believed not to want him around, on account of their alleged homophobia. It's unclear if Benjamin managed to join specifically using this method, but join he did.
Oh, Brendan's here. Hi, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan. He missed something. He missed the lore.
Yeah. It's okay. He's on the server, so he already knows.
No, Brendan's not on the server. You're thinking of Benjamin.
Oh.
It doesn't particularly matter to me, though, how he got in. I believe it's...
Yo, I really do understand why Nintendo was so desperate to keep YouTubers from making any content involving their IPs before. I really do understand why they felt the way they felt. I do understand why Nintendo was so reluctant to let the Smash community do basically anything. Because you look at what these Nintendies get up to, especially the Smash community and all the scandals that come out of there, and you're like, man, they actually have done quite a bit of damage to the Nintendo brand. Because now I see some shit and I see a community of Nintendo fans and like, okay, it could be cool, or it could be filled with people like SkittyBitty or the average sex pest or pedophile you find in the Smash community or some shit like that.
Still the case that YouTubers should not be instructing 13-year-olds on how to bypass parental oversight to get into chat rooms online, and how to bypass their parents' will to give the YouTuber money. That shouldn't happen, ever. It certainly shouldn't be happening multiple times.
What if you only have physical money? Buy a Visa gift card.
There's been a great deal of misunderstanding.
Oh, she repeated it. She repeated the strat.
About exactly what I'm saying. Hopefully this...
Just in case you didn't know before, you know, little kids, how you can give me money and get access to my community, or you'll be away from influences of your parents.
Video is simple enough for the media literate types. I mean, when I tried to explain more plainly my issue in my original video to SkittyBitty, because they were either deliberately pretending to misunderstand or genuinely misunderstanding, the response was simply,
I'm gay.
Hopefully I've demonstrated that I was not trying to make SkittyBitty look like a pedophile. If I wanted to, I could have framed this differently, and it would have been very, very easy to do.
It's so fucking base. It's like, look, I could easily, don't try and accuse me of something like trying to make you look like a pedophile, because I could do that easily. I could do that with my hands behind my fucking back, dude. Don't do that.
But I didn't. And I don't think I have in this video either. It's just hard not to look like a bit of a creep when you behave like this. Like, I couldn't in a million years imagine instructing a child in my chat like this. First off, you say you're a kid, you get banned. That's my standard. But I'm not a Zelda YouTuber. I'm a very different kind of streamer.
Oh, you know, that's another aspect to things, right? If you are a Nintendo content creator, you're gonna have a lot of kids in your audience, and you actually are disincentivized from banning a lot of those kids because they're the ones who are watching your shit, right?
Desperate for every little scrap of cash, or so intent on undermining parental authority. Oh yeah, the other thing people wanted me to include in all this was, SkittyBitty's been fighting with Octorok reviews, and he liked a couple tweets with slurs in them. Oh. There you go. You happy now?
Terrible.
Take it easy.
Okay, so SkittyBitty, in light of all of this shit, the Octorok video and the videos that Harmful Opinion made, she then made a half-hour-long video defending herself in defense of SkittyBitty. And it's basically just cope and bullshit. So we're going to speed through this. I might crank it up to 1.5. I'm going to leave it at 1.25. Matter of fact, let me get something ready real quick. I gotta start streaming earlier in the morning so I can have some coffee when I do this. Well, I suppose I could just drink coffee now, but you know. Okay, hopefully this won't be too much of a drag. It's gonna be a lot of cope. I also love cup content, so.
At work on my Breath of the Wild video. I'd say the script is about 75% done, and I'm on track to finish it.
Wow, that's way fat. I only have it on 1.25. What the fuck?
Hi everyone, Skitty here. As you know, I've been hard at work on my Breath of the Wild video. I'd say the script is about
Okay, so she already just talks fast. Okay, we'll leave it at this speed. We'll see.
75% done.
I guess I just won't pause it that much.
And I'm on track to finish it by the end of August at the latest. I'd love to keep my head down and continue work on the video, but unfortunately some internet drama has cropped up that bears addressing. On July 18th, Octorok Reviews released a video called What's Wrong with SkittyBitty. The video is 42 minutes long, supposedly took a month to make, and details an alleged months-long harassment campaign that I've supposedly waged against Octorok Reviews in the months since the release of my Gerudo video in March. And if this video had been an honest recap of everything that had happened since that video was
you would deny it. You wouldn't accept it. Well, I've already seen it. He already showed us examples. Him and Harmful. Octo and Harmful have both showed examples of her just not accepting reality and just just basically distorting the truth. So you wouldn't accept it anyway.
Least encompassing both of our behavior and ending with a sincere apology towards me and a call for me to take accountability, I would frankly be cooked. Fortunately for me, I guess, this video is not that. To be clear, it's true that there were times in the past few months where I've acted in ways I regret and said things I shouldn't have. I'll be addressing those things as they come up because I don't want to be the kind of person who can't admit when they make a mistake.
Okay, I'll be interested. I'll be very interested to see what she considers a mistake she made.
Same cannot be said of Octo, whose video makes no attempt to accurately portray his own behavior and is completely devoid of of any introspection. His video is also predicated on people not paying too close attention to the evidence he's showing of this so-called harassment campaign, because if you listen to what he's saying and take it at face value, I seem like a monster. But if you actually pause and read the screenshots he shows in his video, many of them do not show what he claims they do. I'm not interested in going through his video point by point and calling out every instance of him being dishonest or lying by omission. That's more effort than this issue deserves. But I also refuse to stay silent when my reputation is dragged through the mud by bad faith actors. So you can consider this video as sort of—
I hate that fucking phrase, dude. Bad faith is one of those things, right? It's one of those phrases, I call them weasel phrases, right? Well, no, that's already a term, weasel words. But it's like, I guess, weasel debate phrases. It's something that you use to just use as a way to get out of having to explain away something. Somebody tries to present something, you just say that they're bad faith, and now you don't even have to answer at all. You don't have to confront it. You don't have to disprove it. Even if they came with receipts, you can just say, they're bad faith, those aren't real. And it's like it never even existed.
Compromise. I want to set the record straight while wasting as little of both my time and yours as possible, so let's get into it. In my Gerudo video, I said the following. I should note that Octo's been cordial, even friendly in our public interactions, but it doesn't feel sincere. If anything, I'm waiting for him to turn around after this video comes out and talk about how all this is so uncalled for and he's only ever been nice to me. Unsurprisingly, this is exactly how his video begins. He mentions how, the very same day my Gerudo video came out, I took to Twitter to taunt him and send my followers his way. What I actually posted was this, a screenshot of an exchange Octo had in another YouTuber's replies a few weeks prior, where he was vague posting out my upcoming video review.
Finally able to break my silence, say that this shit is so embarrassing. I don't know why Skitty is so aggressive towards me. I hate drama. Then why are you behaving like this? Try saying that around SkittyBitty and they'll kill you. Honestly, cannot stand SkittyBitty. Save this post and come back to it after Skitty's next big video is released. I promise it will be hilarious. What video are they making? Sorry to vague post, but I won't ruin the surprise. They worked so hard on it after all.
Revealing my true colors in some way. Here, his vague niceties when talking to me directly contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the video's
Wait,
release.
what are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about?
Contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the video's release. To hear Octo tell it, I continued to relentlessly post about him while he stayed stone-faced and ignored it all, but that's simply a lie. He quote retweeted this post calling me a bully, which I quote retweeted in return saying that I was amazed by—
like, what? He wasn't shitting on you there. Like this, hold on, I guess I didn't go back far enough, right?
With the passive-aggressive true colors and some—
Like, he wasn't shitting on you here. What are you talking about?
Way. Here, his vague niceties when talking to me directly contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the video's release. To hear Octo tell it, I continued to relentlessly post—
He was like, oh, you're gonna be so— look, I hate the vague post. But man, you gotta look forward to it, man. When you see this new video, woo, man, it's gonna kill you, dude.
About him while he stayed stone-faced and ignored it all.
Did she think that was like her being passive-aggressive? I think she's projecting.
That's simply a lie. He quote retweeted this post calling me a bully, which I quote retweeted in return saying that I was amazed by his persecution complex and apparent inability to introspect. I pointed out that he had been taking refuge—
Is this what this video is gonna be? Is this video just gonna be her projecting for half an hour?
And a handful of comments on his original Gerudo video and hearting only—
Big up Glock Saint, thank you for the hype.
The ones telling him that he'd done nothing wrong. He quote retweeted me again saying I misunderstood his intentions with his initial video and that he had offered to work things out privately, which I had ignored. And that's true. I did ignore the message he sent me because it read to me as wildly insincere.
Wait, what?
And that's true. I did ignore the message he sent me because it read to me as wildly insincere. I posted this—
Okay, so what can he say then? Already, you've made there's no win condition for this guy. If he says something and he's vague about it, then okay, he's being passive aggressive and actually he's being sarcastic. Okay, if he comes to you and he's apologizing, he asks, are you cool? Well, okay, he's being insincere. So there's literally no way for him to ever like mend the bridge between you and him, and it ever be cool. You're always gonna think that he has it out for you somehow.
Message he sent me in the replies, pointing out that—
Also, she's twisting the timeline and omitting here. Otto confirmed that she was shitting on him in response to his video, but she's acting like that didn't happen at all, and nothing happened until after her response to the response.
He asked, "Are we not cool?"
She just started the video too with him saying how he's using screen caps deceptively.
And said that he'd prefer to avoid drama, which I found ridiculous considering he'd made an entire video based on a Twitter fight he picked with me that misrepresented what I believe. And yes, his video did misrepresent what I believe. Octo says in his video that I ignore the fact that he claimed people wanted the Gerudo to be removed or retconned out of the Zelda series, which, first of all, is still not what anyone was advocating for. And
that is not true at all. That is complete lie. There are 100% people who are doing that.
Second of all, isn't what a retcon is. Retconning the Gerudo out of the Zelda series would mean retroactively writing them out of the continuity. That's what retcon is short for. This is something I've never advocated for. What I've suggested, at a maximum, is a more thoughtful and well-researched character design that's less rooted in stereotypes. I'm not trying to go back and censor anything. I'm looking towards the future and thinking about how to do things differently. By this logic, Breath of the Wild retconned the Gerudo by giving them different outfits.
Nintendo should do the opposite of Sony and just pretend like Western people's opinions on their properties just aren't a thing. Just like, don't even acknowledge them. Don't acknowledge them, don't give them attention, pretend they don't exist.
And their Ocarina of Time counterparts. It's ridiculous. But okay, back to the Twitter argument. I pointed out that the
I genuinely can't think of any time where a popular Japanese studio started listening to Americans, and it worked out in the end. The only exception I can actually think of is like the Sonic franchise, but the Sonic franchise has always been like a hybridized American Japanese thing. It's never been purely Japanese, and it's never been purely American. And even then, right, it's like Americans actually do fuck with Sonic a lot if you actually know about some of the shit that goes on behind the scenes. Really, I would say like the peak of Americans actually doing right by Sonic was the marketing, right? The 1990s Nintendo Sega console war. North American Sega marketing was actually top tier, and they 100% should have listened to the American branch more. Outside of that, no.
Description of Octo's Gerudo video.
He who throws things, thank you for the rage quit. Just stop fighting and kiss, you autistic retards.
About, quote, oversensitive Twitter users ruining his favorite fandoms. Asking, "Are we not cool?" was ignoring the elephant in the room, and I didn't want to entertain a conversation with him on a dishonest premise. Hopefully you can already see, just from this explanation, that this wasn't some flood of unreasonable tweets directed at Octo for no reason. It was a back and forth where I called out his cowardly behavior. He didn't respond to this, and things were quiet for about a week, until March 19th, when a Twitter user called Tyrann posted a screenshot of the thumbnail for my Gerudo video and captioned it, "New Zelda fans really think they deserve to live." This post got over 1 million views.
So, who gives a fuck? Is this all this shit is? Is this just Twitter bullshit?
The replies,
at least Octo, at least he was bringing up shit that happened on Discord too.
Quote tweets were populated by people dehumanizing me, calling
just turn it off, nigga. Just step away from the computer, or I guess delete the app. Delete X from your phone. Oh, you cut off your breast. Oh, this is why she's bad. That's a zipper tits creature or something. You cut off your breast, sis. Cry about racism and what? This is true though. You did do that. They aren't even like making fun of you for shit that didn't happen. You did cut off your titties. That is like an actual thing you did. Why are you mad?
Slurs and making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about this.
Thank you for the full send, Glock Saint. Why are you mad about people talking about you cutting off your tits? You cut them off. Aren't you glad that that happened? Thank you, Glock Saint, for the one gifted sub.
Which I know because he replied to several of these people simply nodding along. At no point did he disavow the blatant harassment. On the contrary, he was actively being friendly with the people doing it. At this time, Octo...
Imagine being titless by choice.
...was also in the replies to my tweet from a week prior, publicly defending his decision to use a...
Why did Mikey... Because this is a woman, right? This isn't a trans person. This isn't a trans... This is like a non-binary woman who had a mastectomy. Mastectomy? I literally just looked it up, and I already can't pronounce it anymore. Holy shit, I suck at pronouncing words.
Mastectomy.
She had a mastectomy, like sincerely.
Documentary about the Taliban as a singular...
She's a woman. She just, removed the titties for some reason. She fell for the propaganda,
source for...
which is crazy because she's Jewish. That propaganda was for goys only. She fell for the goy propaganda.
quote,
got high on her own supplies. Crazy.
real-world Islamic cultures in his Gerudo video, which I quote retweeted calling him a fucking spineless weasel. Was this mean? Yes. Was it unprompted? No. It was around this time that my friend and community moderator Boobly decided to join Octo's then public—
Boobly. She keeps around somebody named Boobly because, you know, it makes her not feel so bad about taking her tits away.
Discord server to see how he was talking about this.
No milk, she's milkless. She's milkless! There actually was this one person who they were transgender. They were a trans man. And I remember this story, it stuck with me. They deleted their videos now, which is actually a good thing, really. So they used to be a trans man. They used to be a trans content creator. And then one day, they decided to leave the internet for like a couple months. They went to live on a farm. And then when they came back, they had grown out their hair. They had stopped taking hormones. And they had started going by their original pronouns. And apparently they had started going back to church, right? And then they came back a few months later, and apparently they were engaged and pregnant. And they were talking about how sad they were they couldn't breastfeed anymore because they had got a mastectomy when they were still trans. And that made them sad. So I remember that story, and then they disappeared from the internet forever, presumably to just like live a trad Christian life. So like that's an example of like literally trans man who found like a guy who like fucked the tomboy and trad back into them and like made them see the light.
Situation within his community. Octo claims that I sent Boobly to harass him and his community members, which is flatly untrue on both counts. To be clear, Boobly was involved in the original thread that sparked Octo's Gerudo video, and in that video, Octo showed his tweets on screen with his profile picture uncensored, calling him a freak. I didn't send Boobly in on some sort of recon mission, he joined a public Discord of his own volition. Octo claims he harassed people in there, but he doesn't provide any evidence of this because it doesn't exist. At most, Boobly repeatedly asked for clarification about why, for example, Octo put cropped of Reju in the same video in which he argued that the fetishization of the Gerudo wasn't a real issue. The only person Boobly was even a little bit mean—
What? That's just porn, though. Like, what do you mean? The fetishization of the Gerudo is it's not a real issue. Look, dude, you put you put a woman who's not fat and who's not ugly and basically anything, it's going to niggas are going to thirst after it. This has been proven like over and over again.
Was this mysterious individual?
Like you look at Pokemon. Pokemon, for like 99% of the women, females in Pokemon, they do not have sexualized designs at all. Every once in a while, you'll get like one woman with some cleavage, but most of the time, there's like nothing sexy about female women in Pokemon. Amount of porn for Pokemon is just it's like ridiculous. It's like to try and say, oh, they're sexualizing eroticism for the Gerudo especially. No, nigga. They're like 50 times as much porn for Zelda probably than there are for all of the Gerudo combined.
And I won't make you wonder who it could be because I'll tell you. This is the same man who made a thread about me on the notorious harassment forum Kiwi Farms.
Wait, hold up. Who did that? Oh! Okay, that's why they're mad.
Because I'll tell you, this is the same man who made a thread about me on the notorious harassment forum Kiwi Farms.
I didn't even know this bitch had her own Kiwi Farms page. I didn't even know. I was just like a heads up for anybody who has a page on Kiwi Farms, don't go there. Don't go to your Kiwi Farms thread. It's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for your health. You're not going to prove anything to the Kiwis who are making fun of you there. They're just going to bully you more. They're just going to bully you more. That's all that's going to happen. Take a little trip to Kiwi Farms. It's like, oh, Mikey, you use bright mode. I sure as fuck do. Fuck me. I'm going to be using fucking dark mode on Kiwi Farms. This doxer website. I'm not using it on dark mode.
I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets... I do not like the Pura redesign. That is Gooner bait, 100%.
What? What? Puar is Gooner bait? What? Okay, well now they got the Gooner bait design. Let me see real quick. Let me see. Hold up. Let me just look away. avert your eyes, because I don't know, this shit might go crazy. Oh no. Oh no. See, I thought it was gonna be like actual porn. It's like, this is just the design from the game. This is what you're talking about? This is just gooner bait? It's like, oh my god, she's the one. Maybe it's because like she has titties, right? Maybe that's why she wanted to. Is that why she got rid of her tits? Because she wanted to stop being, she wanted men to stop thinking that she was like sexy in any way. So she got the sex appeal away. Is there like a surgery to get rid of your ass too? Maybe she'll take it to the next level. Like, men can never be attracted to me ever.
I made a
How did she get a boyfriend though?
Video about this guy over a year ago on my second channel, which I'll link in an iCard if
Wait,
you're
you
curious.
did what?
Speaking of Kiwi Farms, though,
you did what?
This is the same man who made a thread about me on the notorious harassment forum Kiwi Farms. I made a video about this guy over a year ago on my second channel, which—
Don't do that! Why are you fucking— Thank you for fueling his obsession, I guess. Thank you for giving him more material. Oh, Kiwi Farms hates that. When the lol cows they talk about give them attention, they despise that.
I'll link in an iCard if you're curious. Speaking of Kiwi Farms, though, it's worth noting that several of the sources Octo cites in this video that demonstrate my alleged misdeeds are pulled directly from my Kiwi Farms.
What? How are they alleged? How are they alleged? Okay, these things that are alleged, but they exist. They exist as receipts on the Kiwi Farms.
If you look at the screenshot he shows of my redesigned Gerudo drawing, it's identical to the one posted on my thread on the farms, down to the number of likes.
Okay, so how is it alleged then? The receipt is right there. Are you about to— is she gonna do this thing where because it came from the Kiwi Farms, it's not legitimate, even though that is me? That is me in 4K saying the thing, right? That actually is me, but it came from the Kiwi Farm, so it doesn't count.
Posts and comments. And like, you have to imagine Octo scrolling through posts like this, and this, and this, and this, and—
Bitch, shut up!
Still being like, yep, this is
Oh
definitely
my
a good
God.
source of information. The last thing I'll say about my Kiwi Farm—
Yes, it is! Like, hold up, look, it's like, if I'm on a forum, and it's about math, right? And I'm scrolling through like the math forum, all of these math nerds, and somebody says 2 + 2 = 4, and then right below it, somebody says faggot. Does that now mean this 2 + 2 no longer equal 4 because there's a homophobic person on the forum too saying slurs, saying anti-gay slurs? Is that how this works? No. It's like, if Hitler rose from the grave, let's say the ghost of Hitler rose from the grave, and he's like, Ein, the fucking world is round. Is it now flat because the ghost of Hitler said so? Because the no mustache man said so? No, bitch.
Thread is that
receipts are receipts.
Probably where he found this infamous clip from my now private stream where I reacted to Synthetic Man's Tears of the Kingdom review. Let's watch it now. I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall.
Okay, so let's okay, hold
Sure
on.
does sound bad, saying he gets the wall, an allusion to execution by firing squad. Why would I say something like that? Well, here's the full clip, including the context that prompted my response.
And Riju's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any of their Rule 34, you know they're usually sporting a little something extra.
He's saying that in some Rule 34.
How the fuck is that worthy of killing somebody? How is that? What? No wonder she thinks that. No wonder she was making fun of Charlie Kirk. No wonder she thinks he deserved it.
Which is gamer for some Gerudo are portrayed with a phallus. And
oh, of course it's a Fudanari joke too.
Because he has seen so much that
only time we hear Synthetic Man say anything in this fucking in any of this content, it's him making a Fudanari joke. Of course.
It has completely rotted his brain. That's the only explanation for this behavior. I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall. Okay, that's pretty heinous, but maybe you still think my—
It's like, also, aren't you being kind of a bigot? Aren't you being a bigot by saying that about Synthetic Man? Synthetic Man is appreciating women who got a little extra downstairs. Why are you being such a bigot and not accepting Synthetic Man's tendencies? Isn't that very unprogressive of you, SkittyBitty?
gets the wall comment was a little bit much. I mean, Synthetic Man would never say something like that.
Stop. Nobody says bigotry except subhumans. People who should be executed. Every single one of them, without exception. They need to...
You should be better than the Fuda Man, though. You should be better than Synthetic Man.
Face the wall.
Two wrongs don't make a right? Sure, I can respect that. Either way, I haven't used language like that since, so let's just call it even and move on. To recap,
so you, well, at least she clarified.
Didn't send Boobie
right?
into Octo's Discord, and he wasn't inflammatory towards anyone except for the one guy who he knew was the creator of my Kiwi Farms thread. It's
Synthetic Man will fold immediately for Sphere Hunter. I mean...
worth noting that Octo knew from the start who this guy was and chose to keep him around, not because he enjoyed his company, but simply because he figured his incessant ramblings
he would at least try to resist. It wouldn't be immediate, right? It wouldn't be immediate.
Online. How do I know this? Well, I talked to him about it. While I was working on my Gerudo video, I watched Octo's Wind Waker review, and frankly, I hated it. I have my own criticisms towards Wind Waker. It's not my favorite Zelda game, but I thought his video about it was genuinely awful. I wanted to react to it live on stream and tear it apart, which I would have been fully within my rights to do, but it didn't feel great to unnecessarily stir up additional—
No, I won't move on because she would never accept that from Octo. I hold people by their own standards. You know, that's a good point. She would 100% hold that over Octo Rox's head. 100%. Even if he was talking about people, like if he said that about any of the people who were making the Charlie Kirk jokes, she would say that that was like, I don't know, uncalled for, even though he's talking about people who are just talking about even more heinous shit.
Drama with Octo, especially since the Wind Waker video had nothing—
I mean, because these are all figures of speech. Those guys were talking about an actual guy who got executed in public.
To do with me or our feud. So I reached out to him to ask if I could react to it, and he expressed hesitation, which, fair, especially since friend of the channel and now famous ex-boyfriend Walter Wide had gotten on Octo's case about a strange line in his Wind Waker video that goes as follows.
I wonder why he decided to break up with her.
I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her?
Walt asserted on Twitter that this was Octo—
How fat is this chick? Do we know? I don't know, but I will say she had a mastectomy. Being super fat with no tits, that's like terrible. I guess the only thing, I don't know, what's worse? Being obese with no ass? Being a woman who's fat with no ass? Or being a woman who's fat with no tits?
Arguing that Wind Waker—
I mean, if you got the terrible genetics, you got no ass and no tits when you're fat. And that's just crazy.
It was poorly written.
At least if you're obese and you're like fat, you can get like a nigga, right? You can get like a Jamaican dude or something like that.
Because the pirate crew would have assaulted Tetra. Octo claims that that line didn't imply sexual violence, but rather mutiny. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's very difficult to have a conversation about authorial intent when one of the parties is literally the author, but I will say that pirate mutiny was actually relatively uncommon historically. If the line had gone something like—
What?
But I will say that pirate mutiny was actually relatively uncommon historically. If the line had gone something like, how else would a young pirate captain keep her crew in line, it would have still been shaky and—
What? Pirates absolutely like mutinied, and like, here's how it worked, right? Yes, there were pirate mutinies, but what would really happen is that when the crew didn't fuck with the captain anymore, it was kind of like tyrannical democracy, right? The crew would elect their captain to basically be the tyrant of the ship. But if he started fucking up, they would then hold an election to replace him, right? It's like, hey, bro, we don't like how you're getting down, so we're going to elect for a new captain. And if he wasn't cool with that, well, then he would have to walk the plank. That basically is how that used to work. So it technically is like a mutiny if you look at it that way.
Terms of historicity, but it wouldn't have—
It's the most base form of democracy, in my opinion. You're basically electing a dictator. You're electing for a dude to have like absolute power. But if he fucks up, then everybody comes together and they're like, okay, we don't like you, so we're going to like take away your dictatorship and we're going to elect a new dictator. And you know, if he doesn't like it, we're going to get rid of him too. Very interesting system. You probably can't use it on anything beyond like a small scale, like a pirate ship or pirate fleet, I guess in some cases. But
mind you, this is the same video where he claims the Gerudo kidnap Link so they can sexually assault him, complete with that infamous Riju image, and where he dedicates several minutes to wondering aloud about whether the Kokiri have sex. Him specifying that Tetra is a young woman commanding a group of men, his line about laws and social customs does lend itself to Walt's reading. But if Octo—
Not really. Not really, dude. Not real. That's a stretch. You're stretching that shit out for your ex-boy friend.
Octo says he didn't mean to imply sexual violence. Well, that's sort of the end of the conversation. So anyway, Octo and I agreed to have a long—
Oh, just let it go. When somebody says some stupid shit about, like, Octo, he has to just let it go. When he says some stupid shit, you have to keep going. You have to keep the shit just going along.
Conversation to come to some sort of understanding, which happened a few days later in the form of a 2.5—
You know what this is like? This is like when you're in an argument with a woman and you just have to give up. You have to let her win. Even if you're right, you're in an argument with a girl, right? And you just have to let her win because otherwise you're just going to be fighting all day or all night. And you're like, fuck it, sure. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. You just apologize. You committed no crime. You literally proved, you have the evidence to prove that she is wrong in the argument, but you have to submit because you know that she's never going to let it go. This is the problem that Octo has found himself in.
Hour-long call on Discord, in which he was very friendly and apologetic, both for making his Gerudo video in the first place without reaching out to me, and for the harassment I'd received in the aftermath. He assured me that my assumptions about him were wrong. He wasn't a bigot, he grew up in a diverse, liberal community, his best friend is a gay star, and he never meant any harm.
Also, he's literally not white. Like, he's literally not white. That's not enough. He's white. He's not less white than you. I mean, hold up. She's more white than he is, right? Because she's Jewish. And I highly doubt that she's one of those Arab-passing Jews, right? She probably looks fucking Polish or some shit.
Cast of Walter Wide was an alt.
Her great-grandparents are probably from Germany or Poland or some place like that. She looks just like any other white person. She's trying to dictate what this brown person can say or do on social media.
Mine, and I explained that he was actually my ex-boyfriend who had been living with me during the early days.
His people were actually, they were victims of an even worse genocide than what your people went through. Because there are tons of Jews all over the place. In America, in Europe, in the Middle East, there are red men in like one fucking continent. And there are barely any of those niggas left.
Of working on my Gerudo video. Walt and I kept our relationship private up until Octo decided to reveal, both on Twitter and in his video about me, that we had dated. Which, to be clear, is fine. Walt is a good friend of mine, and sometimes you try—
They didn't get their own country. We didn't give the Indian— We gave them reservations. Do they get their own country? Nope.
Something
they don't even get their own state.
Doesn't work out. Neither of us have hard feelings about it, and it's frankly out of line for Octo to—
Oklahoma is like the closest Native Americans ever got to having their own state.
Wonder aloud why he's still quote-unquote simping for me despite us having—
They get the thunder. That's what they get. You get the reparations for Indians was reservations, casinos, and Shay Alexander bringing home a chip for the Oklahoma Thunder. There you go. We're basically even, right?
Broken up. I feel like the obvious answer is because we were friends before we dated, and we're still friends afterwards. During this call, we also talked about the harassment I'd been dealing with on Twitter, which he apologized for, and I apologized in turn for accusing him of being a racist Gamergator creep in my video. He talked about how difficult it was to have people group—
Gamergate? Oh, shit.
Him in with a particular political ideology.
Nigga, it's been over a decade. You're gonna have to let it go.
Based on the limit—
Like, for real, all these people, they need to let Gamergate go. It's been over a decade. What are we doing here?
Information he shares online, and I empathize with that, but reminded him that he has control over what he posts, and that if he never pushes back against far-right talking points, people will be justified in believing he agrees with them. We also talked—
Wait, hold up, what the fuck? So I have a responsibility. So when somebody brings up far-right talking points, they have a responsibility to always have to disavow immediately. But fucking radical leftists can be in your community making jokes about people going out like Charlie Kirk and all this other crazy tanky nonsense. You don't have to say shit. You can just let those people exist.
Briefly about him being sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure, an open, unrepentant bigot who we'll talk more about later. Octo laughed nervously when I brought it up, saying that he's certainly never going to take a sponsorship without doing a background check ever again. I wish I pushed him harder on this, but he seemed to agree that the Dragon's Treasure was indefensible. The last thing I'll say about this call is that, as part of it, I told Octo something about myself that I hadn't been public about previously. Our conversation had convinced me that I had misjudged him and that I could trust him with this information, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll come back to this in a few minutes. After our call, we pinned comments under our respective videos reminding our audiences not not to harass the other and decided to bury the hatchet. He gave me
so that's the part so far where they both agree on it.
his blessing to react to any of his videos with the stipulation that Walt be excluded from any such streams. I agreed, and we went our separate ways. Octo alludes repeatedly to a truce we made at this point, but there was no such agreement. We didn't need a truce. I simply thought I'd misjudged him, and he was feeling so good after our call that he told his whole Discord server how much fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we could be on a podcast together. But in the weeks following our call, his posting got increasingly inflammatory until finally, following the reveal—
Okay, you're just fast forwarding through the shit. What was he actually saying?
But in the weeks following—
Okay, so hold on.
Discord server how much fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we could be on a podcast—
I know deceptive editing when I see it. Why did you fast forward through that shit like that?
Cast together. But in the week—
Okay. The Zelda casting has genuinely saved us from going down the worst timeline possible. Very glad Bo got the role. She seemed like a great fit. I hope the film actually has good writing, though, or it'll be all for naught. Okay, what's the problem here? Oh, that's Hunter. That's Hunter Schafer. Oh, is that what this is? Oh my God. Are you saying that because he just wanted Bo to get the role instead of Hunter Schafer, that's a dog whistle? Bro, this bitch is mentally ill.
Weeks following our—
All right, I think I found a way to balance. Okay, so this is Caleb Hammer, who he has also become a far right-wing dude because he wants people to be fiscally responsible. And also he thinks that a lot of these government programs are kind of scams, which they are a lot of the time. All right, I think I found a good way to balance acceptive left-wing and right-wing podcast invites. I'll go on Osmongold and Destiny as a start. Do we like? Sounds like a good time. It'd be funnier if you got on Hassan's show too, but something tells me he wouldn't want to talk to anyone who might. What's the problem here? You were talking about unhinged. What's unhinged about this?
Call his
Hassan absolutely wouldn't want to talk to anybody about economics or finances as a socialist.
Fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we could be on a podcast together. But in the weeks following our call,
The Last Jedi loses 92% of its screens in China. In second week, it insults the IQ, and the Star Wars aren't very beautiful. Americans may have forgotten why having beautiful characters is important, but the rest of the world hasn't. Bro is just making innocuous statements on Twitter, and she considers this sacrilege. A central plank of leftist politics today is emasculation. That is true. And not just in the proximate sense of feminism. I mean literal emasculation, including advocacy for male sterilization in future decades. This will be a major political dividing line. So a lot of you guys probably don't know what the context of this video here is. The video he's talking about, like, who was it again? What's it called? Oh, let me see. How do I find it? Holy shit, I actually forgot what it called. Let me look on it. Because I have the clip there. It's about this dude talking about why he wouldn't bring children into the world, right? Like he went on a whole diatribe about why he couldn't do that, about why it would have been devastating to the child. Would have been devastating to the child that it happened. All right, that was weird. Damn, I can't even look it up. What happened? Annoying. All right, it's fine. All right, here we go. Yeah, it actually is a good idea this dude didn't have kids, because the reasons why he gave about why he shouldn't have kids were actually a little bit psychotic. TBH. Okay, here's the video right here. Here's the video right here. Let's watch it real quick. It's only 4 minutes.
When people ask me why I got snipped, I generally kind of gesture vaguely to fascism and climate change, and people
right
go,
away,
oh, yeah, totally
right away. So first off, This guy, this is absolutely, you look at stats, right? You'll look at some statistics about why, like, conservatives are growing in number. And part of the reason why that isn't necessarily because conservatives are becoming so hip and they're proselytizing so much more effectively than leftists are. It's because conservatives are actually having children. And a lot of liberals and leftists are doing what this guy did, right? Like, who was it? Anthony Fantano also got snipped, which, you know, is actually amazing because he had a black wife. So he basically made a conscientious decision to not have any mixed race children with his black wife. So, hey, you did the white nationalists a solid there without intending to, Mr. Fantano.
But the truth is that whenever my friends and family members get pregnant, and I'm in my early 30s, so that's happening a lot these days, I get a horrible weight.
Oh yeah, this dude, he's a historian, or I don't know, maybe he's a historical guide. He talks about the Civil War, and he's one of those dudes. He's a Southerner, but he's very not proud of Southern culture, and he's one of those people who has to look. I like Ulysses S. Grant a lot. I think he's one of the greatest generals in American history. But there's been the Lost Cause caused so much damage, so much unfair damage to the reputation of Ulysses S. Grant that a lot of people have been trying to push the Just Cause, which tries to make it seem like the South were basically evil Nazis and Robert E. Lee isn't that great of a general and Ulysses S. Grant is the greatest general to ever live. None of that is true. Like, there's obviously a nuanced middle ground where both Lee and Grant are amazing generals, and the Civil War was fought for very complicated issues involving slavery, states' rights, and all that shit.
In the pit of my stomach. Oftentimes I'm genuinely happy for them. You know, sometimes I can even look them in the eye and say, you'll be a really great father, and mean it. But there's another part of me that can't shake the idea that in 9 months, another American will come into the world, another ravening cannibal who will spend the next better part of a century burning fossil fuels, housing cheeseburgers, and ignoring homeless people at traffic lights. Billionaires are by far the worst climate criminals, but according to Oxfam, the richest 10% of humans globally also share a considerable amount of blame for CO2 emissions from consumption. And
so poor people who aren't rich should just not have kids. If you aren't a billionaire, you shouldn't even be having kids, right? Because you're just going to make it worse. You're going to make it worse for them, and you're going to make it worse for everybody else.
10% includes just about everybody who lives in the global north above.
So here's the thing. Both the Lost Cause and the Just Cause are both kind of self-defeating. Because if we believe the Lost Cause, that means that Lee lost to some fucking drunkard who was barely even, like, paying attention majority of the time. And if you believe the Just Cause, well, that means that Grant just basically Zerg rushed his way down south to Richmond, and he forced Lee to surrender because otherwise Lee would have had to fight a guerrilla war in order to keep the war going. So both of them are very self-defeating. Rather than the truth is that both of these two are really, really good generals. And when really, really good generals fight each other, usually you get a war that's very bloody and very, like, cutthroat, like very by the tip of your seat when two generals are both on
poverty line. It's
like Waterloo, right? Like in Napoleon's last campaign, that shit was very, very close, right? Like Wellington is probably the best general that Napoleon ever fought. And even he was like, damn, that shit was close as fuck. We almost lost there.
The level of population growth on climate catastrophe has historically been way overstated, but there's no question that this is a crisis inflicted by the haves onto the have-nots. And every single person born in the global north exacerbates the problem by virtue of the huge amount of resources that they are almost certainly bound to consume. And you can say, oh, well, I'll bring up my kid to share my values and they won't do those things. And I can respect that, but that's a hell of a gamble, right? I mean, you could take your kid to school every day on your bike, but if every other parent has an SUV, eventually your kid's going to get curious and want to drive a car, right?
Oh, God forbid. God forbid your kid actually wants to get to school on time and not fucking ride in the back seat of your bike.
And then what are you going to do? You know, forbid them? I mean, they're just going to do it anyway. I just don't think...
Yeah, dude, imagine you end up having a kid who thinks for themselves as they get older. Imagine you have a child who isn't just your fucking clone. They have a mind of their own. They have opinions of their own. You can't just fucking control them like a little drone. Imagine if that happens. This is actually way more conservative thinking than what the average conservative thinks about. I won't be able to completely control and brainwash my child into holding my stupid beliefs. They might end up thinking for themselves.
There's any realistic way that anybody in the global north could have a child that won't eventually
The global north, it's our fault, right? Those poor niggas in Latin America and fucking Africa and Southeast Asia, they aren't a problem. They're too broke. They can't afford cars like us. They can't afford to fly as often as we do.
Massive harm to the planet. And probably like most people...
Also, a lot of the worst perpetrators are fucking China and India by far anyway, right? Like, anyway.
Not even...
You adjust per capita, Europe and North America are very, very efficient when it comes to this shit.
Realize that they're doing it. And that's all assuming that your kid grows up to be a kind person, which is also a hell of a gamble.
What if I'm a shitty parent? Hey, what if I'm a shitty parent, right? What if you're a bad parent and you don't instill good values in your kid? What if you let your kid go off and get groomed by somebody like 764 or some shit like that and they go and shoot up a school? What if that happens?
Dumbasses
just don't have kids, bro. Too many bad things could happen
around out there in the world. A lot of rapists too. What if
your kid got raped, dude? You really gonna bring a rapeable object into this world? Are you out of your mind? You're a monster, dude. You're as bad as the possible rapist.
Somebody else's abuser. If I give birth to a baby daughter, then there's a 1 in 4 chance that she's gonna be raped. I don't like those odds.
Like, who even, right? It's like, so is it mostly girls? So what about boys? I mean, little boys still get raped too. I guess they don't get raped as often, so you're not as concerned? Like, what?
But the real kicker is that even if my child has a great life, even if they...
Yeah, that actually is. But here's the thing, right? There was one tweet. Maybe some of you guys who are on Twitter enough have seen it. It's that one tweet that it's an obsession meme from the movie Obsession, right? And it's where Nikki is making the sad face, and there's a caption by a dude over it when it's like, when your girlfriend doesn't block the dude who raped her 5 years ago, or something like that. And all the women on Twitter completely crashed the fuck out over this meme. And it's like, why wouldn't you block your rapist? So it's like, okay, you have women. I'm not going to say when women are always lying when they say they're raped. I'm saying, what's the definition of rape here? Is it like a dude had sex with you when you were drunk, but he was also drunk? Or you were on drugs, or he was also on drugs? Or maybe you said no once, but then you were kind of into it. Like, after that, you playfully said no, and he didn't take it seriously, which you should always take it seriously. No means no, right? Even if she says it as a joke, like, no, like, you know, just take that shit seriously. But I don't know, what is rape specific? Is it actual what people usually think of when they think of rape? Like, they either take it by force or they're Bill Cosbying you and putting some shit in your drink. Like, what's actual rape here? So that's why I become very skeptical of the 1 in 4 stat.
Cause no harm to others, they will still suffer. They will still die. It is unavoidable.
What? Thank you for the skull emoji, Mex Jr.
Even if they cause no harm to others, they will still suffer. They will still die.
You shouldn't have kids Because 70 years from now, your youthful, healthy baby boy or girl is going to get old and decrepit and they're going to die. That is the most retarded. You shouldn't have kids because your kids are going to get old. Did you know that? Did you know that you're going to, what's the point? They're going to die anyway, nigga.
It is unavoidable, right? I will be inflicting this
such a myopic, nihilistic way to look at life
fate upon them without their.
See, this is what happens when you become too secularized. Because if you grow up in a Christian household, or shit, a fucking Muslim household, a fucking Hindu household, a Jewish household, really any sort of household with any values who thinks that having children actually is a gift and that life itself is valuable. You don't worry, you don't have gay retarded thoughts about this, like maybe I shouldn't be having a baby because they might get old and die. You don't think about dumb shit like that. You just have children and you multiply.
Knowledge or consent, only to spring it on them when their pet goldfish dies or whatever. You know, surprise, bitch! The wages of sin is death!
This is why they really want access to your kids. They need access to your kids because they aren't multiplying like they should. Because they're all like this, they think like this.
To me, the creation of human life is very obvious.
Yes, he's Reddit personified.
Obviously.
He's just missing the fedora.
An incredibly selfish thing to do under most circumstances. And I'm not saying that we should like make it illegal to have children or whatever, but I am saying that this is a deeply consequential thing to do, and maybe we should give it a little bit more thought.
Fucking teenagers have babies, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Than just...
right now, there's some fucking 18, 19, fucking 17, 16-year-old girl getting knocked up right now by her retarded high school boyfriend. And I don't know. If she doesn't get an abortion, they're just gonna have to figure it out.
Oh, well, that's just what people do at this age, or I want someone to take care of me when I'm old, or I just want the family name to live on.
That's a very based reason to have kids, right? I want somebody to carry on my legacy.
Though that were anything other than vanity.
So, guess what, nigga? My legacy is gonna live on, and your ideology is going to die because you didn't have kids. And all the niggas who agree with me, we all did. This is literally the consequence right now. He's saying vanity. The reason why conservatism actually is going to have a slight edge in the long run is because the conservatives are having babies. And a lot of the left-wing niggas just aren't. And I'm sorry, dude. You could try all the propaganda and try and get all of the youth on your side that you want. Having people in your family from your household, they're going to carry on your values probably more than they're going to carry on the values of strangers who don't have kids, who are just trying to put ideas in their head. That's probably going to be the case.
The cover page of the first edition of Frankenstein, there's a quote from John Milton, Paradise Lost. It's Adam talking to God, and he says, "Did I request thee, Maker, from my clay to mold me man? Did I solicit thee from..."
Yeah, isn't this video vanity? That's a great point, Copper Kings. Is this video not vanity?
"Darkness to promote me?" Well, with all due respect to John Milton.
You're making your values oh so important that you can't even have children. Is that not, vanity? Is that not you trying to make your values oh so important? What makes you less vain than the other dude who's like, I just want to have kids to carry on my name?
I think enraged children all over the world put it much more succinctly when they snap at their parents that righteous...
No, Spark, this isn't low IQ. This is actually midwit. You guys know the midwit meme, right? The midwit meme. It's this, right? This is all this is. He's this guy right here. He's the midwit right here, right? And you got the brainiacs on the right and the simple-minded niggas on the left, and they're both like-minded, right? Because this guy is like, I'm going to have kids because that's what God wants. And this guy is like, I'm going to have kids to carry on my legacy. While this nigga is crying like, you can't have kids. You're destroying the planet. It's gonna be evil. They're gonna suffer. They might get raped. They might become rapists, you know, and he's not worried about that. Meanwhile, these two niggas, they already figured it out. Their legacy is gonna live on because they aren't worried about any of that dumb midwit ass shit. Anyway.
Got increasingly inflammatory until finally, following the reveal of God of War Laufey at the 2026 State of Play.
So anyway, this guy, she was saying that was just bullshit. So she's insane because she just went over his post on X and the things he were liking became increasingly more inflammatory. The most innocuous fucking Twitter timeline I've ever seen. This dude isn't even saying anything crazy. He wasn't saying anything bigoted. He wasn't saying anything egregious. He wasn't like commenting, God, I love Nick Fuentes, or man, Hitler, he got a bad rap, man. He wasn't saying anything like that. And she just says this. She took it all as the most heinous, far-right dog whistles you could possibly take it. She's insane. She actually can't even discern reality correctly. So she's talking about this dude as bad faith. She is actually a super bad faith individual. Either that or she's delusional, or both. It could easily be both.
There was a massive backlash with countless right-wing grifters claiming that the protagonist had been deliberately made ugly for some reason. Now, let's stop here for a moment because I'm going to be engaging with this argument briefly, but I do not want to grant the premise. The idea that this character—
Wait. Oh shit, I just realized something. Oh God. I just realized something. I forgot. Shit. Okay, I'm the guy on the left. I'm the guy on the left here because obviously I forgot to zoom out. I forgot to zoom back out after we were done with the Twitter video. Obviously, I'm on the left side of the spectrum. I never claimed to be on the right. I never claimed to be high IQ. I never took an IQ test, but the reason I didn't is because I knew I would just be disappointed. So
is in any way ugly is ridiculous. Sure, she doesn't look like she's 20 years old, but that's because she's not meant. Following our call, his posting got increasingly inflammatory until—
Nothing inflammatory here. Sorry, bro.
Well, finally, following the reveal of God of War Laufey at the 2026 State of Play, there was a massive backlash with countless right-wing grifters claiming that the protagonist had been deliberately made ugly for some reason. Now, let's stop here.
What do you mean? Look, dude, we're not doing this. We're not doing this whole, they're not doing that. They're not making people ugly. It has been literally proven. That is literally what they do. They literally go out of their way to uglify. They will take a— hold on, let me see. Can I find it? Can I find this fucking post? Can I find this post of like this black actress video game made uglier? Like they took an objectively— well, I guess everything is subjective, but they took a pretty woman. They took an attractive woman and they deliberately made her ugly. They made like her character in the game ugly for no reason, dude. This dude deleted the tweet too. Let me show it to you guys. So here it is right here. Maybe some of you guys have seen this shit already. Yeah, right here. So, okay, you got this lady right here. Obviously pretty, right? Attractive, nice face. And then you look at this bitch on the right. These are not the same people. These are not the same. I don't even know what was the point of mocapping her. Like, fuck the hair. You didn't even get the facial features right. Like, she's got a different nose, right? You know, it's like she doesn't even have like the stereotypical nigga nose. They made her nose more nigga-ish. They gave her a bigger fucking nose. Why? This is what they do. And you got this dude, he's a game dev. I'm not talking about mild changes. I'm talking about pose, aura, style, softness, age, flair. I hate giving Gamergate men fuel, but it's very difficult to pitch beautiful or vain black women in games without them coming back like grocery store aunties. There is room for both. So he had to disavow, right? He had to disavow this, take this tweet down because they made a visit to him and they're like, what are you talking about? Get your black ass back on the plantation. You're not supposed to talk about how we're uglifying bitches In video games, you're just supposed to stick to the program. So they're saying, for some reason, no, that's an actual thing that has demonstrably been proven over and over again.
For a moment, because I'm going to be engaging with this argument briefly, but I do not want to grant the premise. The idea that this character is in any way ugly is ridiculous. Sure,
she's middle-aged.
Doesn't look like she's 20 years old, but that's because she's not meant to be.
She should! Why are even mid bitches in video games, bro? They shouldn't be. Like, everybody, look, if you're going to be like an old lady, you gotta look cool, and she doesn't look cool either. Characters should look cool, they should look sexy, they should look scary, they should look stylish, right? They should stand the fuck out. They shouldn't look like some basic bitch suburban soccer mom that I could just like go see today at the fucking Publix or whatever.
She's a mother. She's based on an actress in her 40s, and she looks just like...
Also, she does objectively, like, her in the game looks objectively less attractive than the actress who face scanned her, which is the same problem we keep going over.
Octo claims in his video that I got mad because he didn't find her attractive, which is bullshit. I don't care that he's not subjectively attracted to her. I got mad because he retweeted multiple people complaining about her design. It was
all right, wait, hold on. Why are you following him? Unfollow him then. I thought you blocked him. Wait, I thought she blocked him. How is she seeing all the stuff that he's replying to and retweeting if she blocked him? See, this is what he was talking about. This is why he said that you're obsessed. Because why don't you just block him then and be done with it?
Hanging out in the replies to this post by right-wing Twitter provocatorist Rock Solid, bemoaning the uglification of art and the deliberate agenda being inserted into games. He had a back and forth with someone whose account is unfortunately an
Glock Saint, Lightning in Final Fantasy, that shit kind of got out of hand because the director of the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy he genuinely did fall in love with Lightning, and she was like his waifu. And it's kind of like, it's the video game equivalent to how the dude who made those shitty Resident Evil movies, he just made those movies just so he could put his hot wife in these fucking movies. It doesn't even matter if they weren't good. He just wanted his wife to have a star role in these movies, and that's it.
Accessible now, but what finally got
I want people to see my waifu. She's amazing.
Me to chime in was this tweet, which reads, purposefully making a character look older and less attractive when she's supposed to be a literal goddess and her actress is actually attractive IRL is an attempt to uglify art. It's not a hard concept to grasp. Generally, it's done by people who are insecure about their own looks and wish to make gods and heroes look less attractive in order to make themselves feel better. There are many forms of this and several other motivations, which all intersect. But it's a general problem that's spread in Western artistic pursuits for some time now. Why else do you think Eastern games don't have this problem? This was so ridiculous to me.
That's not ridiculous. That's an actual thing. You know, it doesn't matter. There's no point in even pointing it out. This person, it's a lost cause. That's why there's no point in debating these people or arguing with them, because they can't even humor the idea that their ideology is wrong or that the people who disagree with their ideology might have a point. They can't even consider those two things to be possibilities. So there's no point in ever talking to them or about them in a way that isn't just mocking them or making fun of them, right? This was Octo's biggest mistake, is that he thought that there was some sort of bridge that could be mended. He thought that he could find some common ground. No, these people fucking suck on principle. They're like lost causes. Just make fun of them from a distance and be done with it.
Human being with eyes, that I quote retweeted it with a photo comparing the in-game model to the actress she's based on and said, how is he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? He replied in his usual nice guy tone, walking back his claim from, this is a deliberate attempt to uglify Western art as a result of the woke agenda, to, I think they could have done a better job with the character model. He said he thought
those two things aren't inseparable from each other.
The actress looked pretty.
I mean, they aren't like separate things. They can both be true at the same time.
In real life, and when I pressed him, he admitted that he just meant the new design had new lines and wrinkles that weren't there previously. So now we've gone from the deliberate uglification of Western art to—
Why are you trying to act like all these things he's talking about are conflicting with each other? These things are all congruent with one another. This dumb bitch
has some extra—
She doesn't even know how to argue right.
Wrinkles on her.
She just starts with the premise that she's correct and then she walks back from there.
Her face. And just as a quick reminder, he doesn't show any of this context in his video about me. He just claims that I imply he's a misogynist for no reason, and not because he claimed that a 40—
Oh, block. I don't care about what like your political leanings are or whatever.
Year-old woman having some wrinkles on her face is the product of—
If you're like a sensible, moderate type of person, I feel very bad for you that these are the people who you have to fraternize with. That this is your team, this is your squad.
Various Western plot to uglify art. He never replied.
It's kind of like if you're somebody, if you're like a dude who was on the dissident right, and people on your squad were people like Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes, Laura Loomer, right? Like, you would probably think it wasn't even worth the fight.
To this tweet. At this point, I think
that's what I think happened to a lot of the dissident right guys. I think that the guys who actually did have a good shot, they just gave up after a while. Because what's the point? Everybody's a grifter, everybody's a fed, or everybody's a retard, or they're retarded grifter feds. There's no point. It's like we're already been co-opted. There's no winning.
Fair question for people who are critical.
They just got successfully demoralized.
Of me in the situation would be, who cares? There are plenty of chuds on the internet. Why fixate on this one? Why keep up with what he's saying? And frankly, I shouldn't have. This exchange should have been sufficient reason to disengage and move on with my life. That would have been the mature thing to do. But if I can be honest, I felt betrayed. Octo had convinced me during our call that his intentions were—
Why? Man, man, she had an attachment issue.
Good. He wasn't some sort of—
Honestly, I think Octo could have smashed you if he wanted to.
Culture warrior or big—
Honestly, I feel like if Octo was like more— Obviously, he was like probably— in his video, he was like, why would I even call you? I don't know you that personally. I think that he possibly could have like, you know, clapped cheeks if he really wanted to.
But here he was.
Like, she was really obsessed with this nigga. She thought they were way closer than they actually were.
In a right-wing outrage campaign plucked straight out of 2016.
Yeah, he could have fixed her. He could have fixed her with that red dick. The rare BRC. Very rare. We haven't seen that since the days of Squanto and Tecumseh.
So I'm not afraid to admit that I stayed plugged into this shit show for longer than I should have. But yet again, what I've described so far is very different from the months-long harassment campaign Octo would like you to believe I've been perpetuating all on my own. What actually happens is Octo makes a statement that I think is dumb in a public forum. I respond, rinse and repeat. At the risk of sounding condescending, that's the entire point of Twitter. The last thing that I'll say about the Lofty discourse is that the same day I quote retweeted Octo, I also quote the following. Unprivating, just to say, imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have your fuck-ass son grow up to call
the reservation bull. He could have made a reservation for that
women
pussy.
Hags online and throw temper tantrums over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20. This tweet was not specifically about Octorok reviews. Remember, Twitter was abuzz with people giving their takes on this discourse. And as Octo correctly pointed out in his own video, he's never called a woman a hag, quote-unquote, unironically. Instead of coming to the reasonable conclusion that
I can't make jokes, and that I can't make hag jokes,
tweet wasn't about him, he uses it as an
What if I'm gay? What if I'm gay and I call a woman a fag hag because she's straight, but she continues to hang around me and my other gay friends? Can I still not call her a hag then? That's what a fag hag is for people who didn't know. Fag hags are straight women who have friend groups that are almost exclusively gay men. For some reason.
Bringing my family into things.
It's like they want male attention, but they just want to be surrounded by men who don't fuck them. It's very... I mean, I don't know. I guess I can see the appeal of that, kind of. Mex Jr., thank you for the rage quit. This Otto versus Skitty story feels like the only retarded faggy... the online retarded faggy version of the movie Obsession.
Which is such an obviously ridiculous accusation.
Except Octo didn't make the wish for Skitty to be obsessed with him. That just happened by accident.
That I cannot believe people are confronting me with it unironically. This is a post about man-children online being misogynistic weirdos, and there were countless people who fit that description. His assertions that this was specifically about him, that this post constitutes bringing his mother into the discourse, and even claiming that people jokingly saying, there's still time for a late abortion, or I brought you into this world and now I'm gonna take you out, are making threats on his life, are a colossal reach at best and deliberately—
So he's reaching. This bitch is just reaching like a motherfucker, just like no touching everything everywhere, but he's the one who's reaching.
Dishonest.
All she can do is project.
Didn't block me after the Lofty debacle, by the way. He actually blocked me after I responded to him criticizing a video about plagiarism by famous YouTuber HBomberGuy with this tweet, teasing him about a sentence in his Gerudo video that is worded suspiciously similarly to a sentence in my Tears of the Kingdom critique. Ganondorf pieces out, and Riju has the only intelligent thought in the entire game.
And honestly, there are whole scenes in this game where she's the only character who articulates an even decently intelligent thought.
Was this an example of me—
I mean, those didn't really sound that similar, TBH.
Instigating? Yes. this. Was it that serious? No. I specifically said that I didn't think it was a big deal, and if I had, I would have brought it up in my video, but he didn't seem to think it was very funny, and he blocked me. That's his prerogative. This is another point at which I should have disengaged, but at this point, it felt like a train wreck that I couldn't tear my eyes away from. Whether it was retweeting people unironically doing the Pokemon is for boys, which is why no one likes MikeynohMore shtick, celebrating mass layoffs at Bungie, or retweeting this post about the ultimate redemption of degenerate Hyrule posted by Twitter user PragerU1488. Yes, really.
This is the most based Redman since It's a Gundam.
Seem to keep getting worse. Lest you think this is the point at which things—
like, this is a train wreck? Like, this bitch just pays attention to people's Twitter. When I think about train wreck, I think about, who was it? Who was that one person? That one VTuber bitch who's like, she keeps arguing with right-wing people all the time, and she was actually defending actual pedophiles in her community and shit like that. I forget what her name is, but those are who I consider train wrecks on Twitter, not somebody liking and retweeting people I don't like.
Become completely one-sided, by the way. Octo continued to post about—
yes. Oh, you didn't know It's a Gundam is Native American, bro? Yeah, bro, he's an engine.
Me both directly and indirectly multiple times.
Yes, Niara. That's who I'm talking about.
From the end of May to the beginning of July. And it was at that point, just under 2 weeks ago, that things completely blew up. Two things happened on the morning of July 11th. First, Octo was complaining about Orientalism discourse again. In the replies to a tweet about the stereotypical costumes in Mario Kart World, he said, "I like how you people made up a word in this."
Well, Grum's issues have less to do with what he says on Twitter and more the fact that he hasn't finished his fucking video game. That's basically it.
70.
If Grum's finished his video games, but he still did all the Twitter shenanigans, people would care way less.
To describe a completely normal phenomenon that applies to literally all foreign cultures across time and use it to justify your desire to fuck with video games made by Japanese people. What a complete waste of academic funding. I screenshotted this and posted it with the caption, "He's going so far out of his way to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was never a discussion he was even remotely capable of having at all, let alone in good faith." He never addressed this. The thing he latched onto was that I quote retweeted a now infamous—
Didn't he block you? How could he address it? He blocked you.
This rock-solid post about having sex with roadkill with a screenshot of Octo's "glad to have you back" tweet from when Rock was unbanned a couple months prior. My point was not to literally suggest Octo endorsed this take, just to highlight that Octo—
okay, well, why didn't you do that? Why did you do it like that then? You say, oh, my intent wasn't to do that. Okay, well, why did you selectively edit it that way so it looks like that was what he was responding to? Do you know what the fuck you did? You're gonna call somebody else bad faith and then you act like this. Disingenuous bitch.
Is a big fan of this weirdo, retweets him constantly, and is openly friendly with him. Octo claims I maliciously edited the date out of this tweet to make it look like he agreed with Rock here, which is silly because this is a mobile screenshot. The date's under the tweet, but whatever. If he had an issue with the post, I wasn't gonna fight him on it. I took it down. At this point, some people in my comments were like, "Why are you tweeting about this guy so much?" Which, fair question, so in response, I quote the following. "The thing is, if Octo would simply stop posting racist and creepy shit, I would have no reason to pick on him. If, after our call, he introspected a bit and moved away—
if he would just act like I wanted him to. If he would just do what I wanted him to, I wouldn't talk about him.
From reactionary politics and the culture—
The problem is that Octo is actually, like, too civil with her.
War and focus on—
he needs to be more of a piece of shit, right? This is what the chuds have learned. This is what the Twitter chuds have learned. If you want people like this to stop stirring shit up and, like, stop bugging you, you gotta be an active piece of shit and antagonize them to leave them alone.
Interest, I would have no—
right? This is why, right now, if I had problems with SkittyBitty, I would be like, Skitty, go get the fuck away from me, you titless bitch, and go back to grooming children in your Discord. That's what I would do to get her to leave me alone.
Against him, but no, in the months since my video, he's retreated into his right-wing echo chamber to lick his wounds and complain to anyone who will listen about how the West has fallen and how Orientalism
is your Discord not an echo chamber?
Whatever. He's been totally captured, and it's sad. The thread ends with me quote retweeting one of Octo's followers who called the Gerudo sand N-words and saying, "These are your people now. I hope it was worth it." Octo quote retweeted—
what? He's a red man. He can say that. That's just brown on brown racism.
The first post—
like, racism towards other brown people doesn't even count for real. It's why Latinos can get away with just saying nigga all the time and nobody does anything to them. Nobody says you can't. People say you can't do that. You're not black. You're just Latino. It's like, hey nigga, hey Holmes, nigga. They just keep doing it.
In that thread saying, "So let me get this straight. You came out of our call expecting me to just never have an opinion you didn't agree with."
It's actually the same reason why Jews can get away with being like so anti-white, because they pass as white. So it doesn't get quite the same reaction as if, like, I don't know, maybe an Arab said it. Maybe if an Arab Jew, one of them Arab-looking Jews said some anti-white shit, that would be different.
Ever again? Are you actually stupid? How many posts glorifying the assassination of political figures have you made? How many times have you called America evil? How many times have you reposted the destroy the white race meme? Do you think I agree with any of that? Of course not.
Of course you do. Of course you do. What the fuck? Why would you repost it?
But then you saw me post about God, a fucking war of all things, and that was a step too far from you after all the crazy shit.
Oh wait, no, he's talking. Let me see.
You post, you have no capacity for self-reflection whatsoever. This post is a good segue to a couple of the more dishonest accusations Octo made against me in this video. One, that I glorified the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and two,
wait, you guys all thought that Gundam was black? Seriously? You guys all thought It's a Gundam was black?
I'm racist against white people because I reposted a meme making fun.
No, he is, like, unironically, he's Native American, unironically.
Of the ridiculous.
He once told a story about how he has a sister, and his sister is actually, she's half Native, half white. And she says, he said his sister, she had dreams about how she woke up one day and she was fully white, and she wasn't half Native, she was just a white girl, and she had, you know, she had white features, she had blue eyes, you know, shit like that, right?
Great replacement conspiracy theory, and furthermore, because I claim there's no such thing as white people, which is true. The idea of whiteness
is are we doing this? Okay, there's no such thing as white people. Well, how can you be racist then? If white people aren't a real thing, if they're a social construct, how can somebody be racist? How can somebody be a bigot? Why is it when white people oppose immigration from non-white people from majority non-white countries, why is that considered them being racist? Nobody is actually white, so technically no racism is actually happening.
Arbitrary category defined by exclusion. Different people have been considered white at different points in history, like Irish people or Italians. When people talk about white genocide, they're not talking—
They weren't considered, like, they were ethnically European. They were not considered in the, culturally white. They weren't considered white in the way it was acceptable in the United States. The American definition of white is not the universal definition of white.
About an actual—
It is the only definition that matters, though, which is why, you know, Southern Italians aren't white.
Campaign of mass murder. They're talking about interracial marriage. When far-right freaks talk about the white race coming under threat, they're talking about white people having kids with people of color. Likewise, when far-left people talk about destroying whiteness, they're talking about dismantling the arbitrary power structures that are set up to oppress people who fall outside the also arbitrary category of white. Notably, neither of these definitions of destroying the white race include actual calls for violence. This is an accusation based on innuendo and not understanding things. But okay, what about Charlie Kirk? I mean, he straight up says I justified his murder, but let's look at the screenshots he presented as evidence. The image on the left reads, "When we decline to speak ill of the dead, it's because we have compassion for the living. In this respect, I'm sorry for Kirk's children. I don't know if Kirk was a good father, but if he was, that does little to mitigate the damage he did to other people's children."
What damage did he do to other people's children, you dumb, retarded bitch? What the fuck are you talking about? Did he kidnap anybody's children? Was he trying to instruct other people's children to come to his Discord away from his kids, even though they were underage and they were too young to even use a fucking credit card to pay for the Discord? Was Charlie Kirk ever doing any shit like that?
This is an excerpt from an article from The Nation called "Charlie Kirk's Legacy Deserves No Mourning," pointing out that Charlie Kirk was not, as Octo claims, a milquetoast conservative—
See, this is why Synthetic Man called people like you subhumans.
—figure, but a far-right agitator.
Buddha Man was right about you.
A Christian nationalist, and, as the screenshot says, an
based Christian nationalist.
Unrepentant—
You can be a Christian nationalist and be black too. That used to be the norm. Black Americans used to be like de facto Christian nationalists. They used to be black Christian nationalists. Now they're just black nationalists without the Christian, because some of them became Muslim black nationalists instead of Christian black nationalists.
Racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist.
That was basically what Frederick Douglass was. Frederick Douglass was basically a Christian black nationalist.
The point of this article is that Charlie Kirk being dead does not mean we have to whitewash his legacy and pretend he was some sort of saint. Saying we don't need to pretend someone was a good person just because—
You guys say— these niggas say worse things about a guy who literally never hurt anybody. Like a guy who literally never hit anybody, never shot at anybody, never said anybody should die. They say worse things about him than they say about actual fucking dictators who happen to agree with their ideology. There are people who actually think Charlie Kirk did more harm to the world than Joseph Stalin. Unironically. Than Mao Zedong. Unironically.
They were murdered is obviously not the same thing as justifying their murder. This post doesn't say what Octo's claiming it does. The other screenshot is
all he did was go to colleges and be cringe. That's all Charlie Kirk did. All he did was go to colleges and be cringe and shill for Israel. And eventually he stopped shilling for Israel so much near the end. So he was really just being cringe. That's what you can do. You can just shoot somebody if they're conservative and cringe in front of children.
Cartoon showing the difference in treatment of MSNBC.
That is kind of lame, being cringe in front of children. But still, he didn't deserve to get shot.
See analyst Matthew Dowd, who was fired for criticizing Charlie Kirk's history of hate speech, pointing out that awful words can lead to awful actions. And Fox News host Brian Kilmeade, who suggested that homeless people ought to be euthanized. Dowd was fired for his comments, while Kilmeade simply apologized and got right back to work. The point of this cartoon is not that Charlie Kirk's murder was
okay, so it wasn't even shit that Charlie Kirk said.
Justified, nor was that even the point Dowd was making. The point is that some people are treated by the media as more human, more deserving of life and dignity than others. So no, neither of these posts
that is not, no. You're not getting out of here with this full pseudo-philosophical ass bullshit. That is not the reason why. Like, that's not it, right? Like, oh, there's like, the reason why it's fine is because some people they act like their things are more deserving of others. So we shouldn't mourn anybody. We shouldn't mourn anybody because not everybody gets a funeral. There's some people who died today who don't have a single living relative. Literally nobody's gonna mourn them. They might get a single obituary in the papers or some shit like that, but nobody's gonna mourn their death. I guess none of us can go to funerals and be sad for our loved ones or be sad for people who we respect who died because not everybody gets a funeral. It's so dumb, dude. They have to talk in circles because they know that what they believe, they know that what they believe is insane. They know that what they want to push is actually crazy. So they come up, they start at where the craziness is. They start at where the insanity begins. And then they work their way back and come up with bullshit for why they can just believe and say all this insanity, but it doesn't make them look crazy. It doesn't sound hypocritical. It doesn't make them sound subhuman. But they do sound like that still.
Constitute me justifying Charlie Kirk's murder. As for this post, yes, it was very funny how Charlie Kirk assassinated started trending as a—
Why are leftists like this? I don't know, man. It's strange. It's like, I think that the thing that confuses people is because their ideologies, because leftists like to say they aren't the same thing as liberals, even though they all are part of the same camp and they work and they always vote the same come election time. But I guess what it is that they all try and pretend like they start from a place of empathy when that's obviously not it. That's obviously not where they start because they don't act like that's where they start. They don't start with a place from empathy. They start from a place of power and needing it and wanting to control it so they can push forward shit. And then they use stuff like empathy as a cloak for what they actually want to do.
A news topic on a—
It's the Trojan horse, Odyssey reference. It's a Trojan horse of philosophy, of an ideological system.
Thursday for no reason, months after it actually happened, complete with the exact same discourse that accompanied his actual assassination. Does this post make light of Kirk's assassination? Sure, you can argue that. Does it justify or endorse it? No. Oh, and as for the random guy who sent Octo an image of Charlie Kirk getting shot, I obviously don't condone that. I don't know this person, and they're certainly not acting on my behalf. Coming back to this post by Octo, when I woke up the next morning, it had kind of blown up, and my mentions were flooded by people calling me an anti-white racist, calling me a pedophile.
Okay, we're just gonna fast forward through this. This is just annoying.
Video, even showing their usernames on screen. If he's so concerned about minors that he's convinced are vulnerable to abuse, that decision materially endangers them more.
Oh, okay, she was talking about the minor shit. Cool.
Kids safe is people I disagree with, which is, of course, very funny and how absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is, but the accusation it represents is that I'm in some way endangering minors by simply—
Okay, wait, no, let me go backward a little bit.
stupid and impulsive of me to do, and I apologize. I feel lucky that my community was mature enough to not actually follow through on this instruction, and Octo didn't lose access to his account, nor was he brigaded by my fans. The only reason people even know about the @everyone message, by the way, is because some washed-up right-wing drama tuber paid to access my server and distributed the screenshot.
Oh, she's talking about harmful opinions. She won't even say his name. She's so fucking afraid.
Know what exactly he was looking for when he just
washed up, but he got you shook though.
Decided to comb through my Discord. He just had some gut feeling that something
you wouldn't even address this if it wasn't for Harmful's opinions.
Was off.
Harmful's opinion.
Despite admitting that my server is actively moderated, fully safe for work, and didn't contain anything he found.
The only reason everyone knows. So yes, like he basically did journalism. She's basically shitting on Harmful opinions for doing journalism and exposing this shit that she now has to address.
Objectionable, he still decided to pearl clutch over there being an optional role that people under
Harmful opinions
the age of 18 can use to identify themselves. This is a common practice in some Discord servers, as it makes it easier for moderators to look out for potentially problematic interactions, and it also helps adults in a mixed age setting tailor the tone of conversation to.
Why not just not make it a mixed age setting? Why not just ban everybody below the age of 18? It would save you a lot of trouble.
Ensure things stay appropriate for all ages. Of the over 300 people in my Discord, only 9 people had this role, but the line this guy and then eventually Octo ran with was that I was commanding an army of child soldiers to harass people I disagree with, which is—
Well, look, if you have even one child that you know is a child in your— this actually makes it worse, because this is a majority adult Discord, but you have like a select troop of children that you know are children, and they're interacting with the adults. The majority of— it's like you have like a handful of teenagers who you know are teenagers, but you still let them go into a bar anyway. What the fuck are you doing?
Of course, very funny and how absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is, but the accusation it represents is that I'm in some way endangering minors by simply having them in my server. I categorically reject this notion. Every space online that doesn't feature some sort of draconian age verification system will inevitably have minors in it. As a former lonely—
Draconian! Some sort of draconian age verification system. Now look, I'm not like pro having to give your fucking information to use every site. But damn, bro, the ability to just having to just put in a date of when you were born, right? Even if they don't check your ID of anything, that's something, right? If there was a way to be able to keep minors away from certain spaces on the internet without having to have people dox themselves to the feds, I would be pro that. Like, fundamentally, I'm not against the idea. It's just impracticable. And I know that what the feds actually want to do with it, right? Like the UK, they're a really big pusher of this sort of shit. And I know for a fact that they aren't doing it to help kids, because like 250,000 children got molested over the past few years by Muslim rape gangs in the UK. And they don't give a fuck. They actually go out of their way to not care about that shit or not do anything about it. So I know it's not about children, but still, the foundational principle of we should keep children away from certain spaces, it's not wrong.
I owe so much to the adults who were patient with me and fostered safe environments online where I could be myself as I dealt with the struggles of growing up. People don't magically become full-fledged human beings the moment they turn 18. Teenagers are people too. I think anyone making sweeping statements about what will keep kids safe is being inherently dishonest. Nobody is able to ensure kids are safe online the same way they're not able to ensure they're safe at home.
Look, oh my God, this is lost. She's lost, bro. She's too far gone.
Or at school. That doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to limit risk factors in situations like this, and to that end,
It doesn't? Are you sure? Because it kind of seems counter to the argument you were making up until now.
I have removed the minor role from my server, but I don't think that will matter to the people—
Oh, well, that's better. Now you don't even know if they're minors. Now, at least you can keep track of them. You should have just gotten rid of them. You didn't get rid of them. You just got rid of the way to track where they're minors. So now there's no telling, right?
They made up their minds about me. A quick glance at the comments under this video make it clear that this is not about keeping anyone safe, especially since the man who made this video went on to refer to 2 community members who he identified as children by their actual names in a follow-up video, even showing their usernames on screen. If he's so concerned about minors—
Okay, so now they have to go away though. And also, you said his name. You said Brendan. You called him Brendan on the video. Is she not gonna show that clip? You're saying like, oh, he's doxed him. No, you said their names. And he just showed the clip of you saying their names.
That he's convinced are vulnerable to abuse. That decision materially endangers them.
Oh, she doesn't think. She's counting on the people who watched this video not watching Harmful Opinions video. She's counting on that. No, that was you who said their names. You're the one who said Brendan. That wasn't Harmful Opinions who first said that. You said that.
And more than anything I've done. This assertion that I'm looking out for kids because I'm some sort of predator and not because I was myself a survivor of CSA is...
Oh my God. I was also molested when I was young, so that's fine. It gives me an excuse to be inappropriate, have inappropriate interactions with kids online. No, it doesn't. It means that you should know better, actually. That's actually what it means. If you were in that spot, you should know, like, reflexively, why you should be more careful with handling and being around and navigating with children in these spaces. You should know, okay, look, majority adults in this Discord, all of you minors gotta go, because I'm not planning on doing anything untoward towards you, but I can't guarantee that everybody in here will stay like that. I would like to say I want to ban them if they ever do some shit like that, but to just be preventative, right? I'm just going to get rid of you guys anyway. That's what you should do.
Disgusting. But okay, back to that @everyone message. In the hours between me sending this message and it being posted publicly, the harassment did not slow, let alone stop. It continued to intensify, and in the middle of all this, a new account called SkittyBitty popped up and began to lob slurs at me. It wasn't anything I hadn't already heard, and I mostly found it entertaining that someone would go this far out of their way to try to hurt my feelings. But then came the reveal. SkittyBitty posted a screenshot showing that Octo had been following along and liking their tweets in real time. I still don't know who was behind this account, but they are my hero. Unfortunately, the SkittyBitty account was scrubbed, save for the tweet revealing Octo liking their tweets, but this was definitely the highlight of what was otherwise a very shitty day. It was about to get worse, though, as Octo decided to quote retweet this post where I made fun of the accusation that I'm racist against white people with the following. Openly hateful people like you are the reason why anti-Semitism is on the rise right now. I feel so sorry for every normal Jewish person who has to deal with you.
That is true. I'm sorry, sis. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, Miss Jewess. That is 100% true. When people know that you are Jewish and you make posts like this, people are go like, yeah, I really don't care about anti-Semitism. Because it seems like, I don't know, man, it's like white people are just keeping that same energy towards Jewish people. How can you argue against this?
Being a part of their community, you give them a bad name.
Imagine if somebody made a Holocaust joke and you're like, that's not cool. And then somebody's like, wow, you're a crying Jewish person. That's basically what you're doing.
Recall that earlier I mentioned I shared some personal information during my call with Octo that I'd never been open about publicly. I explained to him during our call that I deal with enough harassment from transphobes as is, so I've never been public about my ethnicity, especially since this is something that extends beyond me and implicates my family, who I obviously want to protect. Allow me to emphasize, in the midst of being dogpiled and harassed for my supposed anti-white racism and alleged support for white genocide, Octo decided to reveal to his far-right audience that I'm Jewish. It's no wonder Octo doesn't bring this up in his video about me, because there's no way to spin this that doesn't make him look unbelievably ghoulish. Later that—
Not really. Maybe to your audience. I don't know. There's a pretty good like to dislike ratio. So she managed to stick the landing for her audience at least. At least they think like they don't care. So, you know.
That evening, Octo was in his Discord server repeating his talking points about me being a vicious anti-white racist. A community member asked, "Aren't they white?" To which Octo responded, "Jewish, actually." He went on to explain that he did specifically reveal this information to hurt me, claiming he did it because I was, quote, being racist towards him, end quote, and because I, quote, did the same thing, end quote. But I genuinely do not know what he could possibly mean by that. Octo's made it no secret that he's half Latino.
I mean, look, bro, y'all want to play the chameleon game where sometimes you're white and sometimes you're not? You gotta pick a side. You not picking a side is basically you picking a side. Because if you're actually white, it's like an Irish nigga and a fucking German nigga, Swedish, they can't turn that off. They can't be like, oh, well, I'm not actually white. Maybe even an Italian. Maybe if you're from like the deep southern part of the boot, or you're Sicilian, maybe you can be, well, sometimes they didn't consider us white back in the early 1900s. Maybe but they're white. They can't not be white. But you're like Jewish people, they act like they can be on both sides. And you, by trying to act like you can be on both sides, you're basically making it clear that, yeah, you're actually not, I guess you're not white, because a real white person wouldn't be able to do that.
No,
they can't switch hats and put on a funny mustache.
Half Italian. There is nothing even approaching an equivalent reveal of personal information.
Wait, what did you just say? What did she just say?
That he's half Latino. But I genuinely do not know what he could possibly mean by that. Octo's made it no secret that he's half Latino and half Italian.
Okay, so he's not white. Okay, shit.
Nothing even approaching an...
Damn, I thought you were about to say something. He's half Italian, half Latino. Okay, so he's not white.
Equivalent reveal of personal information on my part. He's just lying to justify...
Yeah, that actually is extremely Fuentes coded.
By outing me as Jewish to his audience of occasionally unrepentant...
No wonder he's beefing with a Jewish person.
...neo-Nazis. And it worked. The harassment I've received since he released this information has intensified and...
I wonder how he feels about cat... Oh wait, no, SkittyBitty is a cat. She's the fucking Pokeball, yeah.
...taken on a new tone. And as a reminder, the guy...
Oh my god, I'm just now noticing it.
...who made my Kiwi Farms thread is still hanging out in his server at this point. It makes me sick to see him play the victim in this video over receiving a fraction of the harassment he's deliberately directed towards me. A lot of the more egregious comments on his video about me were scrubbed while I was writing this, but here's a sample of some of the things he missed, and these are just the things that got past YouTube's auto mod. Octo claims I don't refer to people like him as Nazis because I sincerely believe it. Instead, I say it to justify violence against them. But what else do you even call people like this? I've also received a fair amount of heat for referring to the people...
Are they really Nazis though? Like, just because you're transphobic doesn't mean you're Nazis. Like, there are a lot of black people who vote Democrat every fucking day, and they do not like MAGA people. They do not like conservatives. They're still very transphobic. Are they Nazis?
Pals around with as Nazi pedophiles, but I can't even count the number of times I've looked at the profile of someone he's talking to and seen wall-to-wall lolicon shit. The Tears of the Kingdom post he made to quote-unquote rage bait his audience was posted by someone—
Like, you really can't make those type of points when you're a Nintendo. You're like a Super Nintendo who's obsessed with Legend of Zelda and Pokemon. You can't do that. I'm sorry. And also, you have minors all up in your Discord, and you defend having the minors in your Discord, and you try and tell the minors how they can get around their parents so they can get into your Discord. You can't make that sort of point. I'm sorry. You are excluded from going after the lollies. Not you, right?
That is justice.
It's like that meme where LeBron, he's talking to that one dude who's calling him nigga, but he's from Africa, and LeBron is like, no, not you. Not you. You aren't really black. No, it's like, he's not. Wait, where is he from? He's like European or something, right? And he's not. No, not you. You can't say that word.
One of the main VTubers Octo's constantly replying to looks like this and has cute and funny in her bio. And if you don't know what that means, I envy you. And of course, there's Octo's sponsor, The Dragon's Treasure. Here's the collage I put together of his greatest hits for my Gerudo video, and here are some new gems he's posted since then. Octo claims in his video that I harassed his sponsor when I've only directly interacted with him once in February, and any subsequent references to him have been to condemn the vile shit he posts on a near daily basis.
Okay, so you're just interacting with this dude when you don't have to. Look, that's like undeniable. Oh, she disliked the video too. But like, it's undeniable that you are interacting with this dude when you don't need to. All of the, you just can like not talk to this guy. You can not talk to him. You can not talk about him. And that'd be the end of it, because you obviously talk about him more than he talks about you. You obviously obsess with him over him more than he obsesses over you.
Dragon's Treasure is linked in the description of this video, and as a bonus, here's a screenshot of his sponsor harassing me. So no, Octorok Reviews is not some poor little centrist whose every attempt at making peace was thwarted by my relentless drive to harass him for no reason.
You barely, she didn't really like, I don't know, you didn't dispel anything, really. You didn't defeat anything. The only thing that you probably... Wait, what was the one thing that she actually did? Let me see. Let me go back. There was one decent point she made in this video.
Told his whole Discord server how much fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we try something that doesn't work out. Neither of...
Oh, she made that one synthetic man joke where she's like, he gets the wall. She said, okay, I should make jokes like that. So that's the one thing. That's the one thing she owned up to. That was it, though. That was literally it. Okay. And so we go back to harmful opinions.
Bitty, I'm sorry that whatever happened to you in the past has warped your perspective on what's acceptable or not.
So notice, okay, so first off, notice the difference between harmful opinions and Octo and SkittyBitty, where they need half an hour long videos in order to convey their point. Chad, harmful opinions. He doesn't even need 7 minutes. He gets right to the point.
Dear
and he's funny while he's doing it.
SkittyBitty, I'm sorry that whatever happened to you in the past has warped your perspective on what's acceptable or not. Perhaps that can be seen to not be your fault. However, it is still a problem nonetheless. And I'll talk about this again shortly, but first I need to talk about your brief coverage of me and my output in your recent video. Strangely,
yeah, it was very brief. She barely talked about anything involving harmful opinions at all, which is very funny because this whole thing really started because of harmful opinions video on her.
Even the tiniest details that you have no reason to deceive anyone about are false. Of me taking a peep at your Patreon Discord server, you say that I had no idea what I was looking for, and that I was simply coming through.
He didn't know what exactly he was looking for when he decided to comb through my Discord. He just had some gut feeling that something was off.
No, I knew exactly what I was looking for, as is clear from my video. So I take a quick peep at Skitty's Patreon Discord, and I do one search. I type report into the bar, and SkittyBitty suggests that my criticism of their use of a minor tag in their Discord is ridiculous pearl clutching.
He still decided to pearl clutch over there being an optional role that people under the age of 18 can use to identify themselves.
Yet claimed that to the
she wanted Octo to gas her chamber. That's what this is all about.
End of child safety, they have abolished that role.
Nobody is able to ensure
if Octo had given her that sleeping plan, this all could have been averted.
Kids are safe online, the same way they're not able to ensure they're safe at home or at school. That doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to limit risk factors in situations like this, and to that end, I have removed the minor role from my server.
So it's ridiculous pearl clutching that Skitty agrees with? In some attempt to counter it, Skitty refers to me calling what they're doing commanding an army of child soldiers as being very funny.
But the line this guy, and then eventually Octo, ran with was that I was commanding an army of child soldiers to harass people I disagree with. Which is, of course, very funny in how absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is.
It is. I'm glad you agree with me. Now onto the title of this video, which you might be saying, why have you done that? That's horrible. That's too extreme, blah, blah, blah. It's really funny.
Which is, of course, very funny in how absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is, but the accusation it represents is that I'm in some way endangering minors by simply having them in my server.
That is literally the opposite of truth. I specifically state that that is not the problem. It does welcome minors. Generally, I'd say do not do that, but if you do and everything's clean, okay. Jumping in post real quick, totally ruining the vibe of the video to add something I think is important. I said the problem was two things. The minor role, which apparently Skitty agrees with, and content Skitty was directing users to by pinging everyone. Skitty is adamant that there was nothing inappropriate for kids in there ever, but there's a problem. Skitty didn't just say report, Skitty instructed everyone to go and look at everything on Octo's account. What's on Octo's Twitter? What's it all covered in, according to SkittyBitty?
I've also received a fair—
She had them out there on scouting expeditions. She had them out, she had her little child army out there doing recon.
Amount of heat for referring to the people Octo—
Tell me about everything that he's doing.
...pals around with as Nazi pedophiles. But I can't even count the number of times I've looked at the profile of someone he's talking to and seen wall-to-wall lolicon shit.
Linking to and instructing people to look at someone's interactions when they interact with wall-to-wall lolicon shit accounts doesn't sound very fucking safe for work or appropriate for kids to me. SkittyBitty decides to appeal to YouTube comments for some reason.
A quick glance at the comments under this video make it clear that this is not about keeping anyone safe.
You are supposedly an adult in their mid-20s. Stop with this playground click. Look who he's with, look who she's with shit. SkittyBitty then says something incredibly bizarre about my last video.
Especially since the man who made this video went on to refer to two community members who he identified as children by their actual names in a follow-up video, even showing their usernames on screen. If he's so concerned about minors that he's convinced are vulnerable to abuse, that decision materially endangers them more than anything I've done.
More dangerous than anything you've done. That was me showing you doing that. You've actually done that around 100 times. And wait, hang on. This is a point about the identifiability of minors. I thought that—
This is why she didn't show the clip. This is why she didn't show the clip in her video. Because then people would have heard that and they would have been like, but wait, Skitty, you say that he's endangering them. You did that. You actually called them out by name. You actually did that multiple times. Why are you saying that that's on this guy?
Was pearl clutch.
This is also why she didn't say his name. It's why she didn't say harmful opinions. because somebody, at least a handful of people, would have gone to his channel. They would have looked for the video, and they would have clicked through the video, and then they would have found evidence that, oh wait, that's not true. Skitty was lying.
I thought that was ridiculous. Now let's talk about what SkittyBitty says about the contents of that video. The one they've apparently seen because they're talking about it. SkittyBitty defends themselves by saying, wait a second. SkittyBitty doesn't address anything in that video. I recommend watching it yourself, but I'll summarize quickly here. I found that SkittyBitty was directly instructing individual minors on how to make a purchase, how to buy access to their private Discord server via Patreon without their parents knowing, calling it the SkittyBitty strat, and recommending using it for whatever else as well. Many people have defended it by saying, well, a kid could figure it out on their own, so whatever. Kids can look at porn on their own as well. But if an adult shows it to them, you break their legs.
Exactly. It's really that simple. It's really that simple, right? It's like, yeah, children could get... Can you really stop a child who wants to use their mom's credit card to subscribe to an OnlyFans? Could you really stop them from doing that if they're determined to do it? No, you just got to catch them and then punish them for it. But if somebody were to show them to do that, well, that completely changes the context of the situation.
Kids, even kids as young as 13, as Skitty was instructing, can figure out how to get around their parents. But if a fucking YouTuber is instructing them on how to do that, how to keep secrets that will be shared with that YouTuber, that is beyond a red flag. This is a YouTuber who covers children's games trying to architect a scenario where they have dirt that would get a minor in trouble with their parents, and attempting to profit off of doing that. Even if a YouTuber doesn't do anything more than that, they have still engaged in predatory behavior. They're also an extreme liability for any platform they're on. Oh, but I know this person. They only have fucking good in their heart. No, you don't, you parasocial retard. Any YouTuber, any fucking freak online trying to pull that shit for any reason, one and done. Over. Get a fucking sense of perspective. This little fight with Octorok reviews is funny, it's fun. I repped on his video on stream. This stuff, though, is no joke. Do not care why someone is doing it. Do not care what YouTube comments are saying. Do not give a fuck what threads on drama and gossip websites are saying about someone. Does not modify what has occurred. Does not change the fact that SkittyBitty can't see anything wrong with such behavior from a YouTuber. When brought up to them, merely describing it as innuendo. If you believe a kid is at risk, by all means, provide them resources. If necessary, contact CMEC or your national equivalent. A YouTuber should never, ever be directly instructing a kid on how to bypass their parents' wishes to give them money, whether it then occurs or not. No. Hard fucking no.
Okay, so... Damn, I don't even know. Do I even want to watch this shit? Holy shit. This is actually... It's actually a labor. Maybe we should just go ahead and like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to skip to, you know, yeah, fuck it. We're just going to skip right here to Harmful Opinions video about this shit. So this is a video of Harmful Opinions addressing the allegations of this guy right here. So this guy right here, he made a video. Hey, folks, he made a video about harmful opinions and, you know, lesson about him fucking coming up with bullshit about SkittyBitty. And instead of watching Edgier Than Thou's video, because I watched a little bit of it, and it's exhaustive. It's like worse. It's somehow worse than Skitty's video, even though it's like half as long. So we're just going to go ahead and fast forward, and we're going to watch Harmful Opinions' reaction to this video instead.
The video is called A Lesson in Manufacturing Outrage Online. It's by Edgier Than Thou, and the thumbnail says, Spotting a Liar. If I skip anything, I'll tell you what I skipped, and you can go look yourself. I'll link it below. Let's see what our guy has to say.
Hey folks, in recent years, I've become increasingly disillusioned with internet culture.
Disillusioned with internet culture? What sort of esteem did you ever hold it in? Thank you to the people who sent this to me. Have a feeling this will be great.
And people's willingness to manufacture and fuel drama for the sole purpose of milking content and attention.
This is very nice. This is very refreshing. Normally when people talk about me, my viewers, they complain because my output is so low. I'll just go a month without making a video because I don't feel like it. I won't argue with them. I am a content god.
For the purposes of this video, I don't want or need you to care about the drama we're discussing in and of itself.
Yeah, I believe that this guy really wants people not to care. Seems about right.
What I want to draw your attention to are...
It's actually kind of awkward. It's kind of awkward to watch a commentary of a commentary. Maybe we should watch it instead. Maybe we should. Fuck it. Let's watch this coal. Let's turn this coal into you know, a diamond. Because the problem with watching a harmful opinions video, holy shit. Bro, that's a crazy... You guys have no idea what crazy ass thumbnail I'm looking at right now. Bro, this thumbnail is insane.
By August 2022...
Hold on, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys what the thumbnail to this video looks like. Bro, look at this shit. Hold on, wait, hold on. There, I still can't see it. All right, let me show you. Look at this shit, dude. Who even comes up with this? Actually, hold up. Holy shit. This thumbnail looks pretty good too. Man, these thumbnails are pretty fucking great. I'm not gonna lie. That's a good Johnny Somali thumbnail. Man, this guy's a thumbnail god. I don't even know what the content of his video is like. Oh, it's all AI? All right, that's kind of lame then. That's kind of lame. I'm Ryan. I want to create the best documentary videos ever. Well, you know. You could pick more interesting subjects instead of the same people over and over again. Just another Sunny V2 situation type deal.
By August 2022.
Hey, folks.
And he has the fucking autistic narrator voice too. That's great. All right, I'm going to put this on fast forward. And then we're going to get to the final fucking harmful video.
Recent years, I've become increasingly disillusioned with internet culture and people's willingness to manufacture and fuel drama for the sole purpose of milking content and attention. For the purposes of this video, I don't want or need you to care about the drama we're discussing in and of itself. What I want to draw your attention to are some of the patterns on display that hopefully you will watch out for moving forward, whether in internet drama, political theater, or douchebag coworkers. I think I've set a reasonable standard on this channel, but just to catch you up so that you understand where I come from, I try not to take most internet beef super seriously. I'll make a little...
That's why you're making this video, because I don't take this shit very seriously.
Fun of people when they try and fail to debunk me or whatever, but
when they try and fail, nobody has ever succeeded.
It's not all that deep. Ultimately, no matter how gross I think their beliefs are, the person on the other end is still a human being, and I don't want to be like a source of torment for someone.
Source of torment? Bro, who do you think you are? Who does Blood think he is? Who is he feeling like?
I have no inherent issue with the decision to make a video about someone you don't like very much. That is completely in bounds. I do, however, have a problem with how certain people do it. Content warning for discussions of sexual abuse. The subject of our response today is a YouTuber who calls himself Harmful Opinions. This is a YouTuber who primarily makes anti-woke drama slop, and his most recent drama—
Okay, anti-woke drama slop. So I see one video on Tectone, and then I see 1, 2, 3, 4 videos on fucking Nuts Taku. Now that I think about it, this person also, right here, Leaflet, I'm pretty sure that they're also like a conservative type of person. So out of all these people, right?
This is a YouTuber.
So let's see, UK Assault, SkittyBitty, Strongest Soldier, let's see.
Primarily makes
So he goes to Chibi, so anti-woke, the woke YouTuber Chibi reviews.
Woke drama slop.
And then we have like 4 leaflet videos.
And his most recent drama content.
We got a Nuts Taku video. We got a Tectone video. We got 3 more Nuts Taku videos.
Surrounds Nintendo content creator SkittyBitty. Hopefully that's an accurate guess.
Anti-woke YouTuber slop. So already, not even a minute and a half in, this motherfucker has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know, maybe his editor didn't understand what the assignment was, but he's already proven that this guy has no idea what he's talking about.
We're going to do something a little bit unusual by watching his videos in reverse. Actually, after writing most of this script, he's released now a 4th video on this supposed drama that I will not be responding to. Just keep in mind, as soon as the next—
Okay, you won't do that. I won't be thorough. This could have some extra information that completely destroys what I'm about to say. But hey,
sentence in this video that I wrote most of this before he made even more content off of it. Unsurprisingly, this is a guy who loves the opportunity to keep a drama going for multiple videos. And in this case, he unwittingly...
Who is it? Bro, I love that shit.
...gives the game away. This video is titled SkittyBitty versus Parental Consent.
The first complaint is that I supposedly left important information out of my coverage when I talked about it. And you know what? Fair enough, you're right, I did. The second complaint is more of an accusation that I'm trying to make SkittyBitty look like a nonce, that I'm pedo-jacketing. You seem to have misunderstood. I showed SkittyBitty doing that to other people, while I went out of the way to say nothing of that kind of stuff was happening in that Discord. Not everything that is inappropriate with kids is sexual. It is nonetheless still inappropriate. And on top of all of that, the details I cut out when talking about it were cut out for the purpose of harm reduction. What I omitted was something that makes Skitty look a little pedo-y.
Okay, I have two things to say here. First, my standard vis-a-vis internet pedo-jacketing. It's bad. You shouldn't implicitly or explicitly...
Oh wow, that's crazy. Hey guys, you shouldn't falsely accuse people of being pedophiles. I know that's crazy to some of you. Maybe nobody told you that shit growing up. But yeah, just accusing someone of being a pedophile with no evidence, yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Accuse people of serious crimes simply because you think they're bad people, unless you have meaningful evidence to back it up. I do, however, think it's perfectly fine, for instance, to point out that supporters of Donald Trump are pedophile defenders.
Okay, dude. Not even 3 minutes in, just bringing up Trump out of nowhere, right? Just bringing up Trump out of fucking nowhere. What does this have to do with what we're talking about here? First, you call Harmful Opinions an anti-woke slop tuber, even though most of the video, like half the videos you showed of his were him going after conservative or actual anti-woke YouTubers, right? So first, that's what you do, and now you bring up Donald Trump out of anywhere. Did you want to make a different type of video? Because I don't think you want to talk about Harmful Opinions content, actually.
We have plenty of evidence that Donald Trump is guilty of this crime, and his supporters, many of whom are not predators themselves, are morally culpable for continuing to support him. You'll notice in the screenshot HO used that SB was doing the latter, not the former. Second, let us imagine for a moment that we live in a world where what HO has just said is true. He has, through investigative techniques, uncovered evidence that a YouTuber is guilty of predatory behavior. That's a really fucking weird thing to leave out of your video, ain't it? From his perspective...
But he literally just said that he doesn't think that they're a pedophile. That's why he left it out. He left it out for harm reduction. He thought that what they were doing was wrong. He didn't think that what they were doing made them actually a pedophile. That's what you're saying. You're actually saying that SkittyBitty is more of a pedophile than what Harmful Opinions was saying they were.
He's created a drama video exposing a YouTuber's inappropriate behavior with kids and left out the alleged smoking gun. Remember when Elon Musk got booted out of MAGA for a bit and posted that Donald Trump was covering up the Epstein files because his name was in there, and we collectively had to act like we didn't just watch a guy admit that he'd been covering for a child predator until it was no longer convenient for him? Harmful Opinions wants you to think he's the Elon Musk in this situation, casually sitting...
Also has to bring up Elon Musk too. It's like, come on.
...on incriminating information until he has a chance to weaponize it.
Can we stick to the topic at hand?
Were I an anti-woke slop tuber, this would be the moment I'd start pedo-jacketing. Why would you cover this up, Mr. Opinions, sir? I'm kind of suspicious, don't you think?
Except yeah, you're just a regular slop tuber. You're just a woke slop tuber, not an anti-woke slop tuber. See, the anti-woke slop tuber and the woke slop tuber think that they're like opposite. They're like completely different species of like creature. In reality, it's the difference between like, you know, it's the difference between a lion with a mane and a lion without one.
Know exactly why he did this. YouTube drama cycles operate on constantly increasing stakes. Every subsequent video has to make the situation...
It's the difference between an Asian elephant and an African elephant.
Bigger.
One's bigger than the other, but they're like the same animal. Eternally Blue, thank you for the rage quit. I'm a bit of a nihilist myself with some mild anti-natalist leanings, but I hate fags like the guy earlier that cry about all the time. Pretty gay. Exactly. I agree with you.
Worse, scarier in some way. HO admitted in his original video that he had looked and could find no evidence of real impropriety, but he wanted that sweet, sweet attention and possibly ad revenue. So he left some minor details out to give him an excuse to make a second follow-up video later and double his view count. The excuse he gives
That seems like a good strategy to me. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like a good strategy to me.
That he left this information out as harm reduction.
Intentionally hold on to evidence because you know that the person who you're talking about won't be able to resist talking about you, and then you can come back and hit them with something else and get some extra views. Sounds like a great strat to me.
To translate what that means, He knows it's bullshit. If he legitimately believed that kids were at risk, harm reduction would have necessitated he share it. Now, of course, even though HO has just admitted he's willing to leave out crucial information if it gives him an excuse to draw things out, we should probably look at that crucial information. By virtue of making content about Nintendo games, SP naturally has some kids in their audience. Here's the first relevant piece of investigative journalism in HO's video.
Skitty has also publicly passed a judgment on this young boy's parents, as they are ideological enemies.
I'm your dad. Go do your chores.
No, his parents are like homophobic crazy people.
Okay,
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So you censor her saying the guy's name. That's her saying it, though. She said it multiple times in this stream. But you're gonna get mad at Harmful Opinion because he didn't censor SkittyBitty doxing one of her own followers? How was that his fault?
I'm your internet uncle.
Before we continue, I'd like to clarify something. If you are homophobic and allow that homophobia to influence how you raise your child, you are doing them harm. It doesn't necessarily mean you're an abusive monster or that you're a 100% terrible parent, but you are objectively putting your bigoted feelings over your child's well-being. Harmful Opinions would like to make
you can say that about a lot of political ideologies. This is completely irrelevant to the thing at hand, by the way. Why do you even have to make that clear?
Just hate Republicans.
If you ever wonder, right? You ever wonder why are leftist memes so fucking wordy? It's because they gotta do what this guy does, where he has to filibuster Max every fucking time. He always has to put a disclaimer at the beginning so you know that, like, I don't mean harm to this group, that group, and that group before I can actually get to the point of the meme.
Thing, but it isn't.
Right-wing memes don't care about that shit. They just say the funny thing, and that's it.
This is a simple fact about human societies. I am perfectly willing to entertain ideological disagreements with people and have made it quite clear that we should humanize people we dislike. But I will not.
Yes, I know. You already said that earlier. You can get to the content.
Who care more about their personal vendettas than taking care of their families. Much like it would be fucking asinine to defend neglectful parenting as simply ideological disagreement, it is complete horseshit to defend bigoted parenting that way.
In a stream last year, Skitty plugged their Discord, and young lamented.
Was there even any point to him saying all that? There was no point to say that.
Wouldn't be able to join. He doesn't have a card, or I suppose a PayPal or anything that he could use to pay for access to get into the private Discord. His parents also presumably wouldn't want him joining the private Discord of a queerness-focused YouTuber. No problem though. Skitty was there to help.
Anyway, if you want to join the Patreon, but you don't have a credit card, what you should do is you should buy yourself a Visa gift card at a store. I'm joking mostly, but I'm actually not really joking. If you are a child and you have crazy homophobic parents and you need to buy anything really, you should buy a Visa gift card.
How is he going to defend this? How is he going to try and filibuster Max on this one?
Because you could just spend that on anything. You can do that.
This now is the crux of HO's video. This was the horrible secret he was keeping. Now, I want to recap what we just watched so that we're on the same page. In this stream, the child in question wanted to give a YouTuber money. The YouTuber jokingly explained how to give them money before then acknowledging it as good general advice outside of donating to YouTubers. If you're not a complete hack, it's very easy to see what happens.
Oh my god. All right, I'm tired of this faggot. All right, you guys don't want to watch this shit anymore. I don't want to watch it either. Fuck this guy. He's retarded. Just go back and watch the video. Go back and watch this, right? Watch this. Go and watch Harmful Opinions.
To other people.
No, hold on. Yeah, go and watch Harmful Opinions video where he talks shit on this dude for like half an hour instead. Yeah, we're just gonna move on to this last video. This last SkittyBitty video from Harmful Opinions.
Critic and most media literate man in the world has once again stepped in to bat for and sweep things up for their friend.
Oh, I should have asked for subs first. I should have made you guys give up subs to skip.
SkittyBitty. I'm pretty sick of this stuff, but I feel sorry, in my heart, that it would be a good idea to go one last time. Try and hammer this into some heads. Because the cleanup campaign is so outrageous. In a publicly published post on Blue Sky, Anthony Gramuglia has told the world, so Skitty said on a livestream once that someone in chat who said they didn't have a credit card, that they could buy a Visa credit card to get into their Discord as a joke, but then pivoted to discussing how buying a Visa card can help someone out if their parents were homophobic and controlling. And that's literally everything. A joke turned into practical advice for living with an abusive parent.
No, no, bro. That's how a groomer takes advantage of a child who feels like they're in a precarious predicament and their parents are too controlling. That's where the fuck it is. Look, anybody who tries to tell you that you as a gay kid are more safe with a stranger than you are with your parents who love you but are kind of homophobic and controlling, that person is retarded and probably also wants to rape you. That's what that is. You should just presume that, even if that might not be the case. You should still presume that just to be clear, Because these people, they'll love to tell you about how all the good that happens when these sorts of things happen. They'll never tell you about all the stories about all the kids who ended up in these situations. And then they end up fucking the people who rescued them from their precarious situation with their parents. They end up paying them back for sex or shit like that.
Textbook pedo jacketing. Almost everything in this statement is so beautiful.
You know what's crazy, right? Like, let's say a young woman is around her controlling parents, and then some guy who's older than her convinces her to just completely cut her parents off and come and like hang around him or even live with him, right? Everybody immediately understands why that's a bad idea. But when it comes to this LGBT shit, for some reason they get a pass. They get a pass for doing this shit.
Perfectly, carefully wrong. The very first thing said that it happened once. No, I spelled this out myself already, but let's go through it again. Very, very, very slowly, and with a bit more detail because these people thrive on wiggle room. I'll censor the kids' names this time as a courtesy when previously I was just censoring the usernames. This is pretend OPSEC because if I even quote SkittyBitty, you are equally far away from having all the information as you are if I have their name on my video from an OSINT perspective. The place you have to go to identify them and
see, the difference between Octo and Harmful Opinions is that Octo is a tard himself. He's also a Spurg himself, right? But for Harmful Opinion, he's like, he kind of never left the mode where skeptics just went after low-hanging fruit and just obliterated them, right? The skeptics actually were quite lethal when they were going after the correct targets and all that whatnot. And Harmful is kind of like that. So Skitty and alike, they like instinctively know that Harmful Opinions is like out of their weight class, like intellectually and shit like that. And if they even acknowledge him, they even say his name, if they even direct people towards his videos, it's going to probably not look very good for them. So they just ignore him entirely, or they vaguely bring him up without ever saying his name.
their account is controlled by SkittyBitty. I can't do anything about that. So let's look at the two examples I already mentioned, and I'm going to dumb it down as far as I can. Really spell things out. These people seem to have an issue where they can't hold a lot of information in their head at the same time. So instead of just talking about it generally, I'll present it as a story. A little bit more of a chronological approach to why it looks so weird to me. Here's the tale of Kid 1. This kid was a regular chatter, and Skitty took a little bit of personal interest in them, would engage and ask a little bit about their life.
Oh, he's got siblings. Are you the youngest? Are you have a little bit of youngest sibling energy, I'm not gonna lie.
Huh. Nah, that's kind of a weird way. That's a weird way to start a conversation. K19inches, thank you for the rage quit. Jared from Subway jokingly traveled to touch minors. Only jokingly, though.
Nothing horrible. If I'm going to be a total tight ass, I think information extraction should be at an absolute minimum. I'm just showing there's a growing familiarity and a really strong awareness that this person is quite young.
My childhood, and you are a child.
Over the months, this kid's age would come up many times in the stream, and the way they're referred to would shift from being a child to being Skitty's child.
Is up there. It is my child. Be nice to that's my son.
Maybe to you that's just a cute thing to do on stream, an adult streamer referring to a specific kid viewer as their child. For my taste, that's a bit iffy in terms of encouraging parasocial feelings.
This is like grooming in the literal form of the phrase. It's not even like I'm grooming you to have sex with you. It's like, actually, I'm trying to steal you from somebody else's home and make you my kid.
Whatnot. I start to get a little bit further put off when I hear slips like this. Talking to someone else, they reference Kid 1.
You played a lot of the Nintendo Land Pikmin attraction as a kid and teen. Are you telling me you're not a teenager? I was sure you were one of my friends about age. When I say friend, one of my fans about age.
Just a slip of the tongue, friend, fan, both start with F. How about when Skitty told the stream that they see this kid in their dreams?
Dream Bonanza was already out. Famous chatter was there. I don't remember why. Have I reached peak YouTuber status when my chatters begin to appear in my dreams?
Oh man, yes, this is why they didn't want to say, why they can't say Harmful Opinion's name, because he actually does. It's not just Twitter beef, it's not just Discord politics, it's the type of shit that I would do, which is that I watch all of your content even though it's shit, just so I can find one. Because here's the thing, right? When you're, let me give you a little bit of documentary YouTuber sauce. You just need one soundbite, just one or two clips, and you can make a whole fucking epic, a whole fucking saga. Somebody just has to slip up once and share some information they probably shouldn't have shared. They just have to give you one receipt. They just have to point you into one direction to give you something that's video worthy, that they can't just walk back. They can't just explain it away. You just got to find that one thing, and that makes your whole thesis.
I think this is pretty much the final boss of encouraging parasocial feelings in kid viewers. I would ask you to imagine me identifying repeatedly in my streams a young teen viewer.
Also saying all that shit while you're playing Super Mario Kart. Man, I wonder why Nintendo is very cautious about the type of content creators who make shit for them.
Starting to call them my child, and then talking about how I see them in my dreams. From my perspective, that's pretty nuts. And this kid was one of the individuals advised on the Visa gift card strategy. After Skitty promos their Patreon and private Discord, this kid asks, what if I only have physical money?
What if you only have physical money? Buy a Visa gift card. And then use that money to get a Patreon.
Unlike the other example we'll look at, this one is not specifically about bypassing parents, and it's actually the other elements before that that I think get really weird. However, I should mention that while the other example we're going to look at today was directed at another kid in the chat, Kid 1 was present while that advice was given. What I've just shown you is the second time they've heard that advice from SkittyBitty, and the first time they heard it was in the context of making sure your parents don't know. The second time you can try and play off as, oh, it was just an off-the-cuff hee-hee-ha-ha joke with nothing further around it. The first time that kid that Skitty is very, very weirdly parasocial with in their streams, I don't think you can do that with. So here's our second story, Kid 2. As I've pointed out before, Kid 2 is even younger than Kid 1. Skitty is well aware of this and
holy shit, dude. Like, this is just ridiculous. She has to know. She has no excuse for not knowing better and not doing better.
About it. 4 days prior to the incident we're going to talk about next.
I mean, if he says he's not 11, he must not be.
Listen,
11.
he said he's younger than is 14.
In March last year, this kid tells SkittyBitty that their parents would kill them if they knew who they were watching. Personally,
of course they would, bro. If that was this little nigga's parents, I'd be furious. Like, what do you mean that she was telling you to buy a Visa card so you could get into her Discord because you're too young? The fuck are you talking about, little nigga?
My reaction
never use a computer again.
Would be good to know.
Not even give you a smartphone anymore.
Banned. Skitty, however, decides to challenge this.
Your parents would kill you if they knew who you were watching. Why would they do that?
The kid responds by saying, my parents are homophobic extremists, mostly my mom. Off the back of that, Skitty says, I'm sorry about your parents. Hope you can hold in there until you get out of there or they improve. It's good you're being exposed to people your parents tell you to hate, especially me, because I'm cool.
I'm glad to hear that you are...
We can be friends, but you can't tell your parents. That's always great. Oh yeah, that's always... You know that's nothing untoward is happening when that happens.
Immersing yourself in a media environment where you can be exposed to the kinds of people that you're told that you need to hate.
Why does this kid even know what an extremist homophobe is? That's actually a very good question. Why do they even know? Why do they even know what homophobia is? Aren't they like 12? Do they even like girls yet? They just like recently started liking girls. They thought that girls still had cooties like a year or two ago, and now they already moved up to extremist homophobia.
Because I would say that gay and trans people are actually pretty...
See, even if it is bait, even if this is bait, the fact that she took it seriously and gave a serious response is what makes her so culpable here.
Cool. At least in my experience, at least when it comes to me, I'd say I'm pretty cool. I'm sorry. But I hope that you can hang in there until you are able to get out of there. And or I hope that they get their skit together.
You need to not forget that the dynamic here is an online entertainer talking to a child in their audience directly, giving a vulnerable person validation in front of an audience. Perhaps now feeling encouraged, the kid overshares wildly in the public chat, saying, they love me but I don't feel loved, which is sad. It's complicated, maybe I'm just...
Oh man, this guy, he's perfect. He is the perfect material fucking groomers just start licking their lips. Oh, you have a complicated relationship with your parents. You feel they don't love you. You feel lonely. Oh, you think they're homophobic, right? You feel like you can't express yourself. Well, hey, I'll tell you what. You're so smart, man. Look, I'm going to give you a Discord link. We can talk later, where your parents can't hear us.
Well, I don't know. Very sad if true. Maybe a moment to say like, hey, you're not in trouble, but you need to cool it in this public chat. Here's some stuff that might help you if you're having real trouble. Instead, we do get some intervention, but not that. 10 minutes later, after a plug of the Patreon and private Discord, Kid2 says, I would join the Patreon, but I don't have a credit card, so... And Skitty, having just 10 minutes earlier expressed their happiness that Kid2 has found them as an influence away from their parents, specifically them, says this.
Anyway, if you want to join the Patreon, but you don't have a credit card, what you should do is you should buy yourself a Visa gift card at a store. I'm joking mostly.
Hesitation.
But I'm actually not really joking.
She couldn't help herself. She was gonna say no. She's gonna say, "Oh no, I'm joking. I shouldn't say that." But she couldn't contain it. The fucking groomeritis. It was just terminal. Just took over.
And then the full send, the full commit. It is broadened and then explained it can be used for other things, but it is still talking about that.
If you are a child and you have crazy homophobic parents and you need to buy anything really, you should buy a Visa gift card because you could just spend that on anything. You can do that.
SkittyBitty moves on to talk about their...
See, here's the thing, right? Like, best case scenario, even if there's literally nothing nefarious going on, like nothing weird at all, she's still convincing a little kid to give her like $5 or $10 just so they can get in their Discord. Which, that fucking sucks, man. What the fuck? You're scamming this little nigga? Why are you doing that?
Use of weed. Kid2 is still talking about...
It's like, hey, yeah. Oh, your parents suck? Well, I'll tell you what. Here's what's gonna fix that. You give me like $5 or $10, right? That's gonna make you feel better, I swear.
The payment thing though, and it's made crystal clear, contrary to some claims, that this was not merely about how to pay if you don't have a card. It is specifically about dodging parents' awareness. Kid 1 is the person in red here, by the way. The one Skitty claims to have dreamt about, and who they would also advise on this same method of joining their Patreon and entering the private Discord 3 months after this. I think there's a little bit more to this than a joke turned into practical advice for living with an abusive parent. No, Anthony, they were talking...
Anthony Gragamella over here with the worst takes on earth, as per usual.
Directly to a child who had just told them minutes earlier that their parents didn't even want them watching. Because they are that supposedly hypothetical person. No matter how much anyone wants to try to spin it, a streamer becomes aware of someone in their chat saying their parents don't want them to watch, that is pounced on, and within minutes they're giving advice on how to get into a private space they control. I'm sorry, that is reality.
Mikey, you love that guy's vids if you decide to cover him? Well, I'll tell you what.
Of someone in their chat person.
I'll tell you what, I'll put him on the list. I'm building a lolcow streamer gallery. So this way, I'm really trying, here's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to figure out a way to be more efficient with how I plan out streams. So that way I don't have to like spend as much time doing it. Cause I got to make streams more frequently. But at the same time, I can't stop making videos. So I have to figure out a way more efficiently plan out these streams. So that way I don't have to worry about it. I don't got to worry about what I'm going to stream the next day or the day after. And I can just focus on the videos like I want to.
Didn't even want them watching.
Anthony Gagamella Talada. And no, I'm not going to like get on this dude just because he's Italian. Before any of you guys start doing that. Mikey's racist against Italians. No, you guys need to stop pushing that agenda. I like Italian. I like spaghetti. I like Rome.
Because they are...
I'm not Catholic, but I think the Pope is cool because he's from Chicago.
Are that supposedly hypothetical...
He wears Nikes and shit when he's walking around, which I actually do think is pretty cool.
Person. No matter how much anyone wants to try to spin it, a streamer becomes aware of someone in their chat saying their parents don't want them to watch, that is pounced on, and within minutes they're giving advice on how to get into a private space they control. I'm sorry, that is reality. A streamer immediately shit-talking a young viewer's parents, reinforcing this idea.
Honestly, I was thinking about it the other day. An American becoming Pope is actually the worst case scenario for like Catholics in a way. Because the idea, right, was to make America Catholic, but America is still a majority Protestant nation. And even amongst the non-Protestant, a lot of those guys are just secular, right? It's not still like Catholics are still a minority, even though they are the second biggest denomination in the United States. But we still like majority Protestant or like, you know, agnostic or, you know, secular, whatever. A lot of people who go here, they're like non-denominational, which is basically just Protestantism. If we're being for real, it's basically what it is. But we still have the American Pope. So that's like the worst case scenario. So the majority Protestant nation managed to colonize the Vatican without even being properly turned Catholic anyway.
Suggesting it's going to be
it's like they only got the job halfway done.
Good when they can get away from them, or when they change, to be fair, on the back of 2 messages specifying it's not even necessarily
Mikey, are you streaming tomorrow too? I can't catch up. I don't know, we'll see.
Both of their parents. Then not providing resources.
I'm streaming way more often.
Not even just providing access to
I don't know if I'm going to stream every day of the week, but you know.
Private Discord for free, for instance, which would still be weird, but giving advice on how to do an act that their parents wouldn't like, that the streamer would then know about. A shared secret, creating a special kind of connection.
See, the problem with the spread of Catholicism in the United States is that it didn't really spread. Obviously, there have been converts like Judge Clarence Thomas. He is Catholic, right? Majority of Black Americans are Baptists. They're Protestant Baptists. But there are obviously Catholic converts. But the majority of the Catholic population increasing just came from immigrants. It came from Irish. It came from the Italians. It came from Latino immigrants, right? That's the reason why the Catholic population blew up so much. It's not that, you know, Catholics managed to successfully convert a lot of the Protestants here, right? A lot of people just remain Protestant, or they became more secularized, or they just straight up became atheists or some shit.
We are in beyond red flag territory. The edgier than thou fella accused me of fear-mongering about private spaces, suggesting the implication was, ooh, what could be going on in there? And I don't think I made it clear enough. Yes, something bad can happen anywhere. The question is, if a kid has a YouTuber enticing them to further and further rebel against their parents directly, if something bad does happen, who can they tell? The strategy of creating a wedge, creating a barrier like this, or attempting to, that would mean they'd hesitate to tell their parents about what they've been doing, is classic predatory behavior. I'm sorry if you don't like to hear that. Oh, and there's a particular term I think I should share that stuck in my mind from when I talked to a person I used to know from my caring days. I wasn't a carer for kids. My clients were people with spinal injuries. But I knew she was all on this stuff, you know, not on the web. But the term she used was boundary testing. And apparently that combined with any sort of...
yes, the group who are growing the most in Protestantism in the United States are Catholics. And the denomination is very strange. It's the Pentecostals, right? Pentecostals are actually really, really good at converting people. They're like the best at converting out of any, not just Protestantism, but out of any denomination, period, right? They're all up in Latin America and they've been converting people like crazy. It's actually weird.
Push to get that person into a more private venue is like, fuck no, red alert. I got
Seventh-day Adventists are kind of crazy, bro. Aren't they? Isn't that what Leo Pirate was? He was a Seventh-day Adventist.
Radicalized.
I remember Godwin Singh used to make jokes about how Leo Pirate wasn't a real Christian because he was a fucking Seventh-day Adventist.
Anyway, that's probably going to be all. Nothing else to say, but I see such fucking crazy sweeping. Gotta say something at least one more time. Take it easy.
All right.
This morning
that was basically it. And that was the conclusion of the SkittyBitty harmful opinions drama. We took quite a few detours there. But overall, I think it's undeniable that harmful opinions won. He came out on top. Pause. You know, no, not pause. SkittyBitty is still a woman. So, you know, maybe she's into that. She had a boyfriend. So it's like, I don't know. It's like she's basically a woman in every way except for her gender, her pronouns, and having titties. Basically, that's it. So, am I gonna stream tomorrow? Nah. I'll come back Wednesday. Probably, yeah, Wednesday. Plus, I'll be able to actually plan something out better. Something a little bit more meticulous rather than just, you know, shooting off the cuff every single time I come on stream. I appreciate you guys for showing up. I will. Nah, I won't promise that until I get it actually ready. I have to get it more prepared. I've learned to stop telling you guys that I'm starting shit that I haven't completely finished, because I never know what's gonna happen between me finishing it and me actually getting it out to you guys. So I'm just gonna, you know, wait until then. Anyway, thanks for showing up on stream. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. I should raid someone. Who's streaming right now? Let me see. Jaden is here. Yeah, Jaden is live. Hold up. I'll send you guys over there. You can go and harass him. You're going. You're gone.